Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. First item on the order paper is member statements. I call Padraig Largy.
The Good Jobs Bill is about delivering for all. It's about secure contracts and working hours, ending fire and rehire, introducing day one employment rights, fairer pay, better work-life balance and enhanced trade union representation. The Minister's economic vision is about ensuring that economic growth is felt by everyone. Research here in Ireland and internationally clearly shows the benefits for workers and for businesses alike. Yet, in characteristically regressive fashion, the DUP seek to stymie and to stifle debate, seek to block the opportunity for this House and for the Economy Committee to debate and to hear evidence from relevant stakeholders. And while many of those in the DUP have sat smirking and sneering, they are sneering at the workers of the North, at the teachers, at the hospital workers, at the carers, the cleaners, the bar and the restaurant workers, sneering at those who they have continuously and consistently failed to stand up for. And today, the DUP have proven beyond any reasonable doubt their contempt for workers through their opposition to union organisation and to equality, as they bring forward a bill to sanction teachers who dare to engage in industrial action. And as a former teacher, let me make this abundantly clear. The DUP will not break our teachers. They will not break our right to undermine our right to organise, to demand better conditions and fairer pay, to deliver an education system which treats its staff with respect. You see, the DUP's reality and the reality for ordinary people is very different. Workers and families need the Good Jobs Bill now more than ever. For ordinary people, the reality is that they are struggling to put food on the table, struggling to heat their homes, struggling with the cost of living crisis, and this legislation offers the chance to give workers some semblance of certainty. So the DUP today need to give us the answer, need to give workers the answer. Are they blocking this bill because they are anti-worker and anti-trade union, or are they blocking this bill because it has been brought forward by a Sinn Féin minister? We in this House have the opportunity to deliver an historic piece of legislation to not only align but to be a world leader in terms of workers' rights legislation. Let's get it done. Let's bring this bill to the House and let's deliver for ordinary workers and families.
Trevor Clark.
Mr. Speaker, for 365 days of the year, police officers go out to protect our communities right across the province. For 24 hours a day, they do that without fear or favour in terms of each and every community they visit. But the events at the weekend, Saturday night, Sunday morning, which we have seen now unfolding over the weekend, in the early hours of the morning, clearly other people had other intentions about harming our police officers. And I want to put on record, Mr. Speaker, my thoughts with the police officer who was injured in that heinous attack on him, and indeed my thoughts also with his colleague, who I'm sure was concerned about his partner on that early hours of that morning. These officers clearly looked as if they were responding to something in that vicinity, and as we have seen now on social media and on other platforms, someone has got into the police car and used that police car as a weapon against that police officer. I have to say, all officers and all right-thinking people will be standing in solidarity with that officer today in terms of his use of his firearm to protect himself and that of others within that community. There's questions now, and people are starting to, the noise and the rumblings of how did they get into the police car, how did they fit to drive it off. Those are all irrelevant. In the heat of a moment, and if everyone put themselves in the heat of a moment of an incident where two officers were out to apprehend someone who was up to obviously no good, the last thing in their minds is to lock the police car, check the doors are locked, and then make off after the individuals. So I don't hold any concern in terms of the officers' behaviour on the the car. They responded in an instant in the heat of the moment, and they responded in a timely manner. But what I don't like, Mr. Speaker, is how someone then decides to get into that car and use that as a weapon against the police officers. The questions has been asked in the past about the judicial system and about the length of sentences. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, while some of us believe sentences are lenient, there is a maximum scale that's open to our courts. And I hope in this case there's a clear signal whenever any individuals brought up before the courts that they will use those maximum sentences available to those. Because we need to put out a clear message that it's unacceptable to attack any members of our security forces or public workers, indeed anyone for that matter. They shouldn't be attacked in doing their job. So I hope whenever this gets to the courts that the full rigours of the law will be applied to the individuals involved in that incident.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too want to pay comment on the issue that Mr. Clark raised, and I thank Mr. Clark for the points that he has raised, and I rise to condemn Sunday's shocking attack on the police officer in Downpatrick who was struck by a stolen vehicle. The officer in question sustained serious injuries which required hospital treatment, and in fact he's still there. An attempted murder investigation is now underway, but unfortunately this is the reality for PSNI officers who put themselves in harm's way every single day to keep everyone in the community safe. And I'm sure I speak for others here that this is someone's son, this is someone's brother, this is someone's friend. It could have been any one of our relatives or such like. So it's wholly unacceptable. And I do want to thank the PSNI colleagues who provided urgent medical treatment at the scene, and the colleagues from the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service who further cared for him and took him to hospital. And I also want to thank the members of the public who provided support at the scene. I'm sure this demonstration of support from the community was much appreciated. In fact, I know it was much appreciated because I've been in contact with some of the officers' colleagues in Downpatrick, and I know that the help received from the community at the time was very much appreciated by the PSNI in Downpatrick. And I suppose it speaks to the wider point that what went on is in no way reflective of those in Downpatrick, and is not something that they want to see on their streets. And finally, I do want to take this opportunity to wish the injured officer and his family well, and I pray that he makes a full recovery. Thank you.
Last week, the Department for Communities released new statistics which showed that for the first time ever, there are now over 50,000 households on the social housing waiting list. The statistics also showed that there are now over 39,000 households in housing stress and over 33,000 with homelessness status, a rise of 5% since March last year. We're in a housing and a homelessness crisis, and we need to see solutions coming from the Minister. We urgently need to see the revitalisation of the Housing Executive carried through. This would allow the Housing Executive to borrow against its own assets and invest in building more homes. For decades, the British Government has underfunded the North, meaning that we have not seen any serious investment in our social housing stock in recent years. The British Government must abandon its austerity agenda and support the Executive to build the homes that are needed. The programme for government set a target of 5,850 new homes by the end of the mandate. I have serious concerns that this target will now be missed. Last year saw the commencement of 1,750 new social homes, and while this is indeed welcome, it falls short of the target of 2,000 by some distance. We all appreciate that funding is scarce for all departments and that ministers are required to cut their cloth accordingly. I do have to say, however, that some of the priorities that Minister Lyons chooses to fund are hard to understand, given the seriousness of the housing crisis. I also have serious concerns regarding the 600 homes which were promised well over a year ago, which were to be purchased to address the unsustainable rise in temporary accommodation costs. Whilst I fully support the intent behind the initiative, it's clear that this project has stalled, and it's unclear if any of these houses will ever be bought. As a member of the PAC, I was glad to take part in a recent inquiry into homelessness. One of the key issues which was identified was that our legislation to tackle homelessness is wholly unfit for purpose. The North still does not have a statutory duty to prevent homelessness, despite the rising levels of homelessness. The evidence from across the water shows that the best way to tackle homelessness is through prevention, and only a statutory duty can bring that shift towards more prevention activities. Despite being in office for over 2.5 years, this Minister has brought virtually no legislation around housing or homelessness. The only upcoming bill which he has announced is to do with tackling antisocial behaviour and not relevant in any way to tackling the housing crisis. Ceann-Comhairle, the Minister for Communities must urgently get to grips with this housing and homelessness crisis and support those people who need support now or America.
I rise to highlight my serious concern at the huge failure of the Parades Commission, as they have ignored residents and businesses in Scarva. Once again, we have seen the Parades Commission completely bottle a decision. They've refused to listen to legitimate concerns of residents living along the route of a Palestine walk. This is so disappointing. Last year, we warned about this. The Parades Commission's excuse last year was that the police had not marked the parade as sensitive, so they didn't consider it. Yet it proved to be a disaster, and mayhem descended upon the peaceful rural village of Scarva. It's quite astonishing, Mr. Speaker, that after the disruption, tensions and disorder that we witnessed last year, so few lessons appear to have been learned. In our DUP meeting with the Parades Commission last week, the Commission acknowledged they knew of the disorder. They knew of the fact that Hamas flags were on full display. They knew that businesses and residents were intimidated and frightened as the riot tourists descended upon Scarva and caused absolute turmoil. Local people have made their opposition crystal clear. But instead of acting decisively, the Commission have chosen to wave through another deeply provocative parade with only token restrictions placed upon it. The residents themselves will rightly conclude their concerns have once again been ignored and sidelined. We saw Market Hill Volunteers Flute Band put in for a sponsored walk that morning to raise funds for veterans, yet this has been ruled out by the Commission in favour of this Palestine demonstration. This gathering has no genuine local connection to Scarva whatsoever. We suggested alternative routes. It's difficult to avoid the conclusion that this route has been deliberately chosen just to provoke the tensions within a quiet rural community which neither supports nor welcomes it. The Parades Commission is out of touch with the local residents. They've not taken account of the disorder from last year. They have not listened to the concerns. The good people of South Down and of Northern Ireland understand and respect the role of the lawful and established cultural events within community life. However, there is understandable anger when an overtly political demonstration is brought into our area. Despite the clear local opposition and the scenes we previously witnessed last year, the DUP stand firmly with the residents and businesses of Scarva who deserve to live in peace in their own homes and trade in their own businesses. This is a bad decision by the Parades Commission.
Donnelly.
On Thursday, the Royal College of Emergency Medicine briefed the Health Committee and set out the scale of the crisis in emergency care in Northern Ireland and the human cost that is linked with failing to address it. Using the standard mortality ratio calculation, the RCEM estimates that in 2025 in Northern Ireland there were 1,032 excess deaths associated with patients waiting 12 hours or more in emergency departments before admission. To put that in perspective, that amounts to around 20 people each week. In 2020, the estimated figure was 461. In 2016, it was 60. The Royal College has described this as catastrophic, and I wholeheartedly agree. What is especially important about this report, and what Dr Michael Perry and Dr Sarah Jane McGurk reaffirmed for us at committee, was that it makes clear this is not simply a demand issue. Numbers of attendances at emergency departments have changed very little, while the long waits and the mortality associated with them have risen sharply. This is exactly what happens in a system under sustained strain, in a system where patient flow is critically blocked. And that's exactly what it's about. Patient flow, delayed discharge, bed availability, community capacity and social care. It is a whole system problem and requires a whole system response. When I asked Dr Perry about the barriers facing emergency care and what the solutions were, he was very clear that there is a need for a multi-year strategy that looked specifically at social care and not just the front door solutions that inevitably just add to pressures. The report looks at recommendations like this. They also told us that while the Minister's Release to Rescue programme had reduced ambulance waits outside hospital, it has made overcrowding inside worse. The Royal College's recommendations are practical and deserve serious attention. They include ending corridor care and mortality associated with long waits by the end of the decade, adopting a whole system approach to overcrowding and ensuring clear accountability for delivery. That focus on accountability is of the utmost importance. Overcrowding is persistent. 12-hour waits are now routine and corridor care continues. So there must be clear responsibility for improvement. The Minister should now set out a clear and public plan to address concerns in the report and deliver a plan for real and sustainable reform. This also needs to be treated as a patient safety issue that it plainly is. If over more than 1,000 deaths a year associated with prolonged waits in emergency departments, that cannot be regarded as a routine performance problem. It should be taken as a clear warning. that demands urgency. Patients demand better, families demand better, and staff working under extraordinary pressure in our emergency departments deserve better. The question is now whether the Minister is prepared to respond with the seriousness and the urgency that this catastrophic situation requires. Thank you.
I want to highlight the ongoing crisis facing families of children with complex needs and disabilities across Fermanagh. A crisis driven by the severe lack of short-stay respite services and community-based services in particular. For years, families in Fermanagh have had to fight for respite provision in their own community. Yet today, many are still expected to travel significant distances just to access basic support, with Oma and Derry often the nearest options available. Even then, that support isn't guaranteed. When a family reaches breaking point, an emergency intervention is required. Respite beds that have been offered to families on a short-term basis have been repurposed for medium or long-term care. Of course, no one disputes the need to support children in crisis, but the reality is that other families are then left without the respite that they rely on to keep going and to prevent crisis from happening in the first place. The situation has only worsened with the loss of community-based interventions and support, including programmes like Brighter Futures, which provided safe activities and outings for children at weekends and especially during the school holiday period. Now many families are staring into the summer months with very, very little support and very few opportunities for their children to take part in activities that others simply take for granted. We all know our health service is under pressure and we all know that budgets are stretched, but these families can't continue to be treated like an afterthought. Respite care is not a luxury, it's essential for the well-being of children, for the stability of families and for preventing more serious interventions later. Families in Fermanagh have waited long enough. They deserve local access to respite services, they deserve meaningful community-based supports, and they deserve to know that their children's needs are being prioritised. And crucially, this also must include proper post-19 provision so that these young people and others with complex needs are not left facing a cliff edge in support into adulthood. So I urge the Minister of Health to listen and, most importantly, to act and to work urgently with the Western Trust to deliver a stand-alone short-term respite service facility in County Fermanagh alongside the community supports that children and families need and deserve.
Brian Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, at a meeting of the Committee for the Executive Office held here in Parliament Buildings last Wednesday, a disgraceful comment and allegation was made by Mr. Daniel Holder, the Director of a group called the Committee on the Administration of Justice. His allegation was an injustice which does not stand up to examination and needs to be withdrawn. During an evidence session on race relations, Mr. Holder made a sweeping claim that some schools in Northern Ireland are no-go areas for ethnic minorities. When challenged by committee member Philip Brett, MLA, to clarify his statement, and I commend Philip for doing so, Mr. Holder came off with the allegation that the Belfast Model School for Girls in our North Belfast constituency was such a school. The fact that Mr. Holder is prepared to spout such nonsense, which was immediately contradicted by another panel witness at the committee hearing, has exposed his own narrow-minded and prejudiced views, his unreliability as a witness or commentator, and has damaged or reinforced views of his organisation, the CAJ. Unlike Mr. Holder, I have attended many events in the Girls' Model School over the years. It is an excellent school. It has had ethnic minority pupils for many years and is increasingly ethnically diverse, as are all schools across Northern Ireland. It seems that Mr. Holder's allegation was entirely based on one unfortunate case involving girls who have been removed from at least 3 schools due to their conduct, including other schools before and after their time at the Girls' Model. Daniel Holder needs to withdraw his crass allegation against the Girls' Model School and to publicly apologise for it. I rise now to publicly call on him
and the CAJ to make that apology. I and other DUP representatives will not tolerate his disgraceful slur against the girls' model school. We will uphold and stand for the excellent work that it does for girls from North Belfast, Greater Shankill and beyond.
Mr. Speaker, last Wednesday the TEO committee hosted 2 panels as part of its evidence gathering process into the race relations strategy. Members on both panels were highly political in the evidence they presented us. The second panel included Daniel Holder, a director for the Committee on the Administration of Justice. He made the outrageous statement that Northern Ireland needs to make contingency plans for the possibility of a reform UK government, and branded the party leading the polls in the United Kingdom as far right. Such contempt for the views of millions of people right across our United Kingdom, and indeed the tens of thousands in this region, in this part of our UK. These remarks were rightly challenged, rightly called out by myself and other committee members. However, it was the comments of a member on the first panel which were even more telling as the radical left mask started to slip. The Bible tells us that out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh. And in Wednesday's committee we had an example of that attitude of the heart coming to the surface through what was said, and I want to put it on record here today, and I apologise to the House for using these terms, but Fidelma Fearon of the Minority Ethnic Support Armagh was clearly picked up on mic as saying, "Luckily I didn't get stuck into the bastard properly." I am pleased to say that the Court of Appeal, the general public out there, have had their say over social media about the actions that took place at committee last Wednesday. It is noteworthy that when asked about her language, Fidelma Fearon told the Irish News that she wouldn't be apologising. In the Commons, verbal abuse of a Member of Parliament is categorised as a contempt of Parliament. Our own standing orders oddly make no mention of contempt of the Assembly. That is a serious defect, and I believe something needs done urgently to address that. Ms Fearon's group is in receipt of tens of thousands of public funding, including generous sums from the Executive Office where she decided to abuse one of its members. We know, Mr. Speaker, that under Section 45 of the 1998 Act, the Assembly has the power to compel witnesses to attend. I believe that Ms Fearon should be required to re-attend the committee and learn some manners.
Donald McCrossan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to echo the frustration and anger shared by countless constituents of mine in Strabane. The Strabane Athletic Football Club has been working tirelessly over a number of years to develop their new football stadium in Strabane. They've went through the various processes and tried to jump the various hurdles that have been put in front of them. 8 years the planning application has been stuck with delay after delay after delay. It was passed unanimously by Derry City and Strabane District Council Planning Group and the Planning Committee, and then ultimately ended up with the Minister, which was then referred to the Planning Appeals Commission, and the report was completed in November, and it has since sat since last year on the Minister for Infrastructure's desk, who has not responded to the questions I have asked as to when this has been published, even though officials from the Minister's Department has responded to various questions from the media in relation to it. Mr. Speaker, this is a real point of concern for people because this land has been sitting in a limbo state for 8 years. Shockingly, I revealed last week that the Education Authority has swooped in overnight and has purchased the land with the application pending on it. fully aware, confirmed by the Minister for Education, that the Education Authority were fully aware of the ongoing process faced by Strabane Athletic Football Club, and indeed that it was subjected to considerable hurdles, and indeed that the report has sat on the Minister for Infrastructure's desk since last year. That is not acceptable. The Minister needs to publish the findings of that report and get on with it, instead of the dithering and delay from this ridiculously messed up department that doesn't seem to be able to deliver anything. And the other thing, Mr. Speaker, is that I was shocked at the Education Authority moving so swiftly, given they don't move very quick for very much. £500,000 of taxpayers' money is what went to purchase that land, with no guarantee of any development on it, given that this has been stuck with the Planning Appeals Commission and on the Minister's desk. Or maybe it's one rule for members of the public and another for a public body such as the Education Authority, which I would sincerely hope in the interest of the people I represent is not the case. But people in Strabane are rightly asking, Mr. Speaker, what are they getting for giving Sinn Féin all of these votes and all of this power? 3 Sinn Féin MLAs and an MP and countless councillors. And, you know, to be very honest, with all the power they have in government, I wouldn't even depend on them to deliver a bag of chips if they had a fleet of chip vans. That's how poor it is. The A5 hasn't been delivered. Look at the state of our roads. There's a lack of investment in the North West. Look at the state of the constituency that I represent. Look at Fianna been in power for 20 years. It's high time they stepped up and delivered for people, the people that invested their votes in them.
Garth Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday marked 35 years since the devastating IRA bombing of the Glenanne UDR base, the home of B Company 2 UDR. This cowardly attack resulted in the death of 3 soldiers when a lorry containing one of the largest bombs detonated in the Troubles was rolled down the hill before colliding with the base and ripping it apart. The explosion echoed across the County Armagh countryside for miles, and indeed was heard as far away as Dundalk. Debris from this indiscriminate attack landed in the village nearby and damaged residential dwellings. And I know for many residents the sound of that explosion still haunts them today. Lance Corporal Robert Crozier, Private Sidney Hamilton and Private Paul Blakely were all upstanding and respected members of the local community, and their loss is still formally remembered annually in various ways. Indeed, this evening will see such a memorial event take place in Red Rock. The bravery of the 3 men who were murdered by the IRA in this attack prevented further loss of life, and their sacrifice is consistent with the actions of many brave men and women who served in the Ulster Defence Regiment during the darkest days of the Troubles. We also remember the impact this attack had on the 14 people injured in it, including civilians as well as the families of those killed, as they continue to deal with the pain and the hurt this senseless act of IRA terrorism caused. There has been substantial commentary in recent months on the need to move on from the Troubles. I would challenge the likes of John Swinney or anyone else of his opinion to meet the families face to face and to try to tell them to move on from the loss of their loved one. No one has ever faced justice for their deaths. There are many today who strangely claim there was no alternative to this barbaric attack that devastated Glenanne, even damaging the local primary school, which the terrorists had zero regard for. Mr. Speaker, we won't allow the sacrifice of these men to be forgotten, and we will not allow their deaths to be rewritten into anything other than what they were: a cowardly, murderous attack that only achieved hurt, pain and endless heartache for the families who lost their loved ones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry? Point of order.
I just wanted to correct the record. The member for West Roan had made a point to say that a planning application has been sitting on my desk since last November. That is inaccurate, and I want that corrected for the record. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, in the Commons, verbal abuse of a Member of Parliament is categorised as a contempt of Parliament. Our own standing orders make no mention of contempt of the Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is a serious defect. What will be done to address it in light of last Wednesday's TEO committee?
Well, it's certainly an issue that members raised, and we can look at it. Whilst we don't get involved in the specific proceedings of individual committees, For the purposes of this chamber, members will be aware I have made clear that robust scrutiny of the issues is in order. Personal abuse isn't, and crude language is not acceptable either. And it would appear that in the committee that has actually happened. It's a matter for the committee, but I would hope that the committee would have the same robust stance as the chamber when it comes to these issues, and things which are not acceptable in this chamber should not be acceptable in committees. That said, I will be writing to the committee chair because there was comments made regarding myself being a racist, in spite of having an African son-in-law and a Latino daughter-in-law and Latino grandchildren, which wouldn't really demonstrate that there's much racism in our family. But Mr. Holder sought to make that comment, and we will be expecting the committee chair to respond to that and to have the committee to actually deal with these matters and deal with people coming to committee and not behaving in an appropriate way. So I thank the member for raising that point of order. If members take their ease, move to the next item.
Chair. Oh, should have been there. Okay. I have received notice from the Minister for Infrastructure that she wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. Minister, over to you.
In compliance with Section 52 of the NI Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement on the meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in the Transport Sector held on Thursday the 7th of May 2026 in Dublin. The 26th North-South Ministerial Council Transport meeting was held in Dublin, and the meeting was attended by Darragh O'Brien, TD, Minister for Transport, myself as Minister for Infrastructure, and Mike Nesbitt, MLA, Minister for Health. Minister O'Brien chaired the meeting. The statement has been agreed with Minister Nesbitt, and I make it on behalf of both of us. Ministers received a joint presentation on the cross-border greenways feasibility study by officials from both departments on potential opportunities for progressing cross-border greenways through route reviews, stakeholder engagement and reviews of similar infrastructure projects. The Council welcomed the announcement by the Government of Ireland in November 2025 for €2 million in shared island funding to support the development of cross-border greenways. Ministers noted that the appeal by the Department for Infrastructure against the High Court ruling of June 2025 in relation to the AF5 is ongoing with the Court of Appeal. The Council acknowledged that both administrations remain committed to the delivery of the AF5. The NSMC agreed that both administrations should continue to work collaboratively to progress the AF5, Donegal TNT and N2 road infrastructure projects through existing forums, such as the Cross-Border Working Group, which is considering the practical aspects of the delivery of the tie-in between the AF5 and the N2 Clontibbert to the border project. With regard to the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review, Ministers received an update on the joint work to deliver the review and the subsequent rail project prioritisation strategy, including details on the identified early interventions and major projects and how these will be progressed in the future. The Council welcomed the publication of the rail project prioritisation strategy and affirmed that both administrations will continue to work together to progress it. Ministers agreed to identify an optimal means of cooperation to help deliver on the recommendations of the prioritisation strategy and rail review, such as through establishing a cross-border working group or expanding the remit of existing governance structures projects. Ministers welcomed the initial allocation by the Irish Government through the Shared Island Fund in November 2025 and the progression of the market sounding exercise in December 2025 to advance the programme for government commitment to establish air connectivity between Dublin and City of Derry airports. The Council welcomed the approval of both jurisdictions of the joint final business case for the Enterprise Fleet Replacement Programme in February 2026 and the ceremonial signing of the contract for the purchase of the new fleet of 8 trains for the flagship Belfast to Dublin Enterprise service. Ministers noted that the Shared Island Sports Club EV charging infrastructure scheme has made significant progress on the mini-tender process with several grant agreements issued. The NSMC noted the findings of the jointly led Transport Biodiversity Workshop, which identified the potential for transport corridors to be connected with ecological corridors to support the restoration of biodiversity. Ministers welcomed the progress made in the Belfast to Dublin hydrogen refuelling study, which is currently developing 2 business cases to support the assessment of options for demonstrator stations. The Council noted the work ongoing in both jurisdictions in relation to emissions modelling and decarbonisation planning, and the intent to continue knowledge exchange and collaboration in this regard. The Council welcomed the information sharing session that occurred in March 2026 between officials working in sustainable mobility and climate-related areas to share information on current work streams and identify potential areas of future collaboration. The NSMC noted that departments will continue to engage on the development and implementation of relevant plans and strategies such as the Transport Strategy 2035, the National Sustainable Mobility Policy Action Plan and the Moving Together strategy. Ministers agreed that officials will continue to participate in further information sharing sessions addressing themes of mutual significance. The Council agreed that road safety is a key priority for both administrations and welcomed the ongoing engagement on road user safety between officials in both departments. The NSMC noted that road safety officials will continue to engage on the implementation of road safety action plans, including any lessons learned which will help inform the development of future plans. Ministers agreed that the opportunities for greater collaboration and coordination to raise awareness, particularly around driver behaviours on speeding, intoxicated driving, distracted driving and seatbelt wearing, will be explored. The NSMC noted that details of road safety campaigns for 2026 will be shared, and a communications workshop to explore opportunities for collaboration will be held by the end of June this year. The Council agreed to further explore opportunities for alignment of road safety messaging in future years where appropriate and where opportunities arise. The Council agreed to hold its next transport meeting in winter 2026. And in closing, Lascan Corlia, my officials and I look forward to working with the Minister of Transport and his officials in all the areas of cooperation across the transport sector.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. And I call on Justin McNulty. Justin.
Lascan Corlia, and I thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, in your statements you highlighted road user safety as a key issue discussed at the North-South Ministerial Council. Over the weekend, a constituent of mine and of yours contacted my office very angered by the fact that she'd broken a bone in her ankle after tripping in a dangerous pothole on the Tullya Road between the Mountain House and White Cross. How are you, as Minister, how is your department working with your southern counterparts to ensure a road safety strategy to make sure that dangerous potholes are filled and resurfaced without delay?
It's a bit of a stretch to link it to this statement, but we'll give it a go. Look, I mean, the issues around the road conditions are well discussed at this stage, and I have outlined very clearly the work that I am doing along with officials to make an improvement in that and to make a difference that actually will have a lasting impact. I'm really sorry to hear that a constituent has had that experience. Nobody wants that situation, and everybody should be safe on our roads, regardless of whether it's to do with the condition of the roads. But in relation to what we're talking about here, in terms of road safety, this is about driver behaviour, this is about the key focus on those areas which we know are the main causes of road deaths and serious injuries as a result of road collisions. So they're two separate issues in respect of what we're talking about here. However, I have outlined very clearly to this House on numerous occasions to the committee in response to correspondence about what we're trying to do around road maintenance in a very constrained budget, but we're trying to make really good progress. We are seeing progress. We are seeing roads being resurfaced, albeit it's not at the pace that I would like, but I can only do what I can with the resources that I have. But I'm determined that we will make a real difference, and that this time next year we will be in a better position than we have been for some time.
Before I call Peter, latitudinal direction is not something I particularly wish to, so you can keep your remarks to the statement, please. Thank you very much indeed. Peter Martin, over to you.
I feel admonished before I've even asked a question, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Minister, thanks very much for your statement this morning. Your boss, the First Minister, recently indicated in an interview that she'd be willing to amend climate change targets in order to get the A5 built. Do you concur with the First Minister that the law should now be changed to allow the construction of the A5?
I'm fairly sure I've answered this already as well. Look, I've said very clearly when we received the very disappointing result of the High Court ruling last year in relation to the A5 That is well on the record. My focus at this point in time is on the appeal, as we're in the thick of it at the minute, and that's the quickest route to resolving the 3 grounds that were challenged in the ruling last year. However, I have said at all stages that we continue to look at all other options that will get us the road built. For me, the priority is getting the road built, how we get there quickest, because ultimately this is about saving lives, so that's what I'm committed to doing. And we'll focus on the appeal, but we are looking at everything to see what else can be done in the event of an unsuccessful outcome. But for me, we need to win this appeal.
Declan McAteer. Declan.
Thank you, Minister. And the previous speaker had touched on it. I'm heartened to see that the A5 does remain a key priority on the NSMC. Can the Minister tell us, has the Dublin Government reaffirmed its commitment to the project?
Absolutely, and they have thankfully said, that they are absolutely committed to their funding part. As the member will know, the A5 is ring-fenced as an executive flagship project, and the commitment from the Irish Government to part fund the approximate amount of €600 million, and that remains the case. So, as I've said in my previous answer, my focus at this point in time is to get this appeal concluded and to get a successful outcome so that we can get on with the work, and hopefully sooner rather than later.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Peter McReynolds. Peter.
Thank the Minister for her statement, and I certainly welcome that road safety was such a focus, Minister, and specifically in relation to speeding and in relation to intoxicated driving. What legislative changes will we see in Northern Ireland during this mandate to tackle them?
As the member will know, we've just closed the speed limit review consultation, and we hope to be able to publish the outcome of that fairly soon. I think that's a key area, particularly when we look at residential areas outside schools. I've made it very clear what my view is, that we should see a lower speed limit, because we see the success of the temporary 20s outside schools that can really improve road safety. As well as that, officials are looking at the drink driving legislation and the limits for drink driving. So in terms of that, work is ongoing, and I hope you will update members as we get through that.
For her statement answer so far. Minister, in relation to the All-Ireland Rail Review and the prioritisation strategy, can you outline what discussions happened there, and when we're likely to start seeing shovels in the ground in relation to some of the key aspects of that All-Ireland Rail Review, given how much of an important strategic piece it will be?
Minister.
Yeah, so there's very positive discussions around this. There's a real keen attitude from the government in the south as well, and we'll continue to work with our colleagues in the Department for Transport. They have secured support from the European Investment Bank Advisory Service, or the EIB, to help progress implementation of the recommendations of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review. And as the member will know, the project prioritisation strategy was published in December. Both departments are building on their current positive working relationships by exploring additional interdepartmental working groups in order to work collaboratively to achieve the recommendations from the Rail Review, and collaboration continues in relation to the enterprise service as well. The Irish Government's allocated shared island funding, which supported the introduction of the new hourly service, which commenced in October 2024, and officials are engaging extensively with their counterparts in the South and SEUPB on the progress of the Enterprise Fleet Replacement Project, which we signed the contract for just last month. And these investments will improve the experience of people travelling by train and encourage others to use these services, more frequency, more capacity, and make it even easier for people to better connect and make it greener transport choices, which will bring economic and social benefits for us all. So we continue to work on that. We continue to work at how we can progress that at pace. And I know there's a real appetite to see the delivery of the All-Ireland Rail Review in full, and I've outlined the prioritisation around that.
Minister, in a similar vein, you mentioned in your response to John there about the Enterprise project, and clearly it does give us a glimpse of what we can achieve across the island with the All-Ireland Rail Review. In terms of maybe some additional information, can I ask how your department and your counterparts in the South plan to implement the Rail Review?
Minister.
Yeah, so as I've said, we continue to work with our counterparts in the South to ensure that we have the capacity and the capability to jointly progress the rail review, and at the same time we need to continue to work collectively to ensure that we get support from the executive and that a credible long-term funding strategy is developed and agreed, because that will be key to making the progress that we all hope to see. As I've mentioned in my previous response, the project prioritisation strategy was a summary report of the main findings from the 4 major project feasibility studies. So the Antrim to Lisburn link with a link to Belfast International Airport, the Portadown to Armagh line, Portadown to Derry line, and the electrification of the Belfast to the border line, which was published on the 17th of December last year. And the report outlines a vision for the future development of the rail network here in the north and aligns with the ambitions of the All-Ireland Rail Review. The findings provide a case for investment in a modern and sustainable rail network, subject to the availability of both capital and resource funding, and as part of that wider network vision to double the number of rail passengers through improved network accessibility, enhanced regional connectivity and inter-urban journey times. I've also said before in the House that I have provided £1 million of additional funding in the last financial year to maintain the momentum on these strategic projects. And delivering these 4 projects alongside a shift towards rail travel, we're seeing more and more people who really want to use rail services, will unlock significant benefits for the North, but also on an all-island basis, and we are seeing that with the growth in numbers. Completion of the feasibility studies is a critical first milestone in defining the projects and their viability. However, progressing all or any of these will require significant funding that we don't, that isn't already allocated, and we will be subject to future budget availability. So we'll continue to work with our colleagues in the South to find out how we can fund these, because I think we're all agreed that we need to make the progress that has been realised from the review and get on with it as best we can.
Thank the Minister for her statement also. Minister, Justice McAlinden recently said that your approach to the A5 appeal was entirely unfair, unacceptable and constitutes an unprincipled approach to litigation by 2 government departments, and felt he was being gaslighted by both you and your department. I note this was discussed, the court case was discussed at the recent meeting. Minister, this is extraordinary for a High Court judge to say. How do you defend this? And has the penny now finally started to drop in relation to unaffordable and unrealistic climate targets?
Minister.
I'm not going to comment on legal proceedings as we are in the middle of the appeal at the minute, but I won't take a lecture from the DUP, whose ministers are taking it upon themselves to intervene in many cases, legal cases, the Grand Central Station being one. So I think we'll leave it at that. But my focus is on the appeal. My focus is on winning the appeal and ensuring that we get this road built. Because, yes, I appreciate the member has put forward some suggestions, but there are 3 grounds that we are appealing, and that doesn't resolve all of them.
Andrew McMurray. Andrew.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, it's in the statement there regarding the cross-border greenways and this fund amount of £2 million. How will this be spent? How much of this will be coming up north? And what are the plans to expand the greenways this side of the border? Given that when you look across, they seem to be much further in their development than we are.
So the member will be aware that I've committed to providing funding to support the development and delivery of cross-border greenways being taken forward under a Shared Island Greenway Fund, including a £126,000 funding allocation last year to Fermanagh Omagh District Council to support geotechnical survey work on the northern section of the Sligo to Enniskillen Greenway, and £400,000 over the next 2 years towards early development of a number of other potential schemes. Further funding allocations will be subject to submission and consideration of individual project business cases, and the member will be aware of the very successful Carlingford Lock Greenway, which recently was completed and has been transformative. So we know that these are really, really important projects that bring so much, not just to the local economy, but for tourism, for health benefits, and all of that. So it's a key area that I want to continue to make progress, and we are also continuing to explore, as I've mentioned, the Sligo to Enniskillen Greenway, the Ulster Canal Greenway, the Lifford to Derry Greenway via Carrigan's Village, Derry to Buncrana, Lifford to Derry on the Riverfoyle East Bank, and Warrenpoint to Newcastle via Kilkeel, which is obviously in the member's constituency.
Minister, it was very welcome to see the signing of the contracts for the Enterprise Fleet Replacement project. The hourly enterprise has been a game changer for the all-island economy. Can you give me an update on that scheme?
So it was very welcome that we were able to approve through both jurisdictions the joint final business case for the Enterprise Fleet Replacement Programme and the ceremonial signing that took place last month for the contract for the purchase of the new fleet of 8 trains for that flagship Belfast to Dublin Enterprise service. For me, this was a momentous opportunity for public transport, particularly this significant route between Belfast and Dublin on that eastern, that Dublin-Belfast economic corridor. It is transformative. Cross-border investment of almost £560 million, with over £200 million coming from my own department, underlines my commitment to improving public transport. And I do think these are really exciting times, particularly when we look at the new Grand Central Station. It is proven to be a game changer that it promised to be when it opened in autumn 2024. And I think it's fair to say that when we had our guests down last month for the signing of the contract, they were absolutely blown away by what they saw. It really is something to be very proud of. So I look forward to continuing to building on that momentum and making sure that we further enhance our rail network for everybody.
Thank you. I call on Gareth Wilson. Gareth.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you also, Minister. Just in terms of the road user safety element of the statement before the House today, you will be aware, of course, that Gosford is one of the busiest parks in our constituency. You serve the same constituency, and it does have a wide variety of visitors to it, not least a lot from across the border who come via Newry up onto access the Forest Park, and doing so is hugely risky, sitting waiting in the middle of one of the busiest carriageways in the constituency waiting to access that park. Minister, I'm due to meet with your officials later in the week, but I feel it would be very useful if you could indicate at this time and front load that meeting with a positive statement in terms of your intention to improve safety through the release and the increase in safety, and basically saying, yes, I agree, we need to improve safety here, and a right turning lane is the best way to do that.
So the member will be aware we had a site meeting a number of weeks back at the site, and I understand the concerns around that. As you said, we share the same constituency. I'm up and down that road regularly, whether it's to Gosford or coming to and from the matches, so I know how busy the road is, and particularly at that junction. As the member knows, and we talked at length the day we met on site, officials are looking at what options are available there to try and improve safety. So I haven't had the feedback from that to date, but if you're meeting with officials later this week, they may have further updates at that stage. So I think it would be remiss of me to make a call on it at this stage until I see all of the analysis of some of the options that we discussed on the day.
Alicia McCune. Alicia.
Thank the Minister for her answer. Statement so far. Minister, it is welcome that the departments have made road safety a permanent agenda feature, and in particular recognising the high rate of accidents that we tend to have in the border areas which I live in myself. Minister, could you outline maybe steps that will be taken in order to address this issue for border areas and the nature of the rural roads there?
Yeah, look, I think the key point you've made there around border areas is that it's so important that we are aligned on an all-island basis in terms of what we're doing in road safety, because things don't change once you get to the border. We're all experiencing some of the same challenges, and road safety is a key priority for me. I mean, I've said before, one death on our roads is one too many, and so far this year already 30 people have lost their lives on the roads. That's 30 families that have been devastated by that knock on the door. That's approximately one person every 4 days since the start of the year. And my thoughts are with all of those families and communities who are impacted by a fatal road collision. You'll be aware that we launched our own road safety strategy in the north in 2024, working with our road safety partners, and we aim to reduce road deaths by 50% by 2030. The strategy is steered by the Road Safety Strategic Forum, and members include representatives from the PSNI, Fire and Rescue Service, Ambulance Service, DERA, DOJ, Department for Economy and Department for Education and the PHA. Our latest Road Safety Strategy Action Plan to 2027 was launched in January and outlines specific steps and initiatives to be progressed until the end of March 2027, which will contribute towards that aim of reducing the number of people killed or seriously injured on our roads. The action plan includes a number of strategic interventions acknowledged to be effective long-term policy developments and actions, and these contribute to the strategic aims of safe roads, safe vehicles and safe people. Alongside our road safety partners, we focus on priority areas including, amongst others, policy and legislation, enforcement, communication and awareness and active travel. And this action plan has been developed in collaboration with a wide range of road safety partners, including executive departments and Blue Lights organisation faces into priority and emerging road safety issues. Following the recent increase in fatalities, I have committed further funding in 2026-27 to ensure vital road safety campaigns are relaunched as soon as possible. This month, 3 campaigns called Priorities, Bike Speed and Bike Aware were aired, focusing on driver behaviour and motorcyclist safety as an initial priority. There's also media plans for pedestrian, seatbelt wearing and anti-drug campaigns which are currently being finalised, and these will run once the existing campaigns conclude. This approach reflects emerging priorities, including the fact that 7 pedestrians have already been killed this year. Anti-drug driving is a relatively new campaign, having only run for a short period in November, but it addresses a growing and widespread issue. And there's also increasing concern around seatbelt use, with anecdotal evidence linking non-wearing seatbelts to recent fatalities and serious injuries.
Mark Durkin. Mark.
To the Minister for her statement.
Minister, given that the Buncrana Road, which is a major trans-frontier route in the northwest, the dualling of it has been proposed since the early 1970s. It's been announced, I don't know how many times, I've lost count of how many consultation events that have been there, but it seems to have once again slipped off the radar of the Department. Was there or has there been any discussion with your counterpart in the south, given their planned investment in Donegal in particular, about the inclusion of the Buncrana Road in their plans?
I suppose we're always looking at what we could potentially look at for shared island funding, and there are a number of projects, I think, that have a cross-border element which could potentially be eligible for shared island funding. So there are discussions around kind of all of those projects that are sitting, and Buncrana Road could potentially be one of them, I think, that have a benefit across border and could potentially, obtain shared island funding. So we are discussing what projects are there, and we'll certainly keep that on the agenda. I think it is a key one that could progress that way if we were successful.
I call it Deborah Erskine. Deborah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, currently we know that 159 million has been spent to date on the A5, and I think that figure is probably higher now. Last week there was 2 public engagement events at the cost of £20,000. That doesn't include staff costs. Taxpayers' money keeps getting spent. Meanwhile, the actual action to deal with the problem is not in motion. Sinn Féin are presiding over locking up our infrastructure. So, Minister, if the court appeal judgment goes against you, what is Plan B? What are you currently doing to make sure that that plan is implemented as soon as possible?
Minister.
As I've said, and I've said it from the day after the court ruling last year, we are looking at other options. I think I'd be irresponsible to go into the detail of that at this stage, because at this point in time the focus is on the appeal. That is the quickest route to getting this road built, on the 3 grounds that the case was unsuccessful last year. So I can't go into the detail of what else we're looking at, because the focus is on the appeal. But let me assure the member and assure this House that my focus is ultimately in getting the road built. So we have said that we'd look at what other options, because it's not as straightforward as members would portray. There are a number of factors that we have to look at, and I want to make sure that all of that is carefully considered as part of this process.
Daniel McCrossan. Daniel.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, with respect, just in response to that last question, the quickest route is not the appeal. The quickest route is getting it right the first time round. In relation to the A5, and given the repeated failures, delays and scathing criticism of your department by Justice McAlinden, did the Irish Government raise concerns about your shocking incompetence as Minister and that of countless Sinn Féin ministers to get this road delivered and built so that we can finally move on?
No.
Mr Gaston. Timothy.
Deputy Speaker, the statement mentions the continued commitment to the A5. That judgment is the direct result of climate change legislation passed by this House and has to be owned by this House. Has the Minister already asked her executive colleagues to revisit the net zero policy, not just in relation to the A5 but across the board? This flawed legislation needs to be binned with the economy and building infrastructure in Northern Ireland put first.
As I've said in response to previous questions on this issue, my focus at this point in time is on the appeal, and that's where my officials are focused on. What I have also said is that despite the members' points around the Climate Change Act, I don't believe that's the answer to all of the issues that we are dealing with at this point in time. We will consider everything in the round, as I've said, but we have to ensure it's carefully considered so that we can move forward and make good progress.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. That concludes questions on the statement. Point of order, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The Minister earlier, after I had raised concerns in relation to Strabane Athletic, quickly rose to her feet to raise a point of order with the Speaker, saying that I was incorrect. I've just read the letter I received from the Planning Appeals Commissioner that does indeed confirm that at the end of November last year, that report was sent for the Minister's attention to the Department. So just to confirm, I am not inaccurate in this, Mr. Speaker. I've reflected this exactly as written to me in correspondence. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Crossan, and as you're fully aware, that wasn't a point of order, but it is indeed within the record. Therefore, moving on, Minister, I have received notice from the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. Minister, over to you.
With your permission, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act, I wish to make a statement about the 33rd meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in the aquaculture and marine sector, which was held on the 15th of May 2026. The Executive was represented by Junior Minister Riley and Junior Minister Bunting as accompanying ministers, and myself as lead minister for the sectorial meeting, which I also chaired. The Irish Government was represented by Timmy Dooley, TD, Minister of State at the Department of Climate, Energy and the Environment. The statement has been agreed with Junior Ministers Riley and Bunting, and I am making it on behalf of all of us. The NSMC welcomed the report on the activities of the Lochs Agency, in particular its ongoing conservation and protection efforts, as well as its environmental, education and outreach programmes. Ministers noted the update on the agency's fisheries management and improvement works, including the delivery of nature-based solutions to support climate adaptation and nature restoration across the Foyle and Carlingford catchments during 2025. The Council welcomed the agency's success in securing Peace Plus funding, particularly for the Mosaic project, which would deliver an innovative cross-border marine observation network with support from 11 international partners. NSMC also approved the Lochs Agency's revised business plan for 2025 and also its business plan for 2026 and recommended the associated budget and grant provisions. The Council also approved the agency's corporate plan for 2026 to 2028. The Council noted that the Lochs Agency annual report and accounts for 2024 have been certified and laid before the Northern Ireland Assembly and both houses of the Oireachtas. Ministers also noted that a review of the agency's staffing complement is being progressed, with any relevant recommendations to be brought to your future meeting of the NSMC. NSMC welcomed the update on the implementation of Lochs Agency Science Strategy Framework, which continues to focus on salmonoids, native oysters and aquatic ecosystems. Ministers noted the agency's ongoing work to improve monitoring procedures for Atlantic salmon stocks used to better assess conservation limits. The Council also noted continued survey work on native oysters, including the commissioning of the Omega Oyster Mapping Eco-Modelling and Growth Modelling project to support conservation efforts. The Council noted the launch of a pilot environmental modelling programme using remote climate telemetry to monitor river temperatures in real time. Ministers noted a range of measures being implemented to address climate change and biodiversity loss, including the creation of riparian buffer strips, in-stream habitats, riparian tree planting, bank stabilisation, natural water retention measures and barrier mitigation projects across the catchments. NSMC commended Lochs Agency for its proactive response to the impacts of climate change and biodiversity loss on priority fish species, and welcomed its continued commitment to collaborative working with partners. Finally, NSMC agreed to hold its aquaculture and marine meeting in autumn 2026. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. I call on Daniel McCrossan. Daniel.
Thank you, Minister, for the update. Minister, your statement praises the works of Lochs Agency, its conservation work, climate adaptation projects, scientific monitoring and international partnerships, but warm words do not pay staff or deliver important projects. Given the agency is now carrying more responsibilities than ever, can the Minister explain whether he believes Lochs Agency is currently adequately funded, and if so, how he justifies that position to the staff of the Lochs Agency and to the communities who see services stretched and opportunities missed because of chronic underinvestment?
Mr McCrossan, so I'm aware of the budget challenges that Lochs Agency exists in, and that's why I travelled just a fortnight ago up to the Lochs Agency offices in Derry to have a specific conversation around those issues. It was a constructive discussion and something we're going to continue, because I recognise the challenges that they're facing in relation to budget, and something I'm going to continue to engage on to seek resolution to.
Mr Deputy Speaker, could you give us a better update perhaps on the salmonoids and the most up-to-date picture on Atlantic salmon, given their particular relevance to tourism?
Thank you, Robbie. A range of factors are contributing to the decline in Atlantic salmon stocks, including climate change, invasive species, disease and parasites, habitat degradation, stocking practices, predation, migration barriers, pollution and poor water quality, over-exploitation and also aquaculture impacts. This is a significant issue of concern. There was a presentation about it at the meeting which highlighted these challenges and the need for us to work together north-south in response to this. These are significant challenges, but also there's a commitment to work with the Lochs Agency in addressing them.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, has there been any discussions at NSME and North-South Ministerial Council level around the issue of strengthening all-island cooperation on nutrient management, and that's particularly in light of the phosphate surplus that we have here in the north versus the deficit in the south, and the fact that farmers aren't allowed to export it to the south to redress that balance?
Thank you, Mr McAleer. This issue was discussed largely in the next statement I'm going to be given in relation to agriculture. We recognise the challenges to water quality in North and South, Northern Ireland and the South of Ireland, and they need to work together on that. There's significant engagement occurring North-South on this. There's potential for a shared island project around that. These are challenges that are not unique to ourselves, and it's something we're determined to work together on.
I note from the statement that there was a discussion in relation to the response to the impacts of climate change. Can I ask the Minister if there was a wider discussion regarding the Irish Republic's critical infrastructure bill? And closer to home, has the Minister had any communication from Sinn Féin executive ministers following the First Minister's comments where she said she'd be open to amending the Climate Change Act, which of course would need to be much broader than infrastructure? Yeah.
I thank the member for her question. The discussions around climate change focus primarily in this NSMC meeting on terms of its impact on fish stocks. That's something that I outlined a bit more earlier to the chair of the ERA committee. The Lochs Agency has developed a climate action plan which maps out organisational level climate risks and impacts, supporting the shift away from high carbon energy, addressing climate adaptation for the organisation and supporting climate resilient solutions for the catchments of Lough Foyle and Carnarford Lough. Through the delivery of the Climate Action Plan, the Lochs Agency will be implementing an agile, risk-based approach to climate adaptation across the Foyle and Carnarford catchment areas. The Climate Action Plan allows the agency to be responsive to direct and indirect climate impacts, allowing the agency to prioritise and plan work programmes. I would, in response to the specific questions from the member, clarify that I have not had discussions in relation to amending our climate targets, because my focus is upon delivering the climate action that's required, because of the impact it's having across Northern Ireland. We have responsibilities around that, and it's important we live up to them.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the statement on aquaculture, and the Minister will be aware of the importance of Lough Neagh, especially in relation to zebra mussels, to the wider aquaculture sector, and be aware too of my recent engagement on behalf of constituents in that regard. Can the Minister give us any update in respect of the future ownership of Lough Neagh on matters that would help us along the road to environmental governance improvements and environmental improvement more generally?
Thank you, John, for your question. My focus as Minister is primarily upon addressing the sources of the pollution that are affecting Lough Neagh, alongside climate change and stronger environmental protection. But I'm very conscious of the issues in terms of the ownership of the bed and soil of Lough Neagh. I had a constructive engagement just recently with Earl Shaftesbury around this issue. He set out to me that he's amenable to handing over the bed and soil without charge and without terms and conditions or preconditions to community use, and if that is not possible, to public ownership. What I intend to do is to seek a further meeting with him to discuss this further, so we can explore this, particularly in relation to the opportunities for community ownership. I'm also seeking advice in relation to what the public ownership of Lough Neagh would be. These are constructive engagements. I'm going to continue to do that, but it's my desire that we get community ownership of the bed and soil of Lough Neagh, and I'm going to continue in that vein.
Leis Concordia, and I thank the Minister for his statement. Following the NSMC meeting, does the Minister agree that the long-term success of our fishing, aquaculture and seafood sectors will depend on deeper all-island planning and investment, and what steps is he taking to ensure communities across the island benefit from that approach? Minister.
Thank you for your question. There's quite a lot that's happening already around this, and it's important that we have these NSMC meetings, but also that work continues beyond just those meetings. There's a number of 5 EU-funded projects that we're taking forward, and I want to thank Lough's agency for taking part in that. That's practical cooperation on a north-south basis in relation to these issues. The challenges we face in Northern Ireland are not unique to us. We face this across the island of Ireland. Very conscious that we're on a single epidemiological area, and that's one of the imperatives for cooperation on this, but we can also support the industry north and south, whether it's through Peace Plus or through the NSMC meeting. So we're going to continue to do that, and I'm very, very grateful for my counterparts down there, including Timmy Dooley, who came along to the meeting. It's a very constructive and it's a very fruitful relationship.
Gareth Wilson. Gareth.
You, Minister, you'll be aware of the progress of the works down at Narrow Water, and I'm just interested in terms of the discussions you have had and just on the ecosystems that are obviously in that location, and what this considerable construction work could potentially mean for that body of water. Or was that issue discussed, and what parameters or what restrictions or what controls are placed on the construction works to ensure that no damage to the Narrow Water and its surroundings happen during the construction phase? Thank you.
Thank you. In relation to this issue, I'll write to you to set out a bit more in regards to the licensing arrangements that have applied, because I would need to seek advice from officials. But it's important that everything we do that we protect our marine environment. So I'll write back to you and set out a bit more in regards to that.
Andrew McMurray. Andrew.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, can you give a bit more detail on the referenced 5 EU-funded initiatives, please?
Thank you, Andy. There is 5 EU-funded projects. The first one is Straits, which is to coordinate aquatic animal tracking and environmental observation efforts, enabling progress on marine management and planning. The other one is NORTRAC, to monitor the movements of aquatic species critical to the North East Atlantic. The next one is DTO Track, which is to enable the agency to develop digital twin prototypes of Lough Foyle and Carnforth catchments to improve management and spatial planning capabilities. The fourth is Mosaic, to develop an innovative cross-border marine observation network framework. And the last is CAM, which is to address critical environmental challenges within cross-border river catchments across the region. I want to thank the Lough's agency for taking these forward, and that's practical examples of cooperation.
Gildery, come.
Last Concordia, thank the Minister for his statement. Water quality is critical to the health of our environment and the success of our aquaculture sector. Minister, what discussions took place at the North-South Ministerial Council regarding water quality in our lochs and waterways, including the Brantry Loch in my own constituency, which has raised concerns recently, and what actions have been agreed to address those challenges?
Thank you. The Lough's agency play a critical role in relation to fisheries enforcement, but also in responding to water pollution incidents. And since the last NSMC, which was in July 2025, they have responded to 101 illegal fishing incidents and investigated 172 pollution incidents. They also have been dealing with 5 fish kills during 2025. There's a significant response to them in relation to these incidents, and I'm committed to supporting the Lough's agency in the time ahead and to the critical role they play in terms of responding to water pollution.
Speaker, both the Lochs Agency and the Department are key stakeholders in managing fisheries in Lough Neagh. The Minister knows of the ongoing dispute over who owns the recreational and leisure angling rights on Lough Neagh, and to date his department continues to bury their heads in the sand on the issue. So can I ask, has the Minister or his department had any sighting of a lease, licence or deed? And in absence of any such information, would the Minister agree that the Lough Neagh Fishermen's Corporation has no right to claim ownership and put legitimate, legal, licence-held anglers off the loch?
As a member will be aware, I've responded to Assembly question in relation to this issue. Are you aware of the legal issues associated with this and in terms of the arguments around that? I worry to walk into a legal issue in terms of the rights of this issue, but I'm aware of your concerns in regards to that.
Minister, thank you for your statement today, and I note from your statement the work to address climate change and the loss of biodiversity. Can you advise if measures to protect the marsh fritillary butterfly were discussed at the meeting? It's a protected species both in Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, and if not, could it be put on future meetings' agendas?
I can confirm it wasn't discussed as part of the meeting, but rather than asking for it to be put on the future agenda, if you write to me and set out a bit more around that, I'm happy to raise it with my counterpart in the South.
Thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, could you outline if you had any conversations in relation to bringing Lough Neagh in under Waterways Ireland, and how that would then help in terms of the water quality and what we could do in terms of improving Lough Neagh, but also the tourism potential right around the loch?
So I'm aware of the issue that you outline, and if I'm being honest, in terms of the Good Friday Agreement, the issue in terms of navigation and Lough Neagh not being covered in terms of a north-south body was an omission. I'm very conscious it sits under the remit of another minister in regards to that issue. I dealing quite a lot in relation to Lough Neagh because the focus is primarily in relation to tackling the pollution, dealing with climate change and having stronger environmental protection. And it's something that, if that is a concern, then I'm happy to raise it with the relevant minister to see if there's an amenability to cover it.
Justin McNulty. Justin.
I thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, you mentioned the Loch Agency's fisheries management and nature restoration across the Foyle and Carlingford Loch catchments. The Clanroy River is the major river flowing into Carlingford Loch. What efforts have been made on a north-south basis to monitor native species of fish numbers, and have schemes been explored to reintroduce them where they traditionally would have spawned? And in relation to that, have you sought devolution of the Crown Estate to the north, and could you outline the benefits of doing so?
There's probably two questions within that question. In relation to the latter agency issue with regards to Crown Estate, that probably would primarily sit with the Finance Minister. Around that is a discussion that was occurred with Treasury as part of the formation talks for the establishment of the Executive, because Scotland currently has Crown Estate. I mentioned that to the UK Government, and they were certainly not amenable to the issue in terms of Crown Estate being then devolved to Northern Ireland. In relation to the first issue, I probably have to write back to you with a bit more details in relation to that Pacific River, so I want to make sure I'm giving you accurate information in response to your question.
Deputy Speaker, can the Minister tell the House how many Lochs Agency staff appointments required retrospective approval from the North-South Ministerial Council because they had been made before approval was obtained?
In relation to the staffing complement of the Lochs Agency, I recognise that the agency's staffing complement, last approved in 2006, no longer reflects current operational demands and needs to be reviewed. The agency has confirmed that it is currently operating within its approved complement as it employs 50 staff, which is 49 full-time equivalent, against an approved staffing complement of 53. The review of the agency's approved staffing complement is being undertaken in order to regularise this position.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes questions on the statement. I've received another notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members yet again that must be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. Minister, over to you.
Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 regarding the 30th North-South Ministerial Council Agricultural Meeting, which was held at the NSMC Joint Secretariat Offices, Armagh, on Friday the 15th of May 2026. Junior Minister Aisling Riley MLA and Junior Minister Joanne Bunting MLA and I represented the Northern Ireland Executive at the meeting. The Irish Government was represented by Martin Hayden TD, Minister for Agriculture, Food and the Marine. Minister Hayden chaired the meeting. The statement has been agreed with Junior Minister Riley and Junior Minister Bunting, and I wish to make it on behalf of us all. It was a very positive meeting and a lot of progress was made. I will now take each paper in the order that it was discussed. On the review of the work programme, the NSMC noted the continued implementation of the revised work programme in the agricultural sector, as agreed by the Council in May 2024, and the engagement between both administrations to review common challenges faced by the agri-food sector in both jurisdictions. Ministers noted that there is sufficient scope within the existing framework to facilitate cooperation on these challenges. On cooperation on animal health, the Council acknowledged the ongoing efforts by officials from both jurisdictions to strengthen existing cooperation on animal health and welfare. Ministers welcomed the close collaboration and engagement that has taken place during times of episodic disease incursions in both jurisdictions, including blue tongue virus and highly pathogenic avian influenza, to protect the high animal health status on the island. The Council noted the work underway in both jurisdictions to reduce the prevalence of bovine TB across the island and welcomed the development of the €11.7 million cooperation project to tackle bovine TB as part of the Shared Island initiative. On cooperation on plant health and pesticides, the NSMC welcomed the ongoing commitment of the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine and the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to proactively take steps to deliver the shared objective of achieving and maintaining good plant health status on the island. The Council noted the ongoing collaboration and sharing of expertise demonstrated through the UK and Ireland Plant Health Coordination Group meetings, hosted by DERA in August 2025 and by DEFRA in January 2026. Ministers welcomed the continued cooperation and the opportunities being explored for further joint research resulting from the DAFM visit to DERA in March 2026 and welcomed the continuation of joint DAFM-DERA simulation exercises to test plant health contingency plans in 2026. Ministers welcomed the continued cooperation regarding laboratory expertise, including the recent designation of AFBI laboratories by DAFM as an official laboratory to carry out analysis, tests and diagnosis of bacterial, nematode and fungal pests of plants and pesticide residues in or on food. The NSMC welcomed the continued collaboration on pesticides through the North-South Pesticides Group, as well as ongoing exchange of information on pesticide issues. The Council acknowledged the good collaboration between DERA and DAFM on research, innovation and bioeconomy. Ministers recognised the successful applications from Ireland and Northern Ireland on 9 projects funded under Horizon Europe, Cluster 6 in the food, bioeconomy and natural resources, agriculture and environment sectors. The Council noted the funding of 11 projects over the past 10 years under the US-Ireland R&D Partnership Agriculture theme. Ministers acknowledged the progress in funding joint projects in both jurisdictions under the DAFM thematic research calls, including 3 collaborating NI institutions participating across 6 projects. The NSMC welcomed the announcement of 2 awards of almost €4.5 million each to support the development of bioeconomy in the agriculture and marine sectors, with co-funding from the Government of Ireland's Shared Island Initiative, DAFM and DERA. The Council welcomed ongoing cooperation by DAFM and DERA to identify further opportunities for research collaboration under existing or new measures. The NSMC welcomed the ongoing cooperation between both administrations on addressing climate change and loss of biodiversity within the agricultural sector. Ministers acknowledged the cooperation between DERA and DAFM on the development of agri-environment schemes and agreed that officials from DAFM and DERA will continue to share experiences and lessons learned from the implementation of Ireland's Agri-Climate Rural Environment Scheme, particularly in relation to results-based payments and technology solutions. The Council noted the ongoing collaboration between DAERA and the Department of Rural and Community Development and the Gaeltacht in rural policy making, including through regular meetings of the North-South Rural Policy Forum. The NSMC noted the ongoing investment in rural communities, including through the Peace Plus programme, and welcomed the commitment between two jurisdictions to sharing learning on addressing rural isolation. The NSMC welcomed the important cooperation between both administrations and the ongoing work to improve farm safety. The Council noted the joint inspection campaign delivered by HSENI and HSA through the North-South Farm Safety Group to raise awareness of the dangers of working at height. Ministers welcomed the presentation by Embrace Farm and rural support on the services provided by them to farming and rural communities. The Council agreed to hold its next agriculture meeting in winter 2026, and I look forward to working with my counterparts in the South on all areas of cooperation in the agricultural sector. I commend the statement to the Assembly and welcome any questions.
And can I call on Daniel McCrossan? Daniel.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for the update. Minister, you described this as a very important meeting where a lot of progress was made, but when people across our rural communities here look at continued pressures on farm incomes, the ongoing bovine TB crisis, biodiversity decline and the lack of visible outcomes on the ground, they will ask us all a very simple question, specifically you as Minister. Where are the measurable results? Can the Minister point to a single concrete outcome from these meetings or others that he has had that will improve the day-to-day lives of farmers in rural communities beyond agreeing to continue these discussions and share such experiences?
In relation to your question, I believe in North-South cooperation. That's something that is of real value, and that's why I think it's important we do that. You're looking for specific examples. There's a shared island cross-border initiative in relation to TV. You're aware of the details around that, and it's important we continue to work on that. There's many issues that we continue to work on a North-South basis, and I'm committed to doing that.
I'm sure the Minister would agree with me that farming is not just a very important job, but it's also a very dangerous job. With around 50 fatalities in farm-related accidents over this last 10 years. Can the Minister give us an update in regard to any initiatives or any level of importance that's given to driving that number down to achieve zero deaths on farms in Northern Ireland?
Thank you, Robbie. There's a lot of work that's done by governments north and south, and that's done in cooperation with the farming sector. But one thing that was really key for this meeting was presentations from Embrace Farm and Rural Support in terms of the work that they also provide, and it's important that we continue to support them in that work over the time ahead, because collaboratively this is the way forward to address this critical issue. And it's not lost upon me that farming is a very dangerous profession, and it's important we all work together to address those concerns, because there's too many lives lost or people injured in relation to farming accidents, and the cooperation around this is absolutely critical, and that's why this meeting focused on that issue.
Minister, going back to the poultry litter issue, this is something I have repeatedly raised with yourself and the departments north and south. The fact that farmers here in the south want this poultry litter and farmers in the north want to export it, given the P-def surplus here and the P-deficit in the south, phosphate surplus and deficit. Has there been any discussion at ministerial level, Minister, to help resolve this issue, which actually would complement nutrient management right across the island?
I'm aware of the challenges, particularly in shared environmental services, in terms of the lack of response that is being given to queries being posed to the organisation. As a result, I had a productive engagement with Pilgrims, and I've requested a meeting involving both Pilgrims and myself and NEA officials with shared environmental services. They've agreed to that, and we're seeking to set that up as soon as possible, because we need to find a way through these issues. I know they're of real concern for the industry, and that's why I've stepped up, and I'm going to seek to engage with shared environmental services so that we can have a better response around these issues. You're aware that this doesn't sit just with one government department in the south. There's others in regards to this issue, so I'm going to seek to do what I can in regards to this. We've also invited NILGA along, because I'm very conscious that shared environmental services is on behalf of all the 11 councils, and there's a role for NILGA in terms of the cooperation and partnership working around this. So hopefully that's an update in regards to this, and we're seeking to address this at speed.
In relation to Peace Plus funding, I'm aware of Peace Plus projects looking at nature-based solutions to improve water quality on farms are being held up because of bureaucratic hurdles introduced by DERA in relation to state aid. Can I ask the Minister if he will ensure that these hurdles are removed to enable work to commence?
I'm concerned to hear about that, and I'm happy to engage with the member around that, because it's important we get that Peace Plus funding out in the ground to support the very good work that it's seeking to achieve. And if you're happy, the officials will follow up with you after this.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the statement, as well as the broad mention of animal welfare within the statement. Can I ask the Minister, in relation to that, if he can give us an update on cross-border cooperation on companion animal welfare?
Thank you, Mr Blair. There was a discussion around this, taking into account that my counterpart in the South, Martin Hayden, has recently published a bill in terms of dog breeding establishments. We have also done an expert-led review in regard to that, and that's been recently published. Officials are considering the recommendations within that, and we'll set out a way forward in the time ahead. We're very conscious of the need to safeguard animal welfare, including for companion animals, and the cross-border nature of this is an issue where we must cooperate in regards to the risks associated with people exploiting that land border, and we're going to continue cooperation in regards to this issue.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement this morning. Minister, given recent concerns that many have had even before Christmas in relation to blue tongue and the fact that we will most likely be entering a high vector period in the coming months, what engagement did you have with your colleagues at the NSMC in terms of an all-island approach to disease prevention and control, and if any, what has been agreed?
Thank you. So the issue of blue tongue, alongside other diseases, such as, for example, in terms of avian influenza, is something we seek to cooperate quite closely on because of the impacts across the island of Ireland. There is well-established and ongoing engagement between colleagues in DERA and DAFM on the prevention, preparedness and response to outbreaks of episodic disease, such as avian influenza and blue tongue. Officials from both jurisdictions maintain routine communication channels at both policy and operational levels. This includes regular meetings and information sharing to ensure that, where appropriate, an all-Ireland approach is taken. Both jurisdictions collaborate on horizon scanning through forums such as the All-Ireland Surveillance Forum, particularly for transboundary issues such as avian influenza and blue tongue. There's collaboration on contingency planning, including joint participation in simulation exercises and preparedness activities. In the event of outbreaks, including the recent outbreaks of avian influenza and blue tongue on the island of Ireland, there has been extensive engagement both north and south to ensure a coordinated response. This is more than just an NSMC meeting. This is ongoing between officials and also between myself and Martin Hayden as ministers.
Minister, in relation to the £11.7 million cooperation project to tackle bovine TB, is the Minister in a position to update the House about how that will prelude to wildlife management programme here in Northern Ireland, and obviously knows the significant impact that this particular strain of TB has had on local farmers? So will it include the culling of infected badgers with TB?
In relation to the bovine TB regionalisation research pilot, I was pleased to launch that with my counterpart Martin Hayden in Donegal in February of this year. This innovative cross-border project, supported by the Irish Government Shared Island Initiative and the UK Government's Transformation Funding, is intended to tackle the growing impact of bovine TB on farms in a pilot area which covers North East Donegal and part of the Derry City and Strabane District Council area. This is the first time a regionalised approach to this disease will be trialled on the island of Ireland, and will see a coordinated package of measures being undertaken. Subject to approval of the necessary licences, the pilot is expected to include further research into the use of test and vaccinate or remove approach to wildlife intervention, alongside enhanced cattle testing, strengthened movement controls and improved on-farm biosecurity. I understand that set survey work is progressing exceptionally well, and I've been delighted with the level of uptake and engagement from farmers in the area. Findings generated through this initiative will provide important evidence to inform future bovine TB eradication policy on both sides of the border. And I would say in conclusion, whilst the TVR is being used in this, it does not preclude or set a direction in relation to the wider policy in terms of wildlife intervention, which we're going to consult on in the next few weeks, and I would encourage people to respond to, so then we can take decisions on the back of that consultation.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, can I ask for an update on the UK-EU SPS agri-food negotiations and how this can benefit the island of Ireland and indeed the whole of the UK?
Thank you, Andy. So the island of Ireland is one single epidemiological area, has a very close relationship with the European Union, and the issues associated with Brexit have caused challenges. I welcome the fact that the UK Government is finalising negotiations with the EU in terms of a future SPS agri-food agreement. It is my hope that those negotiations can conclude in the next number of weeks, and then we can move towards legislating for that agreement. I've been engaging with the UK Government in regards to this, and I will continue to do that. There is perhaps two issues of concern as the negotiations seek to finalise, which is in relation to the matters associated with movement of fish and wine remaining outside the scope of the agreement. I'm concerned about that, and I'm concerned that will still require checks at points of entry into Northern Ireland from GB, and I will continue to engage with the UK Government in terms of resolution of that. The other issue that I'm seeking to address is seafood marketing standards. These issues in terms of an SPS agri-food agreement, the detail is really important, and that's what I'm going to continue to engage on to make sure this works for Northern Ireland.
You will be aware over the weekend of the good news in terms of the discovery of a curlew nesting in Northern Ireland, and you will also be aware of the 98% decline in that particular species since the 1980s. You may also be aware of the proliferation of foxes and other vermin in Northern Ireland. What are your concerns regarding the ongoing encouragement and safety of the curlew, and also methods in terms of dealing with verminous species such as the fox, who pose a real risk to our curlew population?
Question. What I'm going to do is focus on the positive. The positive is that if we give space in relation to nature and the environment, then we can see the recovery as you're seeking to report. I think that's really important, that we also support those initiatives through Peace Plus, and that's what the North-South Ministerial Council can be, but how we can cooperate and how we can see the return of the curlew. That's what we want to focus on.
Let's Carla and thank the Minister for his statement. Bovine TB costs the northern agricultural sector around €150 million a year, including direct departmental compensation costs and indirect costs to farmers. Minister, you highlighted the efforts to reduce the prevalence of bovine TB was discussed at the North-South Ministerial meeting. Did that discussion include wild deer, animals that are also transmitters of TB and ticks, and could you detail what measures are being adopted to control their movement?
I'm aware of the issue that you outline. It has more of a prevalence in the Republic of Ireland than it would have in Northern Ireland, as part of the consideration in relation to wildlife intervention around these issues. We have a blueprint for TB eradication, and we're continuing to deliver that. We're also seeking to cooperate on a north-south basis. When the consultation starts in relation to wildlife intervention, I encourage all members to constructively engage in regards to that.
Speaker, well, the €11.7 million bovine TB project includes consideration for Northern Ireland-wide badger cull, given the Republic of Ireland and indeed the GB's long-standing use of such measures, or will the North Antrim farmer who is outside the current pilot area simply get more paperwork from you while their herds continue to be destroyed by bovine TB?
As the member will be aware, during questions around this, we will shortly be commencing a consultation in relation to wildlife interventions across Northern Ireland. There will be an opportunity for people to give feedback in regards to that, and then for us to then consider commencement and drafting of legislation associated with this, with executive approval, and I encourage the member to engage in that consultation constructively, as he always does.
On the statement, we move on to the next item on the order paper, is the second stage of the Education Inspections Bill. I call the Minister of Education to move the second stage. Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the second stage of the Education Inspections Bill be agreed.
Okay. The second stage of the Education Inspections Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call on the Minister to open the debate on the bill. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to open this second stage debate on this critically important bill. It has been a long time coming. Indeed, Deputy Speaker, I first submitted an inspection paper to the Executive as far back as November 2024. And as far back as December 2023, the Independent Review of Education recommended that it should be an offence to wilfully obstruct any person authorised to make an inspection, as these recommendations aligned fully with established arrangements in England, Scotland, Wales and the Republic of Ireland, and followed a decade of disruption to school inspections. I assumed that they would not be politically contentious. And given that it would be simply bringing education into line with the basic standards of oversight we expect elsewhere in society, I hope that the bill could be passed in relatively short order. Clearly, the trade unions seek leverage in industrial relation negotiations, and they would be reluctant to undermine their position. But this is not a position that could credibly be supported by any elected representative. And if there has been a clamour to make inspection for nursing homes or prisons a voluntary process, then, Deputy Speaker, I must have missed it. Surely the safeguarding of our children and the quality of their education is at least as important as other walks of life that are subject to inspection. So the first draft of the bill included provisions which made obstruction of inspection an offence, just as in other jurisdictions. And this was not, as some suggest, an attempt to criminalise teachers, any more than a 30 miles per hour sign is an attempt to criminalise motorists, but to reflect the fact that inspection was not a voluntary process. The number of prosecutions in the history of the provisions in England, Scotland, Wales and the Republic of Ireland, 0. What that tells us is important. The law is not there to punish. It is there to set a clear expectation. Instead, their inspectors continued to inspect schools, identify safeguarding issues and schools needing improvement, whilst the quality of our children's education was left to chance. However, we operate in a system where political consensus must be achieved for legislation to progress, so I was prepared to look again at the arrangements. And as a result, I brought back proposals where there was no prosecution, but non-cooperation would constitute unacceptable professional conduct. While unique in these islands as a possible way forward, I was grateful that this approach commanded unanimous support from my executive colleagues and was agreed for introduction. And I want to put on record my appreciation for their support at the executive. Deputy Speaker, I was therefore more than a little surprised to read on social media that, having sought the changes I brought forward and endorsed this legislation at the executive, Sinn Féin was intending to oppose the very same legislation. Now, I know it's sometimes said that Sinn Féin has one policy north of the border and another in the south. But holding two conflicting policies at the same time in Northern Ireland has to be a first. Or perhaps Sinn Féin intend to fight the next election in the Republic on a platform of repealing inspection legislation in the south. That would be consistent. I can see the party slogan now for the safeguarding of children: see no evil, hear no evil. But turning a blind eye to failing schools and prioritising the interests of adults over children is a reprehensible policy, which is only made worse by now posing as the defenders of teachers against a bill that they previously endorsed. Is it any wonder they want to subcontract plans for United Ireland to a citizens' assembly when they can't even establish a consistent policy on inspection? How stupid do the members from Sinn Féin think teachers are? This legislation is, in my view, one of the most important opportunities we have in this mandate to making a lasting difference to education. It is a direct result of the action short of strike over the past decade. The need for legislation has been set out clearly and consistently by my officials at the Education Committee. I regret the fact that it is quite clearly the only way to address the matter. All efforts at negotiation to have inspection excluded from action short of strike have been unsuccessful, including in January of 2025, when there were no outstanding areas of disagreement between the ETI and the Northern Ireland Teachers' Council, at a time when the new model of inspection had been widely welcomed by stakeholders. Inspection was included in action short of strike. And if one union includes inspection, we've seen time and time again that the others are under pressure immediately to do likewise, or they lose members in a competitive market. The trade union response to the inspection consultation clearly stated that they objected to any proposal to remove inspection from the arena of industrial action. That now seems to be Sinn Féin's position as well. My department's efforts at a negotiated agreement have met with silence from the trade unions. A draft agreement prepared back in November 2025 remains unsigned and unanswered. So quite simply, in any scenario other than this legislation, refusal to participate in inspections will remain a feature of our education system. As in every other jurisdiction across the British Isles, the proposed separate statutory requirement is the only realistic and effective solution. We need a legal framework for inspection that guarantees consistent, independent oversight of educational quality, child protection and safeguarding that is fit for purpose and practical. This is not just my view, it's the view of the Northern Ireland Audit Office, who highlighted the significant cumulative impact of action short of strike. Until action short of strike was suspended last year, 3/4 of ETI inspections in the past 8 academic years had been impacted on action short of strike. To be clear, what that disruption means in those cases, it means that the ETI is unable to provide assurance to parents, carers, school communities and all stakeholders on the quality of education that is being delivered. It also means that in each and every one of those cases, the ETI has been unable to fully evaluate child protection and wider safeguarding arrangements, which is a core and critical protection for children. As a result of action short of strike, many schools have gone without meaningful inspection and therefore external scrutiny. Importantly, the support that is essential to driving improvement to make sure that children are safe and making progress in their learning. With the return of inspection, 10 schools have been identified as needing sustained external support through formal intervention process. They were the first schools to enter formal intervention and receive external support in the 8 years since 2017. And by way of comparison, in the 8 academic years before 2017, 80 schools received support. 13 other schools are also in follow-up, receiving support, and their improvement will be evaluated through progress inspection. To be clear, what does it mean when inspection is obstructed or cooperation is withheld? It means that there is no classroom observation of teaching and learning. Lesson plans, pupil data and individual learning materials are not shared. Staff have refused to meet inspectors, preventing evaluation of their training and awareness and understanding of key policies. Often questionnaires have not issued to pupils and parents, and their voice has not been heard. ETI is the only organisation that inspects arrangements for child protection. Sinn Féin and trade unions have contended that safeguarding was fully protected during action short of strike. This, quite simply, is not true. From 2017, the unions permitted sharing of safeguarding documentation only, but that's not sufficient. Read the inspection reports. They time and again state that during this period, ETI was unable to fully evaluate the outworking of safeguarding arrangements. To properly evaluate safeguarding, inspectors must hear directly from pupils and parents through questionnaires, observe classroom interactions, speak with designated teachers and governors, analyse pastoral data, and critically examine how policies operate in reality, not just on paper. Under action short of strike, almost none of that was possible. Only a consistent, unimpeded programme of inspection can provide the necessary assurances that unknown safeguarding issues are being identified and that robust child protection arrangements are in place in our schools. The facts, Mr Deputy Speaker, are deeply troubling. The Northern Ireland Office reported that in the 3 years prior to action short of strike, the ETI identified 37 schools where child protection arrangements were unsatisfactory. In the 5 years between 2020 and May 2025, that figure fell to just 8 schools. That's not progress. That is not improvement. That, members, should be a warning sign. Since full inspection has resumed, serious safeguarding failures have once again been identified. Schools found to have significant shortcomings in child protection provision. In those cases, ETI acted immediately, triggering intervention by the Child Protection Support Service for schools and conducting follow-up inspections within 6 weeks. In other schools, inspectors identified that child protection training had lapsed, putting pupils at risk and requiring urgent corrective action. And perhaps most powerfully of all, pupil questionnaires revealed that some children did not feel safe in school, and it was only through inspection that support could be put in place. That is the reality. Without inspection, those voices are not heard. Without inspection, those risks remain hidden. Without inspection, those children remain vulnerable. Without inspection, risk does not merely increase. It becomes unavoidable that schools requiring support may not be identified and that children may remain in environments where vulnerabilities go unseen. We know from bitter experience where that can lead. It has taken time to reach this point, but I am pleased that we can now have an open and transparent public discussion on legislation that goes to the heart of our approach to education. Inspection is fundamental. It is a cornerstone of every effective education system and an essential safeguard to the significant public investment we make, over £3 billion each year, to give every child the best possible start in life. The public rightly expects assurance that this investment is delivering high-quality education and that we are keeping children safe. When our education system falls short, the consequences extend far beyond the classroom. There are fundamental links between poor educational outcomes and unemployment, to greater demands on our health system, our benefit system and our criminal justice system. There are exponentially rising costs to society when education goes wrong, and the cost of educational failure is profound and far-reaching. Inspection is central to preventing that failure. It not only provides assurance, but it also actively drives improvement, identifying effective practice, supporting schools to raise standards, and ensuring that learning from the best is shared across the system. It also plays a critical role in shaping policy and targeting resources. Through both school inspections and wider thematic work, the Education Training Inspectorate provides a cross-sectional evaluation of our system. It can identify trends and phase insights such as oracy challenges in preschool and foundation stage, dive deeper into the delivery of specific parts of the curriculum, evaluate the impact of new education initiatives and assess the services that support our schools. It provides the evidence we rely on to take informed decisions and to support where it is most needed. Above all, inspection protects our most vulnerable children. It is the only independent mechanism that we have to assess safeguarding arrangements in schools and to ensure that those arrangements keep pace with evolving risks. It is also essential in evaluating provision for children with special educational needs, an area of exponentially growing demand and unaffordable provision. In short, effective inspection is not optional. It is indispensable. Yet the reality in Northern Ireland is that our legislative framework contains a critical gap. Unlike every other jurisdiction across these islands, we do not have clear legal provision to ensure cooperation with inspection. While current legislation requires schools to be open to inspection, it does not explicitly require cooperation. There are some who have argued that the present arrangements are already sufficient to require inspection, but that ambiguity has been exploited, allowing inspection to be drawn into industrial action and significantly impeded for over a decade. This is nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, to do with the right to strike. That right remains untouched. Nor does it affect the right to take action short of strike, which also continues. This is about one thing only: removing child protection and inspection from the arena of industrial leverage. Obstructing a statutory independent process designed to protect our most vulnerable young people cannot be considered as working to rule, nor can it be considered acceptable conduct. It should never have featured in directives from unions to an ethical and dedicated profession that's committed to reflecting on their practice and to continuous improvement. Such directives are damaging to the teaching profession, and I have worked tirelessly to provide equitable and significant pay offers to ensure our teachers are fairly remunerated for the excellent and tireless work that they do in our classrooms every day. I've invested in attracting and retaining this critical workforce, providing bursaries for hard-to-fill subject areas, and since taking up office, I have uplifted the starting salary of a teacher by a third. I have prioritised investment in professional development, from initial teacher training to the development of new and experienced school leaders. I commissioned an independent review of teacher workload and have published a comprehensive action plan which aims decisively to reduce teacher workload. And I will continue to ensure that my department and employing authorities look creatively and consistently at ways to reduce teacher and school leader workload in every single action that they take. And my flagship reform programme, Transform Ed, offers significant opportunities for workload reduction, and we are moving into the implementation stage, which will make this a reality. It'll take longer than 2 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, as question time begins at 1400, I suggest that the Assembly take its ease until then. The debate will continue after question time, and the Minister will continue with his remarks. Please take your ease. Thank you very much indeed.
Members, it's time for questions to the Minister of Education, and we will start with listed questions. I call Derby Hargey. Minister.
Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I'll answer questions 1 and 7 together. My department published the Integrated Education Demand, Evidence, Insights and Limitations report in April 2026 as part of the statutory arrangements under the Integrated Education Act of 2022. I'm clear in my commitment to meeting the obligations that are set out in the Act. I also recognise the strong interest from some parents and communities in accessing integrated education, and I remain supportive of parental preference in education. I have considered the findings carefully. At system level, there are more approved places than first preference applications at both primary and post-primary level. The data indicates that demand is uneven and highly localised, with pressure evident in a small number of schools and areas rather than across the system as a whole. Oversubscription at individual schools may reflect parental preference for particular institutions, influenced by factors such as admissions criteria, school reputation and accessibility. This reinforces that oversubscription alone is not a reliable indicator of wider system demand. Similarly, the existence of geographic gaps in provision does not in itself demonstrate unmet demand. However, as per other aspects of the report, this will inform areas of interest in which to focus further exploration in the pursuit of robust and consistent supporting evidence to inform decisions. Future demand reports will be important in strengthening that evidence base over time. The report will provide valuable insight for my department, the EA and the Council for Integrated Education, and I'll expect that they will prioritise areas where data indicates sustained and clearly evidenced demand, including assessing the viability of expansion, supporting proposals where appropriate, and ensuring alignment with area planning and financial sustainability considerations.
Thank you. Minister Hargey for a supplementary.
Thanks very much. And Minister, given the clear demand for both integrated and Irish medium education and the failure of the Department to support both, does the Minister accept that many families now see the DUP hostile to both integrated education and Irish medium?
Sure.
The member's wrong, categorically wrong in terms of the support of the Department towards integrated education. I've provided pathways and frameworks for schools that can become integrated. I've approved schools that have become integrated. But I challenge the member, how many schools from the Catholic maintained sector has she engaged with to become integrated? How many in your constituencies have you engaged with to become an integrated school? Because I'll tell you how many have actually transformed out of the over 70. One. You know the sector that overwhelmingly supports integrated education and transforms? The control sector. So I look forward to seeing Sinn Féin, SDLP and other members actively encouraging schools within their constituency in that respect. And on Irish medium, my track record's clear in supporting schools from Irish medium. New bills, protecting within the training inspectorate so that there isn't reductions, bursaries dedicated to them. I've done more for Irish medium than a Sinn Féin minister ever did.
You too.
Speaker, I should declare an interest, first of all, which is my child is at an integrated school. It happens to be an integrated school that the executive, led by you, Minister, took money off in terms of rebuilding it right at the beginning of the mandate in 2024. So I'll take no lessons in terms of standing up for integrated education. But I do want to ask you, Minister, you've just said that unmet demand is not an indicator of demand. Apparently, oversubscription is not an indicator of demand. And even, as in the case of Bangor, when parents do vote for transformation, that isn't a satisfactory indicator of demand. What do parents actually have to do in order to convince you and others in your party that there is demand out there for integrated education?
Sure.
A decision on integrated education in Bangor schools that the court ruled I was right and members in this House were wrong. Wrong when you voted through legislation that actually undermines integrated education. The member's wrong on the school that he just referenced. I didn't take money away from his school that his child goes to. I've gave money to that school to be built. If he wants to set the record straight, what minister approved that school to get the go-ahead? This minister approved it. Nothing from the member. No appreciation that I actually am the one who took forward the school that he's referenced on numerous occasions that his family attend. So if he's going to make accusations, may they be accurate and then reflect when this minister does take forward decisions, including in the school that his family attend, to build a new school.
Buckley.
The Minister has categorically demolished any of the sound bites from both Sinn Féin and SDLP in this regard. So getting back to the substance, some people have questioned the reliability of last year's admission survey. What does the Minister say in that regard?
Well, Deputy Speaker, it's correct to say that the survey results need to be understood in their full context, as they can give a different impression from standard population surveys. The survey reports that 31.2% of parents, regardless of the first preference they had already made, said they would have preferred their child to be educated at an integrated school. This reflects stated or counterfactual preference rather than observed behaviour. And this can be contrasted with actual admissions first preferences of around 8% at primary and 10% at post-primary, which represents realised choices within the constraints of the current system. It's also important to note that the survey sample appears to overrepresent those who have chosen integrated education, with 32.9% of respondents coming from that group. This is significantly higher than their share in the overall school population and suggests their views may carry disproportionate weight in the headline findings unless fully corrected through weighting. And in that context, while the survey provides useful insight into parental preference, actual enrolment figures remain a more robust indicator of realised demand within the system as it currently operates.
Nick Matheson.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I don't think I'll be able to weigh into the detailed nuances of that demand report and how it should be interpreted, but on a broader question of the legislative responsibility to aim to meet demand for integrated education, can the Minister outline when he's going to set out his roadmap and his plan to deal with those areas of unmet demand that he does accept exist in some areas?
So, Deputy Speaker, we have, working with NICE, published in terms of the strategy. We're taking that forward, and I engage regularly with NICE as I have met them on multiple occasions, including in the number of schools that I've taken forward. Rowandale Integrated Primary School in my own constituency will soon officially be opened. I look forward to attending that school. Priory Integrated College that I move forward in Hollywood, decision taken by me to approve the funding for that integrated school. And so I'll continue to work with the integrated sector as they seek to provide the best possible education to our young people.
Paul Jerry Kelly.
Question 2, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Transform Ed is a system-wide reform programme designed to address issues common across all sectors of education. Within this programme, the distinct and additional requirements of Irish medium education, particularly in relation to immersion pedagogy, curriculum design and assessment, are being considered. An experienced Irish medium practitioner has been appointed as lead advisor for curriculum reform to ensure that immersion-specific considerations are addressed within Transform Ed. This work will be informed by engagement with key Irish medium stakeholders, including Corrila Sculliucta, as well as learning from immersion education in other jurisdictions. Practical support for Irish medium schools is already in place. Through the £31 million of Teacher Professional Learning Fund, Irish medium schools are accessing tailored professional learning and development. And in addition, the Making Best Practice Common Practice programme has facilitated research-informed conferences with a focus on areas such as immersion pedagogy and Irish language oracy. Teacher supply is also being supported through a pilot initial teacher education bursary scheme with dedicated Irish medium post-primary places from September 2026. And progress has been made on assessment. Interim key stage assessment arrangements have been introduced from 2025-26 school year, with all Irish medium pupils in years 4, 7 and 10 participating. And in parallel, Irish medium numeracy assessments have been piloted and work is underway to develop a bespoke adaptive Irish language literacy assessment. Further bespoke work is underway regarding the curriculum. A dedicated Irish medium literacy framework is being commissioned, and progressive curricula for Irish, English and biliteracy will be developed, as well as bespoke immersion guidance, including on curricula adaptations where they are needed.
Supplementary from Jerry Kelly.
Thank him for his answer up to now. The Minister, given the serious staffing and resource pressures facing Irish medium schools, does the Minister understand why many people still see his proposal of AI lead approach as little more than a Google Translate solution instead of properly investing in the sector, and why this further reinforces the view that the DUP remains hostile to the Irish language?
Sir.
It's the added line now, isn't it, members? Deputy Speaker, it's just throw it out there and create this anti-Irish narrative that you want to ascribe to the DUP. This is a party in Sinn Féin, not for the first time, weaponising the Irish language, because they can't go to their electorate on the basis of anything they've actually achieved. A5, where is it? The list goes on. So what's the tactic now, Deputy Speaker? Let's generate the grievance politics. Let's use the Irish language, not for the first time, as a cultural weapon. People can see through that for what it is. I'll continue to support the Irish medium sector. I have visited many of their schools. I have supported them in providing bursaries so that we can address the teacher workforce shortfall that the member referred to. I have supported them in developing numeracy and literacy bespoke to the immersion of the Irish language. I'm supporting those Irish medium when it comes to the development of a curriculum, because the independent review identified that Irish medium schools were not being supported under the old curriculum and under Transform Ed. The policy that Sinn Féin continually want to oppose for the sake of opposition is actually giving preferential treatment to the Irish medium in order to develop a curriculum that's fit for purpose. That's why I've appointed an Irish medium lead advisor for curriculum reform, someone with over 25 years of experience within the Irish medium sector. So I'll continue, as I said that I would, be a minister for all sections within the Department for Education.
Call Karen McCullough.
Question number 3, please.
Deputy Speaker, ensuring every child with a statement of special educational needs has an appropriate school placement remains a primary focus for my department and the Education Authority. The EA has advised that it is continuing to engage with schools within the Irish medium sector to explore the development of specialist provision. The aim is to increase capacity and create sustainable pathways across all key stages, supporting pupils as they progress through school. 4 Irish medium primary schools offer specialist provision, all of which have approved pathways to Year 7. Bunscoil Phobal Férske in Belfast has 2 specialist provision classes, while Sculnun Férske, also in Belfast, operates 3 specialist provision classes, and Gulscoil Liam Awadi in Limavady and Gulscoil Docherty in Strabane both have 1 specialist provision class. The specialist provisions in all these schools are social communication, and I apologise if I've pronounced any of them in the incorrect manner. I did want to try. Currently, 1 Irish medium primary school offers specialist provision across all key stages. The remaining schools will be supported to implement additional pathways as their pupils progress through each stage.
McCullough for supplementary.
So thank you, Minister, for that response. Just to put on the record, I have a close family relative who is in need of a swim unit through Irish medium. They can't access it in North Belfast at all, and any ability to access bar P4 or P5 means they'll have to go to an English-speaking school. Irish is their first language. Will the Minister look at this, because it's a growing inequality, and I am absolutely sure that he would not be content with children who, with Irish as their first language, being discriminated against, particularly those with special educational needs statement or MAGOV.
Sure.
I am more than happy to look at the case that the member has referenced. It's not acceptable if the young person isn't able to continue through the medium of Irish in pursuit of their education. That is something that I do want to support, and particularly within special educational needs provision. It's a challenge for all schools when it comes to SPIMS. We seek to provide support for schools to do that, including financial support. So I don't know the specific reasons in respect of that school, if there are any issues around a constrained site. I don't know, I would only be speculating, but I'm more than happy to look into the individual case that the member has referenced.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Minister what oversight arrangements are in place to review decisions to establish new specialist provision in mainstream by the Education Authority?
Well, can I thank the member for that question? Because I know the issue of SEN placements and specialist provision is one that's very important to him and to all members. The EA maintains internal oversight through its senior leadership team. All specialist provision proposals are undergoing a consultation process over an 8-week period, engaging with relevant stakeholders, and they're published on the EA's consultation page. And the EA continues to work with all stakeholders when considering proposals in accordance with the established framework and strategic operational plans. A consultation report is presented then to the EA Strategic Planning and Policy Committee for approval of specialist provisions, and the EA provides a statement of assurance to the Department confirming that appropriate consultations has taken place. So I trust that will reassure the member in respect of the processes that are followed within EA, and of course my department continually engages with them around these issues.
All Aoife Finnegan.
Yeah, Kirsta Iver Ceathair le Hull. Question 4.
Deputy Speaker, St Patrick's Primary School in Crossmaglen was announced on the 8th of May of 2018 to advance in design under the School Enhancement Programme, otherwise known as ASEP. The scheme proposal for St Patrick's is to provide a new extension with a multi-purpose hall, refurbishment of existing buildings, new site access, traffic calming, revised car park layout and new pick-up and drop-off facilities. The project is well advanced and currently at the REBA Stage 3, which is the developed design. However, estimated costs for the scheme significantly exceed the SEP funding threshold, and my officials are working closely with the design team to review the costs and to identify any appropriate way forward that best meets the needs of the school. They will shortly be in a position to engage with the school and ensure that the project can then proceed to the final stage of design. And I've made funding available to progress SEP projects through the design stages to enable them to proceed to the pre-tender stage. A decision then to release projects to construction tender will be taken on a case-by-case basis, dependent on budget availability at that time. I'll continue to make the case for additional funding for education through the Executive to allow the much-needed projects such as the St Patrick's Primary School to progress to construction.
Aoife Finnegan for supplementary.
And I thank the Minister for his answer. And given the ongoing concerns raised by staff, parents and the wider school community at St Patrick's Primary School, Gaelscoil Fáideach Naofa in Crushmaglennon, and following representations made by my party colleague MP Dara Hughes directly to the Minister on this matter, can the Minister provide clarity on what specific steps are now being taken to progress the proposed redevelopment works and outline a time frame for any decision making or delivery?
The process obviously at this stage is at the stage 3 in terms of the design stage, but the costs have significantly increased beyond what a school enhancement programme would be for this particular school. We're working through as a department that process to make sure that we can then move to the next stage. So that work is being progressed. I can't give a clear timeline because some of that will involve feasibility around economic business case assessment, and if there has to be an adjustment in the funding associated with it, we'll need to go through the normal processes to seek approval, both within my department but also within the Department for Finance. What I can give an assurance to the member is that I want this school to be brought forward to the final end of stage 4 so that it is at the pre-tender stage. And then it's only, when I say only subject to finance, that is a significant challenge. But at least it is there awaiting finance to be released. It's not at that stage yet, but there will be no undue delay on the part of the department to try and take forward this project for the school.
Mr McNulty.
Lash Cancora, Minister, you've mentioned obstacles to the delivery of the new school enhancement programme at St Patrick's Primary School in Crossmaglen and associated Gaelscoil. Minister, what are the solutions that you and your department are bringing forward to see this much-needed extension delivered upon and helping our children progress in the best environment possible in Crossmaglen?
Well, the department has brought the school forward through the design stages. Members will know that a new build takes too long to get to the end of the construction phase, but before it gets into construction, it needs to go through the design process. It needs to have an integrated design team appointed to do that. St Patrick's has that. It is being developed and taken forward. Other schools are waiting just to have a ICT team appointed to them, and we're not able to do that because of insufficient capital funding. So the department will do all that it can to bring this forward to the point at which we're ready to go out to tender stage for a construction, but that will then be subject to finance, and there is a significant backlog of needs within the school estate when it comes to new builds and school enhancement programmes. But the school's not at that stage yet. Let's get it to that point where it is subject to finance in terms of proceeding.
Earl Brownlee.
Minister so far for his answers. Could he provide an update on the school enhancement programme throughout Northern Ireland? And if he had any specifics on East Antrim, that would just be helpful as well. Thank you.
Sure.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. The second call of the school enhancement programme closed to applications. It was back in February 2017, and there were 4 separate tranches of projects that were announced to proceed in planning. Final announcements that were made on the 5th of May 2020, and a total of 72 projects have been announced across the 4 tranches, and construction completed so far on 2 schools. ongoing in 3 schools. Procurement is underway for 5 schools, and construction procurement approval has recently been given for 9 schools that were at the stage 4 point in the process. There are a remaining 7 schools that are at the REBA stage 4, which is the technical design. There are still 7 schools at the REBA stage 3, which is the detailed design, and there are 11 schools at the REBA stage 2, which is the scheme design, and there are 26 schools at stage 1, which is technical feasibility, and there are 2 schools that are still at the scoping stage. I think, Deputy Speaker, that's give a flavour for members about the extent of the demands. That's why there hasn't been a call for new SEPs, and I would love to be in a position where I opened up for schools to put forward bids for school enhancement programmes, but we're not able to do that because of the significant pipeline of work that still needs to be taken through. Where I have been able to make some progress in recent announcements around SEPs and new builds, I have been able to do that within the funding envelope that is available to me, but I want to do more. I want to do so much more, but I am constrained with the capital allocation provided to my department in doing so.
Call Linda Dillon.
Question number 5.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm committed to continued and practical engagement with health colleagues to improve the outcomes for children and young people with special educational needs and their families. I regularly engage with Minister Nesbitt on matters that cross the education-health interface, and met last month to ensure that progress was continuing to deliver on the summer schemes. The collaboration between our departments is underpinned by the Children's Services Cooperation Act of 2015, which places a duty on all Northern Ireland Government departments and children authorities to cooperate, and in line with this, my officials continue to work very closely with their counterparts in the Department of Health, the PHA and the local health social care trusts on a range of issues that relate to special educational needs. Health colleagues were represented at all levels of governance during the end-to-end review of special educational needs, and this cooperation has continued in the development and implementation of the SEN reform agenda and delivery plan. Both departments face competing priorities and pressures, yet there is regular and constructive engagement to ensure that our work complements each other and to strengthen collaboration, all with a focus on improving outcomes for children and young people with special educational needs.
Dillon for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for the answer. Minister, I'm sure, like myself, you will have been approached by many parents and families whose children are not receiving the speech and language therapy, physiotherapy and occupational therapy that they need within our special educational needs, whether that be in the specific special schools or in SPIMS. Can you tell me, have you given figures, exact figures, to the Health Minister of the gaps, the required workforce in order to meet the needs by the allied health professionals for special educational needs? And if you have those figures, can we have them?
Well, Deputy Speaker, can I thank the member for the question, because it is one that is raised with me whenever I visit, particularly those special schools, around the withdrawal of allied health professionals, whenever we need to be increasing the number of allied health professionals within those settings, not least speech and language communication challenges that exist. Obviously, we have made some progress in terms of a joint education, health and oversight group. That is something that directly engages between the 2 departments around how we can provide that multidisciplinary specialist support for children with SEN. And it's something that, when it comes to the local impact teams, which has had its problems, but the underpinning approach to that is the right one in terms of getting those professionals, both educational and health, to be able to make that intervention. That is something that we have been working with the Department of Health. I will seek to provide the member with specific data in terms of the numbers, if that is something that has been identified within the EA or the department as to what precisely is needed. I'll seek to provide that to the member.
Jerry Carroll.
And grandparents of St Teresa's Primary School in West Belfast recently about trying to extend the speech and language unit beyond Key Stage 1, and for some inexplicable reason it doesn't exist beyond that in that school, but it does elsewhere. Had a very productive meeting with the EA recently who are open to looking at that. Has this came across your desk currently, and if it hasn't, would it be something you'd be keen to look at exploring? Thank you.
I'm happy to look at it. St Teresa's is a school that I've been able to visit. I know they do hugely significant work and is one of those schools that have led on establishing SPIMS and is a model of best practice for many other schools to look to in terms of the way in which they have made that available. And also the principal in St Teresa's is someone who's deeply valued within my department. He sits on my principal's panel and is part of the Transform Ed work that we're taking forward. So it is a school that I'm familiar with. I'm happy to look into the particular issue because I know it certainly wouldn't be an obstacle on the school's part. And if there are inhibitors outside of the school in terms of preventing this work from taking place, I'm happy to look into this and I'll correspond with the member in due course.
Minister, you'll be aware of the disparity that exists for non-statutory preschool settings in the support services that they can access for children with special educational needs. Minister, how will you address this issue to ensure that no child misses out on accessing the right support? Thank you.
Minister.
So one of the things that we did introduce for those preschool settings has been some additional funding whereby they could employ an extra member of staff so that they weren't waiting for a statement of educational need, because often they're the first point at which it could be identified that the young person that's come into the school has a requirement, and by the time they've went through the process they often will have left the nursery setting or the preschool setting. And that's a lost opportunity to make that earlier intervention. And so part of the social inclusion fund that we took forward within the department was to provide some additional support, and I'm pleased in those preschool settings that aren't statutory that I have visited, they have identified that this has been something that has been very transformative in enabling them to provide support to those young people. So where we can do more, we should do more. We have made efforts to provide additional support for those preschool non-statutory settings, and I'm glad that it has been making an impact for those young people.
Julie Middleton.
Is the Minister and/or your department engaging with the Minister of Health and his department to ensure that summer schemes will operate this year with adequate nursing support?
Minister.
Well, thank the member for that question. And obviously we recognise the importance of this being taken forward. I have met with the Minister for Health to discuss this as recently as on the 11th of May. That was to discuss the progress in respect of the arrangements that are being made, including what health support is required to enable those schemes to operate. And just to assure the House, officials from both departments continue to engage regularly, and weekly meetings are held with the Department of Health in respect of the nursing provision that is required to enable these schemes to go ahead. And the EA is also holding a weekly project board to oversee the delivery and the progress that's being made. So this is a live operational issue, and it's one that I'm continuing to closely monitor.
Alan Chambers.
Your question 6.
Minister will be asking for a brief answer, if that's okay with you.
Okay, and I was grouping questions 6, 10 and 12 together, so apologies, I don't think I'll get to interrupt you for the response. But as all three questions relate to the latest position on the Department's mobile phone free pilot scheme, this response addresses those questions. The mobile phone free pilot in 9 post-primary schools across the province formally concluded at the end of March this year, and I want to sincerely thank all of those school leaders who engaged on it. And they have provided feedback, and it has been hugely positive. And there is also an independent evaluation being carried out by King's College in London, and the benefits of it, I believe, will be clearly articulated as to why this has been a very important scheme. One that when I attended St Ronan's for their official opening, one of our largest schools in Northern Ireland with 1,800 pupils in Lurgan, the principal and the staff highly commended this intervention and spoke about the transformative nature of it within their school environment for many different reasons. I'm conscious of time, though, Deputy Speaker.
Minister, thank you for complying with the tight time frame very much. I appreciate it. That, members, ends the period for listed questions. We move to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Cara Hunter.
Minister, last week I attended the Unison event in Dungiven about a campaign for classroom assistants in Northern Ireland. Many had said they feel very strongly they want to see an end of term time contracts and move towards 52-week pay. Some women I spoke with, Minister, voiced that they'll get their last paycheck late May and won't get the next one until late October. I feel that's truly scandalous. Minister, can you tell the House when our classroom assistants can expect fair contracts?
Sure.
Well, Deputy Speaker, it's an issue that is really important to staff that are impacted. Whilst these contracts will have been established with the individual schools that carry out the recruitment, and some of them will be term time, others are over the 52-week period, and I know there's been requests that have been made to move to that 52-week period, but because of the current budgetary challenges within the Education Authority, they haven't been able to move forward on some of those, despite the school making a clear business need and justification for that. I don't think that is an acceptable position. I believe our classroom assistants should be supported. That's why we've identified clear pathways to enhance the opportunities for those classroom assistants, and it's something that when it comes to the employment practices, I know EA have been working on providing a better employment contract arrangements for those classroom assistants, but there is a variance, some of that for good reason, but where people want to move towards a 52-week, that is something that I know EA want to facilitate, but the current budgetary challenges are being inhibitive for that.
Hunter.
Thank you, Minister. When I was speaking with the classroom assistants, I was really actually quite shocked about the variety of jobs that they do. Some are a listening ear, others are feeding children, others are changing them, and so much more. Given that there are over 22,000 classroom assistants holding up our SEND support system, can the Minister detail what proper career structure he can bring in for classroom assistants, such as accredited training, recognised qualifications and pathways for progression?
Sure.
Deputy Speaker, that we want to do, and there was a report that had been commissioned and completed which identified the kind of challenges the classroom assistants face, but also spoke about how they very much desire that professional opportunity to develop their skill set, where they can become teaching assistants and potentially even teachers. How do we create that opportunity? So we need to find a way to support the existing classroom assistants to ensure that where they can professionally develop, we enable them to do that. And we also need to be able to find ways where if they want to do more than being a classroom assistant, how can we enable that? Because some that I have spoken to have said that the only way for them to become a teacher is to finish their job, lose their job, and go into teaching training. And if you're committed financially with supporting family and all of those household bills and so on, very difficult to be able to give up that classroom assistant job. So that is something that we want to help in terms of the professionalisation of classroom assistants, and there are plans within EA as to how we can best do that, including how we best support ultimately those children with special educational needs, and that is the priority, to make sure that we have the right model to support them.
Glenn McAleer.
Could the Minister tell the House what his department is doing to address the serious lack of SEN early years provision in West Tyrone? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, when it comes to addressing the SEN issue, it's one that's been well documented. How do we get earlier information so that, for example, health professionals will know through health visits that can take place, are there any issues around the development of that child? But how are we sharing, or in my view not sharing, that information with the Education Authority to enable them proper planning to take place? It's part of the work that I commissioned to carry out around assessment, that we need to know from 0 to 3 in those early years what are the needs and how can we make that intervention. So as part of the early year learning childcare strategy, funded through the executive ring-fenced support, we have made interventions in those early years to try and support organisations, not least like Sure Start, in many of our deprived areas, so that they can make earlier interventions. But this is an area that is continuing to grow in terms of the need, and we need to be able to do more. We have started to provide support, but the pressures are clearly there when it comes to establishing the provision within early year settings as to how they can accommodate children who have the right to be supported.
Clear.
Thank you, Minister. My office, and indeed the office of my colleague Orla Begley MP, and indeed all representatives in West Tyrone have been contacted by families who have had to travel considerable distances outside the constituency to access specialist education for the young children. The Minister agree that this is very disruptive for the young people, cost to the families, and is at odds with the Department's statutory responsibilities under the Rural Needs Act and other equality legislation? Thank you.
There's no doubt that there needs to be more in terms of supporting our young people. That's why the £55 million that was ring-fenced for the early learning childcare strategy in the draft budget that was published, it only stood still at £55 million, which in effect is a cut. I've put forward a paper now to the Executive. It requires £75 million, so we need that to be increased by £20 million. Not just to continue the support, and that includes organisations like Bright Start. It includes organisations in those early years when it comes to SEN. For us to be able to do more and expand that provision, I've identified a need of £75 million. That's currently before the Executive. I trust that the First Minister will clear that paper so that we can have a decision to allow that funding to be released to my department, and then that will enable me to work with those early providers that the member has referenced in not just West Tyrone but in other constituencies that require this support.
Well, Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, Minister, I obviously am out quite a bit of my constituency in the sort of Four Winds Carryduff area, and there continues to be hundreds and hundreds of houses being built, obviously very attractive to young families who will inevitably be requiring post-primary provision. Could you please provide an update on any future additional provision in that space for that community? Thank you.
Sure.
Well, obviously where there is new additional housing, that needs to be identified as part of the basic area planning processes followed out by the EA. So they need to be, not just as the Managing Authority for Controlled Schools, but CCMS. They need to be tracking what is the demographic changes. Some of that is a reduction, but as the member highlights, where there's new housing being built, that will create then a pressure. And how is that need going to be met? And that is a challenge, because there have been examples where schools have been built in anticipation for new housing, which then didn't materialise, and new schools were built but actually still have not reached the appropriate pupil enrolment. So there's a fine balance in making provision in anticipation of new housing and new children that will be living there, and making sure you meet the need in the here and now. So that is part of the area planning process that the managing authorities have responsibility for.
Thank you for your response. I suppose I'm a little bit concerned that these houses are not just anticipated, but they're currently being built and being occupied. And I just wondered, there was some talk about a new school in that sort of mid-down area, and I was just wondering, is your department actively involved in trying to push for a new build there for the people of that area? Thank you.
Well, I think that's slightly further away than up in the Newtonard side, and I was in a primary school in Newtonard's Castle very recently, and they were talking about the new housing and that creating now more young people that are coming to the school, but that is one that a new build was built without the housing having followed, and so there was a shortfall in numbers, but that has now changed, and it's a very healthy pupil enrolment. So where there are schools that are wanting to take forward proposals, of course the department is working with them. The mid-down one is slightly different in respect of that. I believe it's an integrated proposal, but there's already existing provision that's being met within the current facilities, but that is an ongoing piece of work that is being taken forward by those who are involved in that particular school, and where it is appropriate for my department to be engaged in that, of course we will be.
Well, Harry Harvey.
Could the Minister provide an update on his proposals to address workload pressures on teachers?
Well, can I thank the member for the question, because from taking up ministerial office, addressing teacher and school workload for teachers and leaders has been a central priority, and I firmly believe that supporting the teaching profession is essential to retaining our talented teachers, sustaining strong school leadership and ensuring long-term stability. Previous attempts to address excessive workload have not delivered sustainable change. That's why I appointed an independent panel in May last year. It undertook a comprehensive review of teacher and school leader workload. It provided robust, evidence-informed assessments of the pressures facing the profession and set out 27 recommendations for change across the system. And on the 28th of April this year, my department then published a workload action plan which translates those recommendations into practical, deliverable and time-bound measures. That plan addresses each of the 27 recommendations. Importantly, the plan also includes a number of significant measures that go beyond the panel's recommendations. These include the provision of additional administrative support for schools and the full rollout of generative AI to streamline routine tasks. So taken together and alongside our continued commitment to partnership with the NITC and the management side, I believe that there is a very clear plan that represents a comprehensive and forward-looking response to those workload pressures, and it reflects a significant and sustained investment, particularly in the context of the current budgetary pressures.
Can the Minister outline whether these measures have a financial cost, and if so, Minister, how much?
Sure.
Some of them do, but there's a number of the recommendations need to be taken forward just to release the pressures that are on our teachers in terms of information that is being requested. What I would say to the member and to others, I've identified those workload pressures, some of which the trade unions were incapable of actually identifying, and I identified them by setting up a panel with their agreement, and they had a representative on it. We gathered evidence. We made 27 recommendations, which I'm taking forward, but you have to work your way through those recommendations. There is no way to deliver reduced workload and address the pressures by, one, retaining the status quo of a system that is not effective through the current curriculum, qualifications, assessment practice. Transform Ed, therefore, needs to be worked through. But secondly, you can't strike your way out of workload. By refusing to engage, by refusing not to work through these issues, you are stuck with the status quo. And so we need to find a way to work through this. I believe we have the right plan, and people need to put their shoulder to the wheel in order to take that forward, and then it will improve in terms of the pressures on our school leaders.
Minister, could you provide an update on school places for the 26-27 academic year for those living with additional needs?
Minister.
It's an issue that I deal with weekly, and I've made various processes in identifying schools, writing to schools, seeking their cooperation to see if SPIMS can be established. That work is ongoing in terms of trying to address the needs. What I can say that this year is a better picture than last year, and that was a better picture than the previous year. And when I came into office, there was a very significant pressure in terms of SEN placements, and we have worked through improving the processes to identify the needs, and we're also doing that in a much more difficult environment where we have less schools available to us in order to flex them around specialist provision and also within our special schools. So what I can assure the member is progress is being made. There are still challenges there, but we are in a better place this year than we were in the previous 2 years, and I would be confident that by the time we get to September, every child should have a placement provided to them.
Reynolds.
Thank the Minister for his response and acknowledge the work that he's doing on a weekly basis, as you said, Minister. Minister, what action will you be taking in the coming weeks to ensure that no child will be left without a place in September?
The action that we have been taking has been to identify the key areas of need across the province, and it fluctuates dependent on the specific need in each locality. We have reached out to those schools. EA have been engaging with those schools, and that is proving productive. So that work will be ongoing. Obviously, when it comes to establishing then the specialist provision, we provide support for schools to do that, and those schools need to have confidence that they also will be supported by the EA when they make their schools available. But this is something that all of us have to try and help address. It can't be left to the 26% of schools that currently are available. That means that there are a significant number of schools that we need to be able to access so that collectively we provide the best possible support. Otherwise, the case that we heard earlier from a member that they couldn't get their child placed in their own local school, potentially with another sibling from the same family, and then are travelling excessive distances to another school who is able to provide support. So we need to be able to provide that support in every locality and help meet the needs of those children with SEND placements. I can only assure the member everything that I can do, my department can do and EA can do is being done. I believe we are in a better position this year than previous years, and I am confident that we will be in a position where every child will have a placement for September. Some may require contingency arrangements in order to support them, but we should be in a position where placements are being allocated and provided to those children.
Thank you, Minister. Members, time is up for education questions. Take your for a moment for a change at the table. Thank you.
Okay, members, move to questions to the Minister of Finance, and I call Stephen Dunn.
Speaker.
There are currently no projected cost overruns for major IT projects managed by my department.
Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, too, for that detailed answer as well. The Northern Ireland Audit Office recently reviewed 29 major IT projects right across our government departments with an estimated cost of $5.2 billion, with your department's 6 key projects costing approximately $1.12 billion. What will you do, Minister, to tackle delays in replacing outdated IT infrastructure, and do you believe is this value for money?
In fairness, Mr. Dunn, I answered the question you asked me. To ask the Minister of Finance to outline any projected cost overruns for major IT projects managed directly by his department. And as I've said, there are currently no projected cost overruns for major IT projects within my department. The matters to which he refers are matters for the departments involved. And it is a matter for the senior accounting officers and the Minister and relevant officials in those departments to manage those projects.
Daniel Crossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, your department signed off on a £125 million contract with Fujitsu for the LPS Nova programme. It was due to be completed under your mandate before the end of next year. It's missed its completion date. Can you tell us when the project will be completed and guarantee it will be before this mandate ends?
I'm happy to come back to the member with more detail in regards to that matter. As I've said at the start, currently there are no major IT projects overruns or cost overruns for major IT projects within my departments. In terms of time slippages, etc., in relation to that project, I'm happy to come back to the member on that.
Paul Fruit. With the Speaker's permission, I intend to answer questions 2, 10 and 12 together. The Executive needs sustainable long-term funding that allows us to plan, invest and deliver. I have and continue to make the case, including through ongoing engagement with the Secretary of State, for fairer funding for public services and the investment required to grow our economy. In my engagement with both the Treasury and the Secretary of State, I have highlighted that while the interim fiscal framework has supported our funding close to our 124% level of need, evidence has shown that we are not funded fairly when compared to Wales and Scotland. If the Executive were funded to the same levels, it would mean an additional circa £1 billion and £3 billion per annum, respectively. Funding for the Executive has only managed to meet its levels of need through the provision of one-off packages in recent years. That is not a sustainable or equitable position to continue. The Executive recognises that we have a role to play in improving efficiency in how we deliver public services, but we need to be properly funded to enable transformation to take place. Mr. Free.
I thank the Finance Minister for his answer. Can I ask the Finance Minister, he outlined there what he thought the need was, the levels of the need and the amount of need. So what actually has he, as the Finance Minister, actually asked of the Treasury? Can he put a figure on it? And given the fact that he's having difficulty agreeing a budget with his colleagues in the Executive, is there any way that he could release capital so at least new builds could commence?
I have outlined to the Secretary of State and in writing to the Treasury that when I compare our funding package to that of Scotland and Wales, As I said in my substantive answers, Scotland is funded somewhere in the region of £3 billion over its level of need. Wales is somewhere in the region of £1 billion over its level of need, and we are funded at need. So I've said to the Treasury that they need to examine those figures and ensure that this place is properly funded going forward. But it's clear from the figures that we're not being fairly funded, that those who pay taxes here are not having a fair return on their taxes. In relation to the release of capital, my Permanent Secretary has written to all Permanent Secretaries across departments, setting out an estimated funding package over this period of time, and within that is capital as well. So departments can release a certain amount of capital for projects, particularly those which are executive flagship projects and other ones which have contracts committed.
Ms. Dennis.
Not for the first and probably not the last time, the British Government has characteristically been preoccupied with its own leadership wrangles in Westminster than ensuring a fair funding package for the Executive here. So, Minister, could you outline what engagement you've had with the British Government and how you plan to engage with them going forward on this issue?
I've had several meetings with the Secretary of State in regards to this matter. The Executive has also corresponded with the Secretary of State and the Treasury, and we just in the last number of days have received a response from the Secretary of State to our position from the Executive, which we will have to study and respond to in due course. There has been a distraction as a result of the ongoing wrangles within the Labour Party, and I think there now needs to be a focus from the British Government on this issue. They need to come down or come and sit with us, have a proper discussion, engage with us around the needs of public services here and how we properly fund public services and support our economy in those levels comparable to Scotland and Wales.
Peter McReynolds.
Minister, could you set out what the likely consequences for our public services would be if you fail to reach agreement with the Treasury and secure executive approval for a draft budget?
In the absence of a budget, the member will be aware that we're currently operating on 45% as set out in the vote for account. If we still have not set a budget by the end of July, then the Department of Finance's Permanent Secretary can issue permission to departments to spend 95% of last year's total budget and cash holdings. So the most preferred option and the option forward is to agree a budget. But for that budget to be agreed, it's going to have to be properly funded and resourced from the British Government.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, can I just double-check as a point of fact? You have just confirmed that if the Executive does not or will not agree a budget, we can all want, and we do want, for the UK Government to engage with you. They're in chaos at the minute, so whether they're focusing or not is anyone's guess. But if a budget is not agreed, it will be an automatic 5% cut imposed by the Executive on public services. Is that a fact?
The context in which you put it, I wouldn't put it in the same context as being fact, but the procedures are quite clear. Up until the end of July, we have 45% vote on account. After that, the Permanent Secretary can give permission for 95% of last year's budget and cash to be spent. That will result in less spending power for departments this year. I'm fully focused on ensuring that we get the proper funding from the British Government and that and allow the Executive to set a budget which will not only make our public services sustainable, but will also allow us to carry out the programme of transformation that is required.
Declan Kearney. Minister.
I was pleased to sign the Causeway and Coast and Glens growth deal on the 28th of April 2026 on behalf of the Executive, underlining our collective commitment to delivering for the region. This represents a £72 million investment across 9 projects, funded equally from both the Executive and the British Government. Funding from Council and other deal partners brings the total investment to £129 million. The capital injection will support a strong portfolio of transformative projects right across Causeway, Coast and Glens, focused on innovation, regeneration, tourism and infrastructure. The projects are designed to deliver real practical benefits for people and communities. The most advanced projects in the growth deal are the Centre for Food and Drug Discovery a leading-edge industry-facing facility which will position the North as a global hub for drug discovery, food innovation and health research, and the Coleraine Leisure and Wellbeing Centre, which will enhance health and well-being, strengthen the visitor offer for the region, and also support town centre regeneration in Coleraine. Other exciting projects across the borough include Bushmills Regeneration Programme, Dungiven Regeneration Programme, and Cushendall Innovation Centre, and the Port Royce to Giants Causeway Greenway.
Mr. Kearney.
Minister, that's fantastic news for the East Derry, North Derry and North Antrim region. Can you give us some sense as to whether the growth deal itself has set out projections in relation to employment generation, overall regeneration, and the benefits that will accrue to the local population living in that part of the North?
I don't have the full details of those projects in front of me, but I'm happy to share them with the member. But it's quite clear that when you look at the list of projects that the Causeway Coast and Glens growth deal is going to bring forward, that it has been used in a way which is going to increase the economic powerhouse of that place, and ensure that when you have a look at innovations such as the food and drugs issue for Ulster University, the Food Innovation Skills Centre at North West Regional College, which I had an opportunity to visit and have further discussions with staff when I visited the college for the launch of the programme. All these innovations ensure that local businesses in that area have access to the highest level of innovation and research and marketing that is available anywhere, and that in itself will sustain those businesses, sustain the current jobs they have, and create further employment in that area.
Maurice Bradley.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, it is indeed good news for the Coleraine area and the Causeway Coast and Glens. But could the Minister tell me what engagement his department has had with the Causeway Coast and Glens to ensure that inflationary pressures and rising construction costs do not cause delays, scaling back or cancellation of key projects within the growth deal?
There is regular engagement between the partners in regards to the growth deal and the planning and delivery of those growth deals. Inflation and other pressures are always bearing down on any projects they're involved in, and we have an envelope of funding here for delivery. As I said in previous answers, I'm continuing to engage with the British Government around receiving proper funding for this place, but at the moment the City and Growth Deals funding is what it is.
John Egan.
4, please.
Sir.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 4 and 14 together. Around 30,000 businesses from a tax base of 75,000 already receive a reduction of between 20% and 50% through the Small Business Rates Relief Scheme, which has been extended to the 26-27 year. Many of recipients of this support are currently operating our town centres. Last year's review highlighted there was an appetite for enhanced support to be delivered to small businesses. For this reason, I set aside around 10 million for an enhancement of the scheme within the draft budget. My proposals would see the number of recipients increasing, including businesses operating in town centres. It would also enhance the level of support provided to recipients across the scheme. These matters remain subjected to the completion of the budget process. Once this process concludes, I will bring forward proposals to the Executive for the further expansion of small business rates relief support and an increase in the number of recipients. Should approval be granted, these measures will be applied retrospectively. In addition to the existing small business rates relief scheme, my department has also recently extended the Back in Business and Rural ATM scheme, which also provides valuable support to our town centres.
Ms. Egan.
Minister, I note that you mentioned you'd set aside £10 million for the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme. However, that draft budget hasn't been agreed by the Executive, which I'm sure you know. But if that budget isn't agreed, then how are you going to ensure that support can be delivered by the end of this mandate?
It once again highlights the importance of us being able to agree a budget. And as I've set out, the Executive, when it is given the ability to do so, sets out measures to support not only our public services but our local businesses and our economy. But I'm appealing to the British Government is to give us the proper resources to continue to do that work. Even though our budget is limited in the next year, I have set aside that £10 million because I do believe that our small, medium enterprises are the backbone of our local economy and require support. But I do understand why other ministers have hesitations around agreeing a budget at this stage without further support. But it has to be the focus, and I know it is the focus of the Executive, it has to be the focus of the British Government as well, in getting a budget agreed. Another reason for agreeing it is to release this £10 million out to small businesses.
Stuart.
We're going to thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, you'll know that many of our town centres and villages are on their knees, and many independent retailers that I speak to are running to stand still to pay their bills. They also feel that they're paying a premium to be in town centres, even though the footfall simply isn't there. Shopping habits are changing. What more can you, as the Finance Minister, do to support our independent retailers and alleviate the burden of town centre rates?
As I set out in my original answer, we are providing substantial support to our small and medium-sized businesses. I think it's in value, in monetary value, it's around £250 million of support. I have further proposals in front of the Executive, and I want to go out to even further discussions around how we can help our businesses expand physically and not have as much of a burden on the rates on them in the first year. So I will continue to examine options available to me within the limited powers we have, within the limited financial resources we have, because I do recognise the importance of supporting our small and medium-sized enterprises.
Cathy Mason.
Minister, you mentioned a number of positive schemes from your department there. Could you provide us an update on your proposals for the introduction of a business growth accelerator?
Yes, a consultation will be launched at the end of this month, and it will run across the course of the summer. Views will be sought from stakeholders during the summer on the possible introduction of this policy, largely based on the Scottish model. The process will run over the summer, and then hopefully policy and support will be introduced later in the autumn or towards the end of the year. And this is about allowing businesses to expand, physically expand, build extensions on or physically expand the business, and giving them a rates holiday in the following year, so to allow them to absorb the costs of the initial investment in relation to the construction. Then you will have your rates holiday for a year, which will hopefully act as a buffer for that and an encouragement for others to invest, and then move to the rates the following year after that.
Good. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, both yourself and your predecessor announced or spoke of the need for an entire strategic review of our rates system. Now, today you've pointed out, I suppose, your intent to continue and expand some schemes which will be welcome, but can you highlight a single change that has actually been made to how our rating system has worked since then?
There needs to be a collective strategic approach to this matter, and that needs to happen across the Executive to ensure that we do deliver the changes that are required to our rating system, whether it's to domestic rating policy or whether it's to non-domestic rating policy. And I have one paper with the Executive, and another one will be on its way after this consultation as well. I've injected the £10 million into the draft budget. So I can only bring matters so far, and others around the Executive table have to look on this as a strategic way forward as well. I fully accept, and in fact I've been quite clear from the outset, that this place is not properly funded by the British Government. But there are measures we can take ourselves to support our small and medium enterprises and support domestic ratepayers as well, and that requires decision and leadership.
Emma Sheeran.
I'm committed to legislating on this issue, and officials have commenced work on the detailed policy development that will be required to include provisions similar to Jade's Law, which has been enacted but not yet implemented in England and Wales. I'm very aware of the devastating impact that such circumstances can have on children and their wider families, and the additional trauma that is caused where an offender continues to attempt to exercise parental responsibility. I am committed to legislating to make a meaningful difference to the lives of people here. Whilst Jade's Law is on the statute books in Britain, it has not been enacted some 2 years later,
due to the various agencies and stakeholders involved with the reforms and the associated legal and operational complexities, we can and will learn from there and elsewhere. Rather than rush the bill of this importance through and then await for implementation, I have asked officials to consider this in tandem and work that will be required to commence any legislation. In that regard, I have already liaised with the Justice Minister, as reform will have an impact on the family and criminal judicial system. I have also asked officials to consider other aspects of parental responsibility reform and potentially other private family law matters that could form part of a wider bill that could assist a wide range of people. I expect that policy development will lead to consultation on a number of issues later this year and allow work to commence on drafting of this important bill in the early part of 2027. I expect the bill on this to be one of the earlier pieces of legislation that will be considered by an incoming Executive and Assembly next year.
Ms. Sheeran.
Thank the Minister for his answer.
Thank you for the work that you've done on this highly important piece of legislation. Could I ask what engagement you've had with campaigners to date? I know you've outlined the fact that you want this to be done properly.
I've met with Women's Aid and other campaigners in relation to this matter, and I've had quite a substantial amount of correspondence in regard to this matter, and it is quite clear there is a need and a demand for these changes to take place. I would like to be in a position to bring legislation through much earlier, but on reflection, I think it's only right and proper that we go through the process in a detailed way and that we learn from the issues that have affected the implementation of this law in England and ensure that when we do introduce the law, that it is implemented immediately and it is workable and results in the outcomes which we wish to see in this matter.
Dan Forsyth.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his commitment on progressing Jade's Law in Northern Ireland. Minister, with the high levels of femicide in Northern Ireland, coupled with the long delays in getting cases to court, when Jade's Law would be brought forward, if it replicates GB, it wouldn't actually be activated until the person is convicted. So if you've got little children whose mother has been brutally murdered, they're in devastating circumstances, to have to wait a couple of years till that gets to court to possibly have an answer on it seems really unreasonable. And I just wonder, Minister, what other measures are there available through the family courts in that very instantaneous moment where those children are faced with that?
These are all measures and issues that I think the current engagement with my officials are doing and looking at how we progress this matter are all the questions that need to be answered and looked at and interrogated and brought forward through legislation if it is possible. I'm conscious that under the current legislation everyone is innocent until found guilty, and so therefore that will have to be reflected in any legislation we bring forward. But I think we have an opportunity here to learn from other jurisdictions and to ensure that our legislation does meet the needs of families who are going through that horrific experience.
Deirdre Hargey.
Question 6.
The Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill was introduced on the 16th of March 2026 and passed the second stage on the 20th of April. It is now with the Assembly Finance Committee, and I look forward to further engagement with the committee on these important changes. My expectation is that the bill will pass later this year or early in 2027. It will end child marriage in this jurisdiction by increasing the minimum age for marriage and civil partnership from 16 to 18.
Thanks very much. And Minister, I'd also like to ask if you intend to legislate to amend the law on divorce and the dissolution of civil partnerships.
I wish to legislate on this matter. Unfortunately, my paper remains with the Executive. I've introduced a paper to the Executive earlier this year around this matter because I do think it is vitally important that we modernise our divorce laws and the dissolution of civil partnerships and ensure that these matters can be dealt with as quickly and as responsibly as possible. And I do believe there's a way forward for this.
McNulty.
Very good. Can I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, the minimum age of marriage was raised to 18 in the Republic in 2019 and in the UK in 2023. Is there any evidence that people from either of these jurisdictions have been travelling to the north to take advantage of our delay in raising the age to conduct under 18 marriages here.
There has been some indication of this, though it's not significant numbers, but there has been some indication that there has been people who've travelled to this jurisdiction to afford of our laws at the current basis. So it's important that we do modernise our legislation and protect all young people.
May I get question number 8, please?
The draft baby law certificate regulations were debated and approved by the Assembly last Tuesday. This allows my officials to now finalise the IT and operational arrangements necessary to launch this scheme. I remain committed to ensuring that this scheme is now launched by the end of June, so that parents who have endured such heartbreaking loss receive the recognition and support they need. As I stated during the debate, I am very grateful to members of the public who engaged with the process of developing and delivering legal frameworks for the scheme. I am particularly grateful to the parents who shared their often painful experiences with us as part of our public consultation exercise. Their input has helped us ensure that we shape the scheme to meet their needs as fully as possible.
Ms. Dillon.
And I thank the Minister for this and for this scheme, which is probably one of the most positive things to come out of this Assembly, this mandate. You've touched on this briefly, Minister, but what specific engagement has taken place to ensure the scheme meets the needs of the parents and the groups that have campaigned for this?
As part of the consultation process, more than 1,100 people and organisations took the time to respond to the consultation. I have also met with SANS and the Little Forget-Me-Not Trust, who provided support to families after the loss of a baby. Alongside their work with these organisations, my officials ran a concerted social media campaign to encourage widespread engagement with the public consultation. They also held several stakeholder events to collect the opinions of those who provide specialist services and support to anyone who has been impacted by such a loss.
Aye, Harvey.
Please, Mr. Speaker.
Responsibility for assessing and managing the impact of vacancies on public service delivery sits with departments, as they are accountable for service delivery and affordability. Departments assess workforce pressures on an ongoing basis and prioritise resources to protect essential services within constrained budgets. Accountability for these decisions has not changed. The role of my department is to support better, more defensible decision making. Through the people strategy, more consistent strategy, workforce planning is being embedded across departments, supported by common guidance and tools, a critical role assessment tool, and integrate programme to improve workforce data and insight. The people strategy also includes action to streamline recruitment. An AO recruitment pilot has demonstrated that time to hire can be significantly reduced, helping departments bring capacity in more quickly where it is most needed.
Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. Could the Minister tell the House roughly what percentage of vacant posts amount to long-term dormant posts within the system, and what impact, if any, are dormant posts having on overall budget allocations?
I don't have those exact figures in front of me, but my interpretation, and I may be wrong on this, in terms of the dormant post, is a post that's no longer required. So therefore, if a post is no longer required, in my view, it should no longer be on the system. But again, this comes down to accounting officers and their ministers and their senior team regularly reviewing their needs in terms of staffing levels and ensuring that they're updated as often as possible, and that we do have an accurate reflection of what our actual staffing needs are.
Please.
There are two important points to note from the outset. First of all is that derelict properties that are not fit for beneficial occupation fall outside the rating system. The second is that a re-evaluation process is simply a means of redistributing the property tax in line with the latest market evidence. It acts as a revenue-neutral process within the tax. It is not a policy lever to address the issues mentioned. As regards what the rating system can be used for in this regard, there are a number of current and proposed steps where the system can align with wider executive and local government policy. I am currently finalising the policy consultation processes with my officials regarding two steps, namely the introduction of a business growth accelerator, increasing the vacant rating charge on an empty commercial property from 50% to 75%, and then ultimately to 100%. My department has also introduced the Back to Business scheme, and there's currently around 113 businesses opening in these spaces since the scheme was restored last year. I remain willing to work with all ministers to address complex challenges of this type.
Now move to topical questions. Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, as of today, we are 2 months into the financial year, which means 2 months with the executive operating unlawfully without a budget. Your Permanent Secretary has written to all Northern Ireland departments saying if no budget is agreed, all that can be spent is 95% of last year's cash totals, meaning an automatic 5% cut. Talk about austerity, Minister. How can it be acceptable for the executive to make the public pay for its failure to agree a budget?
It's 6 months since I published a draft budget, and the Leader of the Opposition and the Opposition have not, to date, published an alternative budget. So there's responsibilities around the table and around this chamber in relation to each of our individual roads. I have published a draft budget. I have submitted that to my executive colleagues. They have come back to me and reported significant challenges in delivering a budget based on the quantum of the figures that are available to me. I have listened to their concerns. I have went back to the Treasury and the British Government, and I've said that this place needs to be properly funded. And further research, I have presented to them a very strong case in relation to the figures pertaining to Scotland and Wales, and I want a similar funding package for this place. So I'm not sure the point the member is trying to make around these issues. I think the common good, or the common cause for us all, is to ensure that this place is properly funded. And then we get down to the nitty-gritty of me producing a budget based on those new figures. I deliver it to the executive, hopefully it's agreed, and then we bring it to the floor of the chamber, where it is debated and thrashed out and done all of those things. But I think at this stage, our energies are better served by challenging the British Government over their failures to properly fund the place.
Always challenge the British Government, but I'll also challenge you, because that's my job and it's the job of the opposition. And if we are in a situation where, as we heard today, small business relief cannot be spent, as the Deputy First Minister said recently, support in terms of integration, community relations, race relations cannot be dispersed. As the Communities Minister said, money to support people with housing and domestic violence need cannot be dispersed. It is my job to challenge you and your colleagues on the absence of a budget and the consequences for the people here. So, given that London is in complete chaos, as your colleagues have outlined, there basically is no functioning British government at the minute. Are we genuinely, seriously saying that until this chaotic, shambolic Starmer government, which is utterly leaderless, comes back and returns your calls, the public of the North are going to have to put up with a 5% cut? Please. Is that the position?
As the member knows, each department has been issued with a contingency expenditure envelope, which my Permanent Secretary has issued to them. So ongoing programmes can be funded. There are difficult decisions for all ministers and all permanent secretaries, as there is in all these cases. But the fact of the matter is, does the member want me to bring forward a budget which all my executive colleagues tell me, or does he want the executive to bring forward a budget which all my executive colleagues are saying they cannot simply deliver public services in that regard? Or does he want to join with us in ensuring and putting the pressure where it belongs in the British Government, whether that it's functional or not, or whether they're deciding who will lead them or who won't lead them, or what Andy Burnham's going to do or what Joe Soap's going to do, all of which I frankly don't care. But I do care about this place, and I do care about this place being properly funded. So it'd be better if the member used his energies on that, rather than going round in this ever-diminishing circle. We have this debate every other week now around this matter. If we were to call a truce, perhaps, if we were to call a truce for a short period of time and work together to ensure that this place is properly funded, then I will bring a budget to my executive colleagues. Hopefully they will agree that it comes to the floor of the Assembly, and you and I can thrash out the detail of that.
Connie again.
Could you please give me an update on your department's work on the review of regulation of property management companies?
Yes, my department continues to examine this area. As I've said previously in the House, I don't think I'll be able to bring forward legislation within this mandate, but I have set a resource aside within my department to examine this matter further, to see and to progress the matter to a stage where in the next mandate we can bring forward legislation.
Zigan.
Thank you, Minister. This is affecting people now. Homeowners are facing significant fees by some property management companies, and they can't wait till next mandate. Is there anything that you can do in the interim to support people who are facing significant rises by property management companies?
This is a hugely complex legal area, and it requires proper scrutiny of the legislation if there is to be changes to the legislation brought forward. My advice, and has been my advice from day one on this matter, is for anyone who has concerns about how they're being treated by their property management company to consult their contract, and also, if necessary, to consult a solicitor to ensure they're being properly and fairly treated in the remit within that contract.
Robinson.
I asked the Minister for an update on his department's work to implement Jade's Law. Thank you.
As I had referred to in the main question time, I have officials currently working their way through this area of legislation. There was a change through an amendment, I believe, to a Justice Bill in Westminster, which introduced what's known as Jade's Law. However, that was 2 years ago. While Jade's Law is on the statute books, it is not being enacted in England because of the huge complexities around the issue. I want to ensure that when we do introduce legislation here, that it is enacted when it goes on the statute books.
Mr. Robinson.
Speaker, and I very much thank the Minister for that response. Could he provide the House, has his department assessed what additional financial or staffing resources may be required to support the effective operation of Jade's Law when and if it is implemented?
That will be part of the ongoing process of looking at the implications of introducing the legislation, and it will impact across a number of departments and areas of responsibility. I've already had an initial engagement with the Justice Minister, and my officials are engaging with the Justice Department, but it will affect other areas as well in terms of support and engagement around families when this law is introduced, and supporting the families through an already traumatic process and also in dealing with this matter as well. So that'll form part of the ongoing deliberations around this.
Brian Kingston.
Mr. Speaker and Minister, in your recent reply to my written question, you confirmed that the £400 million secured for infrastructure projects in the 2017 DUP Conservative Party Confidence Supply Agreement for, quote, the York Street interchange and other priorities, end quote, has been fully spent without any physical progress on the York Street interchange. Minister, who made the decision to spend all of this extra funding on other projects and leave nothing for the one named project, the York Street interchange?
I thought the DUP had stopped talking about their confidence and supply relationship with the Conservative Party. I thought that was so. It's one of those areas of life I think you should probably put in the dark recesses of your mind and forget about. Well, you just may have secured £1 billion, but what did this actually cost us in terms of cuts to public spending as a result of keeping the Conservatives in government for that period of time? So you actually cost money. You just didn't secure money, you just cost money because you just kept a party in power that was slouching public services left, right and centre. But anyhow, in relation to your direct question, projects such as York Street require significant amounts of spend before any construction takes place. So that's where the money, I assume, would have went to, but it would be probably best getting more detail from the DFI Minister in regards to these matters. It requires alarming amounts of money for such projects before a single metre of tarmac is laid.
Mr. Kingston.
Right, well, I've learnt nothing from the Minister's answer there, and this has been a failure to deliver, not just for North Belfast, but for all who sit in the long queues of cars at this key junction at the heart of Northern Ireland's road networks. Minister, I also want to ask, why was this outcome hidden away until my written question? And what are you doing now in association with the Infrastructure Minister to fund the long-awaited improvements to the York Street interchange?
Well, it wasn't hidden away, and I'm just checking my notes here in relation to this point. The confidence supply funding was not earmarked for specific projects.
While the York Street interchange was part of the programme expected to utilise the confidence supply agreement, funding legal challenges with the project caused significant delays to the project. The confidence in supply funding allocated to DFI was fully spent on other infrastructure projects and departmental priorities at the time.
Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, your officials told the Finance Committee that they estimate that ensuring Dundonald House on the estate here and in my constituency of East Belfast is brought up to modern standards would cost £100 million plus, which cannot be afforded. So the building will quote, remain a liability and it will continue to deteriorate. Why is the cost so high? Is it in such a state of disrepair, or is it another case of chasing unrealistic climate targets, holding back progress and adding to cost?
It is such an outdated building, and to turn it into a modern, acceptable working environment and make it sustainable going forward, including in relation to energy costs. There's no point in us burning fuel to keep drafty windows and corridors warm. And I assume you'd agree with that, whether you call it climate act or not, whatever you want to call it. There's no point in burning public money to do that. So the amount of money required to turn that building into a modern, fit-for-purpose facility is at that scale. And I do not think it is affordable or wise to use it at this time.
Mr. Brooks.
That be as it may, this remains a significant site within the estate and within East Belfast. Could I ask if you have any timeline for action on it?
I'll come back to the member with more details, but I understand there's ongoing engagement with the Department of Communities around the listing of the building as well. We're looking at all options in relation to that building. I'm not sure what benefit it is to the citizens of East Belfast at this time. I suspect if I was to invest £100 million in housing, there would be much better use for it, or into crumbling education estate, or into the health estate, or into York Street. There would be a much better use for it than what's currently envisaged for it.
Minister, could you please provide an update on your engagement with the hospitality sector surrounding Reval 2026?
Following my meeting with them in February, when I halted the Reval, the hospitality sector have been working on their own proposals, which I believe they're at an advanced stage and they're going to bring back to me, and my officials have been engaging with them back and forth on that.
Mr. McReynolds.
I thank the Minister for his response, and that's encouraging to hear. But Minister, when will you be in a position to set out next steps in relation to re-evaluation and support for the hospitality sector?
I await the proposals from the hospitality sector. I did indicate to them at the time that I wouldn't take any further actions until I seen their proposals, so I await their proposals.
Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm whether his department will be providing a response to the UK Government's consultation on the Northern Ireland Local Growth Fund?
My department has been engaging on a regular basis with the relevant department, the Ministry of Communities, Housing and Local Growth in Westminster or Whitehall on these matters over a period of time. I think it is important that the executive provides a response to it rather than maybe individual departments, so there may be some issues which are specific to individual departments, but I do think in terms of the executive making its views known, I think that would be important.
Mr. Matheson.
And thank the Minister for his answer. In terms of that engagement, can the Minister outline how often his department's funding policy interdepartmental working group meets with the Northern Ireland office, and whether they have facilitated engagement with the community and voluntary sector and the Northern Ireland office through that forum?
Minister.
I don't have those details in front of me, but I'm more than happy to share them with the member.
That concludes the questions to the Minister of Finance, as Mr. Stewart is in his place and Mr. Beatties was withdrawn. So we now move on to the next item of business, which is back to the Education Bill. And if the members just take their ease for a moment. Okay, we return to the Education Inspections Bill, and I call on the Minister to complete his initial outline of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just picking up where I had left off, my flagship reform programme, Transform Ed, offers significant opportunities for workload reduction, and we are moving into the implementation stage, which will make this a reality. The new curriculum will bring greater specificity and sequencing, taking the guesswork out of what was taught before and what should be taught next. Teachers will be supported through professional development and the provision of high-quality teaching resources. And new assessments are also aimed at reducing workload, reducing bureaucratic teacher-led assessment. In the meantime, the transitional arrangements that I've introduced will provide low-stakes, system-level assessments distributed and marked by SEA, no teacher paperwork, no moderation, no workload. Qualifications reform will provide a significant reduction in controlled assessments, again reducing workload. And I will continue to support and empower our vital teaching workforce. However, obstructing a statutory independent process designed to safeguard children and drive improvement cannot and should not be considered legitimate industrial action. It is neither consistent with professional standards nor the best interests of children. This bill addresses that gap directly. It will place a clear statutory duty to cooperate with inspection, removing ambiguity once and for all. And where cooperation is not forthcoming, it will be treated as an unacceptable professional conduct, to be addressed through the profession's own regulatory body, the General Teaching Council for Northern Ireland. Deputy Speaker, this is a proportionate and a balanced approach. It established clearly and unequivocally that cooperation with inspection is a basic professional expectation. Alongside this, the bill takes an equally important step in modernising our legislation by removing the long-standing exemption that limits inspection of religious education. And this exemption is outdated and no longer tenable. Religious education is a statutory part of the curriculum, and it should be subject to the same independent scrutiny as every other subject. This bill will ensure that it is. It addresses directly the findings of the Supreme Court. So to conclude, this legislation will bring Northern Ireland into line with the expectation of every other jurisdiction in the British Isles, ensuring that inspection can operate effectively, consistently and without obstruction. It will remove inspection from industrial relations and normalise cooperation, allowing all of our teaching workforce to experience and be empowered through the new collaborative inspection framework. We've already seen that over the past 2 years what happens when inspection is allowed to function properly. Schools have entered formal intervention for the first time in a decade, gaining access to tailored and sustained support. Weaknesses in safeguarding arrangements have been identified and addressed, and a programme of dissemination of effective practice has been consistently oversubscribed, demonstrating a thirst from our educators to learn from their peers across our education system. The impact is clear, the benefits are real, and the case for securing inspection in law is undeniable. And this is a small and a focused bill, but it is a critical one. It protects a fundamental accountability mechanism, strengthens oversight across all areas of the curriculum, and places the rights and well-being of children at its core. And as we face the potential of further industrial action in our education system once more, support for the smooth passage of this bill is all the more urgent. So let's be clear what's at stake. In 2016, are we seriously prepared to argue that our schools do not require consistent, independent scrutiny? Have the harrowing lessons of past abuse inquiries taught us nothing? When systems lack oversight, it's children who pay the price. When systems lack scrutiny, risk does not disappear, rather it grows in the shadows. The comfort of adults or the safety of children. There is no moral ambiguity here. We must choose children. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have a responsibility to act in the best interests of children and young people. This bill does exactly that. It ensures that independent scrutiny is not contingent, partial or optional, but consistent, robust and guaranteed. Because safeguarding is not a procedural issue, it's a moral one. And history will judge us on a simple question. When we had the opportunity to strengthen protection for children, did we act? Or did we hesitate? More widely, children are simply not getting a good deal. Without inspection, no one is supporting schools that are struggling to improve and thrive. It is inspection which is the engine of improvement. It shines a light on weaknesses, it challenges complacency, and drives schools to be better for every child. And without inspection, there is no honest mirror. Only through external scrutiny can schools truly understand where they are falling short. And as Nelson Mandela said, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. This is the test of ours. So I look forward to hearing members' opinions on the general principles of the bill. And for those who oppose it, and for those who wish to hollow it out, let them explain, as Mr. Baker smugly smiles as usual, why they don't believe that the protection of children should be paramount, why they believe that we should have a substandard inspection system which doesn't exist in the Republic of Ireland or anywhere else in the Great Britain. I suggest to members, children ought not to be the plaything of political advantage, which Sinn Féin are now seeking to exploit. This bill is right for the protection of our children and young people. It is right for school improvement. And it was right for Sinn Féin, the First Minister, who approved it. It was right for Sinn Féin's ministers who approved it in the executive. And it was right for the Alliance ministers who approved it. I'll give way to Mr. Baker.
So you always going to take that if something comes out of the executive, that it's an endorsement? Scrutiny should happen in this chamber. But you should know all about that there. You won't let the good jobs bill go through. Do you want us to just keep blocking everything? Is that what you want us to do? Are you going to do?
Threats from Mr. Baker. We're going to block a bill for the protection of children because they throw the toys out over a good jobs bill. Let that ring in people's ears in this chamber that Sinn Féin's position is as a response to the good jobs bill, a bill that we're actively working through to see if we can move forward, but they're going to hold everybody else hostage. Not for the first time Republicans behave that way. But they're going to behave in a despicable manner over a bill designed to strengthen school inspection and the protection of children. Why is Sinn Féin opposed to that? It's inexplicable. And if he's telling me that from now on, when Sinn Féin's First Minister approves a bill, when Sinn Féin ministers approve a bill to come into this Assembly, but it's in the Assembly that matters, it's not the leadership of Sinn Féin. Well, who's running Sinn Féin? Is it your First Minister and leader? Is it your ministerial team? Or is it the backbenchers here on the Education Committee? Who's actually running Sinn Féin? This is an appalling way for Sinn Féin to do business. Hold us to hostage unless they get their way. Vote down legislation that's for the protection of children and to improve schools. Let the public see that for what it is, shameful politics from Sinn Féin. But I look forward to responding to all your points in due course.
Call Nick Matheson, Chair of the Education Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As Chair of the Education Committee, I welcome the opportunity to contribute to today's debate, and the committee, if this bill passes second stage today, looks forward to scrutinising the Education Inspections Bill in detail and engaging with stakeholders and officials should it pass second stage. The bill has clearly, over the weekend, received a lot of attention on social media, and elected reps in this chamber will have received a large amount of contact on the Clause 3 in the bill in particular. But as I'm currently speaking in my capacity as Chair of the Education Committee, I limit my remarks at this stage to the scope of the bill and the committee's engagement with the issues to date, and will deal with some of the other issues in the bill when I return, with your permission, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to speak as a Alliance Party member. So inspection is undoubtedly a key component of the accountability architecture in our education system. It identifies strengths, highlights concerns and supports continuous improvement in the best interests of learners. So it is therefore appropriate that we keep our inspection arrangements and legislative underpinning under regular review. And the general principles in the bill are clear. The Assembly is being asked a small number of discrete questions. Whether the remit of the Education and Training Inspectorate should extend to include additional education settings, whether the religious education curriculum should be inspected on the same basis as other curriculum areas, and whether intentional obstruction of an inspection or failure to participate in it should be treated as unacceptable professional conduct. Those are the three questions. Now, I think there is a question in my mind at this stage already as to whether or not a single bill was the most appropriate vehicle for those three very distinct policy areas, and perhaps the Minister can set that out in his response, why that approach was taken. If one problematic area, as it looks highly likely Clause 3 is going to be, becomes a major sticking point, it undoubtedly risks the entire bill falling, and I would be keen to understand why, particularly the issue of RE, which feels like quite a distinct policy area, was not separated. In terms of specific provisions, the bill will widen the definition of a relevant establishment so that education providing institutions established, maintained or managed by any Northern Ireland department but sitting outside of education orders would be open to inspection. Importantly, that would only occur with the consent of the department responsible, and in practice this gives assurance to the Department of Education that voluntary private preschool settings receiving grant aid but not covered by existing legislation would fall within scope. It also supports departments such as DERA should they wish to continue using ETI to evaluate provision of the College of Agriculture, Food and Rural Enterprise, and it protects the Department for the Economy's interests where ETI is used to assess the quality of work-based learning. So the committee will be keen to explore these new provisions in detail and engage with any impacted departments as required, but I have to say on a first reading those provisions look to be practical and sensible changes. Under Article 102.7 of the 1986 Education Order, the Inspectorate cannot inspect religious education unless a school's Board of Governors agrees. That exemption has meant that RE has not been subject to the same structured scrutiny as other areas of the curriculum. The Supreme Court judgment in 2025 highlighted this as a serious gap, finding that the RE syllabus and collective worship arrangements in the case before it were not delivered in an objective, critical and pluralistic manner, and noting the absence of any structured inspection of RE that was also contained in the judgment. The bill removes that exemption and brings RE within the normal inspection framework, ensuring that it is inspected transparently and consistently in line with the rest of the statutory curriculum. Now, I will speak to those provisions in more detail again later in my remarks, Mr Deputy Speaker, as an Alliance member, but I have no doubt the committee will want to engage with this clause in detail should the bill pass today. I would note that the clause as drafted does not amend Article 21 of the 86 Order. This still permits Boards of Governors to establish RE inspection regimes as they see fit and gives churches rights of access to inspect RE. These two provisions potentially feel out of step and in conflict with Clause 2 of the bill, and I would welcome clarity from the Minister at this stage if he plans to address this, but again I may return to that in my remarks later. In terms of the committee's engagement with some of these issues, the committee received a pre-legislative briefing in September on the proposed legislation, and that was particularly around the measures that we find contained in Clause 3, although they were presented to us in a different way at that time. The bill has undergone some changes since then. They explained that the bill would be intentionally limited in scope and was not designed to reform the entire inspection model. The Department made its intentions clear at that stage, that the intention of the bill was to ensure full cooperation with inspection at all times, including during periods of industrial action, and the Minister has set that out again today as the intent around Clause 3 in particular of the bill. The Department's view at that stage, when dealing with committee, was that the legislation was required to give assurance to the public and ensure inspection can operate regardless of the wider industrial relations context. The committee did note at that time a range of options had been considered, including contractual changes, negotiated agreements, and what was initially proposed, the creation of a criminal offence. However, the Department has moved on from that, and the bill before us today now frames the issue in terms of unacceptable professional conduct. The committee heard how consultation responses showed significant opposition from teaching unions and many school leaders who raised concerns about its punitive effects, but they did set out that there were some parents who contributed to the consultation who were more supportive. The Department asserts and continues to do so today through the Minister's remarks that requiring cooperation is necessary to safeguard children and ensure accountability. Again, speaking as chair of the committee and not in my personal or party capacity, it is clear that there are strongly held views on these proposals, and if the bill passes today, I have no doubt that this clause will receive substantial committee scrutiny, and I think it is likely there will be committee interest in amending or indeed opposing this clause, although different party groupings within the committee will almost certainly align differently on those questions, and that I am sure will come through in the debate today. It is also important to note, and I think this is a key scrutiny point, and I would be keen to hear from the Minister in relation to this. Clause 3, as it currently is drafted before us, it relies on Schedule 1A to the Education Order 1998, which will be inserted by the General Teaching Council Bill, but that bill has not yet completed its passage through the Assembly. So the interaction between these two bills is an issue that the committee will need to explore further during committee stage, and it would be helpful to hear from the Minister today how we are expected to, as this bill proceeds, to agree a clause when we don't really know what Schedule 1A will say with any certainty. Now, we do have a version of it in the General Teaching Council Bill, but it has more Assembly stages to go through, and we're not clear on what regulations may arise from that bill, so that will be an important consideration. Since that initial briefing to committee, the draft bill has been altered. As referenced, it has brought into scope issues in relation to RE inspection, and the criminal sanction proposal was dropped and replaced with professional misconduct as the proposed sanction. Should the bill pass today, the committee will undertake detailed and balanced scrutiny of all these issues. We will engage closely with stakeholders, we will examine the evidence and ensure that the Assembly is provided with a clear and thorough assessment of the proposals. Notwithstanding, there is clearly significant disagreement, I think, across the members of the committee on some of the core principles in the bill, but no doubt we will hear more on that as today's debate progresses. Mr Deputy Speaker, if I may, I would like to now make some comments in my capacity as the education spokesperson for the Alliance Party. Firstly, and I think this is really important context, we recognise that this bill is making its way through the Assembly at a time when our schools, our teachers and school leaders are facing immense pressure. Many feel that the system is now almost at breaking point and that significant issues in relation to workload remain unresolved despite many years of workload agreements that have not been fully implemented, and despite the independent review of teacher workload, there is a feeling in the system that they are at a tipping point, if in many cases they do not feel they have actually passed that tipping point. So that is the context in which we are having this debate today, and it's in a context we can't ignore, because timing in relation to legislation is often critical as to whether or not it is a helpful or an unhelpful intervention into our education system. But I will speak briefly to what I hope will be the less controversial aspects of the bill first, before referring to Clause 3, which is the clause which for so many teachers has been highlighted as being profoundly problematic. I will cover that in more detail. So the first clause, which potentially brings those education institutions under the remit of ETI who may not currently be under their remit, seems to me to be non-controversial, and I don't imagine today it's going to attract significant debate, and I see no reason why these proposals should not be taken forward for further scrutiny. And I think that's a point that I would like to make at this stage, and I highlighted this in my remarks as chair. The bill does really three things. It's three discrete things, and I think it is possible that we can try and separate those out. We don't necessarily need to be throwing out the baby with the bathwater. If there are some things that we think are positive and some that are not, that's why we have our scrutiny processes, and that's why we have our amending stages. So, to my mind, the first clause seems entirely non-controversial. Clause 2 of the bill removes the exemption of RE from school inspections, and Alliance is fully supportive and welcomes this clause. I have personally lobbied on the need for this change for years, and as has my party. Currently, RE is not inspected unless a school's Board of Governors agree to it, yet ministers of religion or other suitable persons in the wording of the Education Order must be granted reasonable access to pupils in all grant-aided schools in order to provide RE, or to inspect or examine the RE provided by the school. To me, the idea that RE can be excluded from our formal mechanisms of inspection and avoid the same level of scrutiny that any other area of the curriculum receives is not acceptable, and it is welcome to see this being rectified. And it is a clause that I hope, and I do live in hope, that it will receive cross-party support, as not only is it necessary to comply with the Supreme Court judgment, but it to me seems like something that represents really a bygone era where RE should be seen as a form of religious instruction, not subject to rigorous quality assurance. Further, that the churches retain inspection rights of the subject makes no sense to me in 2026. Again, this is not religious instruction, it is education that should be objective, critical and pluralistic as set out by the Supreme Court judgment. And I have noted those concerns about the provisions that remain on the statute book in Article 21, freedom for boards of governors to set their own RE inspection framework and for churches to retain rights of inspection. I do not see how the proposals in this bill and those provisions in the education order that this bill repeals, I don't see how they can sit together, and I would really welcome the Minister providing us with some clarity on that, and to assure us that this was simply an oversight and they will also be repealed, to ensure that the law that comes out on the other side here is coherent and makes sense to schools. I think boards of governors would be left in an incredibly confusing position if we didn't deal with the whole package in relation to RE inspection. Now, every member in this chamber will be aware of the significant concerns that exist around Clause 3 of this bill, and if you don't, you mustn't have logged into your inbox over the weekend. It's clear that teachers are extremely concerned about this clause as drafted, and this has been one of the issues that I have received the most contact on in a short number of days since being elected. It has been substantial levels of concern and distress. I think teachers felt that they were potentially being subjected to really very, very onerous disciplinary measures, and I think there's a lot of confusion about what the clause actually does, and again, given that we're relying on provisions that are not yet enacted in law in another bill, I can clearly understand, and in that workload context, why teachers feel that way. So the clause now defines certain acts such as obstructing or failing to cooperate with an inspection as unacceptable professional conduct. And clearly the concerns are profound from teachers in relation to that. And it's specifically the insertion of this proposed Article 102C into the 1998 order. As it stands, as is currently drafted, particularly given the complete uncertainty to my mind as to what professional misconduct would actually mean, what would be the sanction for a teacher, this bill to me is not clear on that. So as it stands, this is not something that Alliance can support. But we intend to use the committee stage to see if an acceptable amendment can be found, as these sanctions are currently potentially incredibly wide-ranging and also unclear. It may be that no amendment can be agreed upon, and in that case we would seek to vote the clause down at consideration stage, and I give that as a firm commitment. And I do think it's important to make this very clear. There has been a lot of material circulating on social media, very clear suggestions being put out there to teachers who are expressing concern that this bill cannot be amended, that this bill cannot be changed, that at consideration stage clauses cannot be voted down. I certainly will give way.
Like we experienced in the Education Committee, particularly as a committee, the Uniform Bill, when 11 amendments were not brought on this floor for debate. So would he share those concerns, and that maybe that's what teachers are actually looking at?
Is it in line for a member to again question the decision of the Speaker?
Okay, the point of order has been noted, and a more formal note can be issued from the Speaker's office if required. I was about to intervene to say that we should be confining ourselves to the matters at hand and the clauses of the bill and related matters, and not wider issues. Mr. Muzzle.
Speaker, and I'll certainly respond to Mr. Baker's question. Absolutely. When committee brings an amendment forward, and any committee on any issue, it's entirely down to the Speaker whether that amendment is selected or not. It doesn't say that we shouldn't do the work to actually deliver those amendments, but separate to that, any clause, every single clause in every single bill that passes through this House, a member can call a division if they don't like it and bring it to a vote. doesn't require the Speaker, doesn't require the Minister to work with you, you can do that. That's your free opportunity as a member to do that. So I think it is important to nail that as a point of fact. You sit through any consideration stage, each clause is voted on. Each clause, I will give way.
Member for giving way. And let me give him an assurance that I'm more than happy to work with the committee at looking at this aspect of the bill, Clause 3, and where we can find common ground on that. Of course, the offer is there for me to engage constructively with him and with the committee to try and address some of the unfounded concerns that I think have been generated over the last 48 hours. And he's right, that is the benefit of a committee stage. The same arguments that the members opposite made as to why the hunting bill should proceed, because the committee could do the work, and that was the place to look at it all and interrogate it. Interesting, it doesn't suit now. What I would say to the member, having raised the point on this particular clause, this was already a compromise because people argued that a fine and potential criminal sentence shouldn't be in Northern Ireland as it is in the rest of the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland, and therefore that was removed from the bill, and as currently put in, Clause 3 is then a referral around professional misconduct. Would he agree with me, though, that that does sit somewhat differently to provisions in the Justice Act of 2002? And the provisions in that Act in reference to the powers of the Criminal Justice Inspectorate, which has the power to inspect our prisons. And I quote, at 48.3b, it says, a person commits an offence if he intentionally obstructs a person involved in the carrying out of an inspection or review by the Chief Inspector. So why is it okay to have a criminal offence for prison officers to refuse the inspectorate to the benefit of prisoners, and not, which I've removed, an offence for teachers, but a referral around professional conduct? I think that is strange that a Justice Act and those provisions that apply to prison officers, the members are saying here that a diluted version is not suitable for teachers. And finally, can I just say to him, I think he will be surprised then that inspection on RE being included in an inspection bill should have been distinct and different whenever he has a look at the Justice Bill tomorrow, where it has more amendments and changes in policy areas than the actual bill ever introduced.
Intervention. I can't guarantee I will take as long with each intervention from here on in. That was a short speech from the Minister. I will pick up on those comments. I do just want to finally respond to Mr Baker, because it is an important point, because he was looking sceptically at me when I was suggesting that you will get the opportunity to vote on every single clause on a bill, not required by the Speaker, not required in terms of cooperation with the Minister. Standing Order 36.2 is crystal clear on that point. I would just like to respond to the Minister's comments first, if that is okay with the member. You raised a lot of points there, and I welcome the fact that there has been an offer to engage with the committee, and if there is a way or a mechanism that we can find the relevant assurances, can see amendments come through to Clause 3 that are going to be acceptable to the committee and that will give teachers the comfort and assurance they need, then I'm happy to work with him on that. But I want to be very clear, if we can't find that common ground, if we can't find that compromise position, then Alliance absolutely reserves the right to vote the clause down at consideration stage, as is the right of every single member in this Assembly to bring those matters to a division. In terms of the wider discussions around comparing different aspects of the criminal justice system with our schools, I don't think we're comparing like with like, and I don't think it would be helpful to get into an endless comparison of, well, what about a hospital, what about a care home? We're dealing with education settings and schools, and that's where our focus should be. I will get
long as the previous intervention, but would the member and his party share any concerns when the Education Minister, or indeed any Minister, dictates to unions and workers what type of industrial action is acceptable or not? And this is what the Minister is doing in this bill. I find it deeply, deeply concerning, and I'd be really concerned it sets a precedent for other workers that could be treated in a similar way. Would you have any concerns about that?
Member for his intervention, and yes, we do have concerns in relation to that, but that doesn't mean that we just throw the bill out. I certainly wouldn't like to say that because we have concerns about that, we can't have the committee work on the RE amendments, which I would love to see getting right and deal with those issues. But as I've said, if we can't find a position that's satisfactory, we'll oppose the clause. And I hope that, I can't see any reason why that would not give teachers comfort that there is a process here. We can try and improve this. If it's not capable of improvement, then we can vote it down. There are, of course, broader policy concerns here that are not just to do with the text of the bill when we consider Clause 3. We are looking at years of incredibly challenging industrial relations, and those fears highlighted by Mr. Carroll, come out of that context. Teachers rightly and understandably feel a sense of concern that the clause is in some way being used as a weapon to threaten them, to curtail their right to take industrial action. And there is a sense that when things are just so fragile in terms of industrial relations, that the bill can read as rather tone deaf to the fragile industrial relations in place in the education system at this time. It would be my concern that this clause brought forward at this time can only serve to damage industrial relations, and for that reason alone, Alliance retains serious concerns about the capacity of this clause to proceed. Teachers are at breaking point, and the Minister should be focused on working to deliver an effective and serious response to the independent review of teacher workload. This legislation is ultimately a blunt instrument, and while I believe 100% that inspection is absolutely a critical part of the accountability structures in our schools, and that we would all want to see inspections proceeding regardless of industrial action, and indeed many of the trade unions have made that position clear, that they would be very reluctant now in the new ETI regime, as it has been ruled out much more positively, and in the engagement with schools has been largely seen as a positive intervention. There's a question in my mind whether there's even an intention to include inspection in any future industrial action. I'm not here to speak for the trade unions, but I do think we need to be realistic about the more positive context that we find ourselves in terms of the ETI regime. Just in one moment to finish the point, and then I will bring other members in, and I'm happy to take interventions. But I do think that we are looking at what is potentially a very blunt instrument. And while I do want to see inspections proceeding, I think we are at risk of seeing an intervention that will do more harm than good in the system. Because if it drives further industrial conflict, if it actually energises and motivates unions to fight harder against the issues that they are seeing in the system, because there's a sense that this legislation is being weaponised in some way, I don't see how that's good for the system. I don't see how it is. I think we should be about trying to find a way through the workload challenges, and I think that is best done through dialogue and through engagement and through getting those recommendations in the independent review of workload over the line quickly and in a way that teachers feel on the ground. I'll take an intervention from Mr. Brooks and Mr. Buchanan.
For giving way. I guess I agree with an awful lot of what he's just said, because it seems to be very similar to the arguments that I'll be making whenever I get up. The trouble I have is that we can't say that the inspection is critical to the quality of our schools and ensuring our schools are safe and so on, and then say that we feel that it's imperative that it's allowed to continue to be used as a pawn in industrial relations. It is open to trade unions to strike and workers to strike, in that they have those rights, and they will use them whenever they need to. I hope they don't need to. This Minister in particular has worked very hard to engage with them around industrial disputes and remedy those where possible. But I have to say, I do not think that inspection should be the tool. If anything's blunt, it is the use of this action around inspection whenever it comes to action short of strike.
We hope in terms of any future action short of strike we wouldn't see inspection being a feature of that, because we are in a positive and a better space with the ETI regime. But I do think that we have to be realistic as well in terms of legislation, that timing is everything, and if you introduce a punitive measure in legislation when industrial relations are in such a poor state, I think there is a real risk that it causes damage to the system rather than improving relations. And I'll give way.
Intervention, and again, one part of his response to Mr. Brooks that I find interesting is that he hopes that action short of strike would not be used in relation to inspections going forward, given the issues that we've talked about today. But that said, it's just his hope. We cannot predict the future, and what the Minister and indeed the Department are trying to do is to ensure that we don't run into a situation in 5, 10 years or whatever where nobody can predict the future of relations, that ultimately children's safeguarding issues become of paramount importance and no oversight from anybody.
intervention. I use the word hope as I'm not here as a spokesperson for any of the trade unions, so can't speak for them. But what I do know from the teachers that I've spoken to, their feeling is that this would be so profoundly damaging to their relationship with the department that it seems to me that it can only be a negative intervention at this time. And when we're legislating, timing is important. And I know teachers are concerned about the bill passing second stage, and it's largely due to that clause. In fact, it's only due to that clause that is their concern. But let me be crystal clear. This can be amended, and if an amendment can't be found that resolves the issues in a way that is satisfactory, or it ends up not being selected for debate at consideration stage, the clause can be voted down. And I don't know how to be clearer than that. And I do just want to ask a number of questions around just the position that's being taken in terms of voting this down. This doesn't seem to me to be the approach we normally take at second stage, particularly when it is an executive bill, which was agreed at executive level. I accept very often in a bill, there will be things that everyone broadly can get around and support, and there may be elements then that people can't. But the committee is the place to try and iron those issues out, and the amending stages is the place where we can actually do the work to remove the bits of a bill that you don't like. And again, I notice that Danny is shaking his head, but if he can articulate for me in a clear form why he believes you can't vote against a clause at consideration stage. I mean, is that your position, that you can't vote against a clause at consideration stage? No? Okay, so I'm happy to take an intervention. Yeah.
Can't do it. What I'm saying is I don't trust him, and you hollow it out that you're not going to end up getting what you think you're going to get. This whole principle of this bill is to sanction teachers. That's why teachers are so angry at them. That's why we're going to be voting against it. We stand with teachers, not with him.
I have no concerns about Alliance's track record of supporting teachers. I think we need to be clear, because we can make big statements. This bill is not all about sanctioning teachers. This bill does three things. One of those is sanctioning teachers, one of those is reforming RE inspection, and one of those is widening the remit of ETI to other institutions. So the bill does three things. I would hope as legislators we would have the capacity to manage to hold those things in tension, and if there's an element we don't like, we deal with that at committee stage. And it doesn't matter how many times you say you can't, it doesn't matter how many times you say you don't trust the Minister. Every member has the opportunity to force a clause to division at consideration stage. That is a point of fact. I will give way.
Does the member agree with me that if Sinn Féin members felt so strongly about this, they could have surely blocked this at the executive from coming to the floor? So are we seeing a bit of Butch Cassidy and Sundance play here?
Thank the member for his intervention. I think that is for Sinn Féin to answer and not for me. I can't speak for them. But I do think there is an issue. I think we need to be careful not to be spreading any kind of misinformation among teachers. Teachers are genuinely and rightly concerned about the content of this bill. Of course they are. Every single member in this chamber has received the contact. But there are other ways to deal with it rather than voting the whole thing down. So as I've said, Alliance has a strong track record of supporting teachers and of challenging the Minister on the workload pressures faced by the teaching profession. And if this bill goes through today, that position from Alliance has not changed one iota. We stand in full support of teachers, and we will ensure that the work is done to get this bill to an acceptable state. And the Minister has already indicated that he will be prepared to engage with committee around the clause of concern, and I hope that is offered in good faith. And we will be ready for that engagement should it be made available. Alliance does very clearly want to see RE inspected, and we do also want at the same time to address the serious concerns with Clause 3. Surely that is within the gift of Assembly to be able to do those two things. Surely we can achieve that. Every MLA in this chamber knows that the legislative processes available to us do allow us to do those things at the same time. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, we will support this bill's passage through second stage. Alliance is crystal clear that the current proposals in the bill as drafted are not acceptable in relation to sanctioning of teachers, and we will oppose them as the bill progresses. But let's see how we can improve the bill. Let's do the scrutiny work, and let's reassure teachers that the clause that is causing you concern can be dealt with. Anyone telling you otherwise is not being honest. Finally, in terms of safeguarding, because the Minister raised this in substantial detail, I want to be clear that I do not consider that opposing Clause 3 or seeking to amend Clause 3 in any way does not represent a light touch approach on safeguarding. I believe clearly that the Minister should be seeking, if at all possible, if we're wanting to avoid any disruption of inspection, he should be seeking agreement with the trade unions that they will not include ETI in any action short of strike that might emerge in the future. And I sincerely hope we can avoid action short of strike, because it is not good for our school system. But I would urge the Minister and encourage him to seek that agreement with the trade unions, which would provide assurance and protection for everyone. I will give way briefly.
Just to say to the member, as this was going through the executive, it was one of the requests from Sinn Féin and others to do exactly what he's just outlined. And we met with the trade unions. We formally asked them to enter into an agreement that they would take this issue off their list of potential industrial action. No meeting, no response, silence. So I'm not prepared to play fast and loose with the protection of our children and young people. And what I would say, RQIA, Department of Health, regulate early year childcare settings, preschool settings. They inspect them. It's an offence not to be inspected by them. So why is it okay for children in early year settings to have this level of inspection and staff being unable to refuse to operate, but not whenever it comes to P1 when they turn 5? I just find that baffling that you could have any sort of distinction.
The Minister for that intervention. I'll reiterate my previous points on this. The context we are in is so fragile in terms of our industrial relations, and teachers feel that they are at tipping point, and that for me is not the time to bring forward legislation with those sorts of potential punitive impacts. It is the time, however, to maximise engagement, to maximise dialogue, to maximise any mechanisms that we have available to us to protect the inspection regime, but also to ensure that teachers get the long overdue action that is needed on workload. And that is vital work. It has to be done. And further, I would just add, and I know that the Minister had questioned some of this in his opening remarks, it is my understanding that no safeguarding inspection was blocked during action short of strike, and I am happy to stand corrected on that, but I think we do need to be careful about being seen to whip up any fear around that. If during those periods of action short of strike the doors were still open to safeguarding inspections, and if there are ways that can continue to be maximised, then I would be supportive of that. I do need to just make some progress here. And finally, I would add, and I know the Minister says that the only show in town for safeguarding is ETI, but in my view safeguarding is absolutely everybody's business. It's all of our business here in the Assembly, and it's very much the EA's business. The EA has a critical role in terms of providing that support for schools, support around policy making, around training, around support for school leaders and teachers, around dealing with incidents when concerns are raised, around those interactions with social services and the PSNI. So the whole system is responsible for safeguarding. It is not just ETI, and I think we need to be careful to say that ETI is it. That's where safeguarding begins and ends in our schools, because if it does, it could potentially mean that schools can only be inspected once every 4 or 5 years, and I think it's important to note that that's not a satisfactory approach to safeguarding in our system.
Latest data I heard in regard to inspections, that schools are inspected on average between 8 and 10 years.
So those numbers again, would be concerning if that was the only mechanism by which we could ensure that a school had appropriate safeguarding measures in place. So I think it's important. It would be good to hear from the Minister if he can set out how, in terms of a whole system approach, he's addressing issues around safeguarding. And if the Minister wanted to bring forward a bill around enhancing safeguarding provision across the education system in terms of where there are gaps there, would be very, very keen and happy to engage on that. But I don't think we should just take comfort from the fact that if ETI is operating, then all is well in terms of safeguarding. As I said, it is a whole system responsibility that we should all take seriously. Mr Deputy Speaker, feelings run high on these issues, and I hope that we will get this bill to committee where we can do the detailed work, the work that we're tasked to do as legislators to improve and enhance this bill. But I do say again, for any teacher listening, this bill can be changed. Elements of it can be voted down should they not be acceptable to members in this House. And I think it's really important that we note that even if those processes don't work, the bill can be voted down at final stage if members remain concerned and teachers are not satisfied. So I think we just need to be so clear that the processes are here to improve and enhance this bill, and narratives to the contrary are simply inaccurate. Mr. Speaker, I don't think I can be clearer than that in terms of the Alliance Party's position at second stage of this bill, and I look forward to the contributions of other members today. Thank you.
Hunter.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you for your detailed contribution. It actually helped, I suppose, understand the different perspectives when approaching this issue, and I do welcome, if this were to pass today, that you would engage with the Education Committee. Similar to the Chair's comments, this is an issue over the past sort of 72 hours, significant number of messages, of phone calls of concerned teachers, teachers who are burnt out, teachers who are angry, and they feel that this is just the cherry on the cake after years of feeling undervalued. So sadly today, I do rise on behalf of the SDLP to oppose this bill, and I want to be clear from the outset, this is not opposition to inspection. Because I do agree with the Minister, inspection matters and accountability matters in our classrooms and keeping our children safe. Every child in Northern Ireland, regardless of where they grew up or what school they attend, deserve a system that can be honest with itself and be assessed adequately and improve along the way. The SDLP supports that and agrees with that principle unreservedly. While there is undoubtedly a pressing need for a legal framework that guarantees consistent, independent oversight of educational quality, child protection and safeguarding, in its current form today, we sadly cannot support it. Nothing should impact our teachers' fundamental workers' rights and the sanctity of being able to partake in collective action. Our teachers have spoken, they feel overworked, they feel under-resourced and they feel burnt out. Under the clause within this bill, failing to cooperate with an inspection due to being on strike would risk teachers, our teachers, being painted as unacceptable and unprofessional in their conduct. Minister, we know that you see this as bringing us into line here in Northern Ireland with the rest of the UK, but I feel strongly there is an element of context here that really matters, which is over the past 8 years, more than 75% of inspections were disrupted by industrial action, and there's a reason for that. Teachers did not and do not just step out as a matter of defiance or out of malice, but they do so because the system has been asking them over the years to do more with less, year on year, not enough adequate support, not adequate pay or adequate recognition. Our teachers really are exhausted. They're bringing in their own items into the classroom to support our kids, and they do have a right to strike. And I feel very strongly that is not refusing to cooperate, it's just their fundamental workers' rights. Yep.
Is that the same position then that you apply to the profession in the Republic of Ireland and the rest of Great Britain, where there is no inspection boycott during strike action, and there have been strikes in the South and in Great Britain, and never have they used the inspectorate as part of that strike action, which I support, legitimate right to strike, and there are countless areas that the profession can engage in. I'll include them whenever I'm winding later. But why should Northern Ireland, uniquely as an outlier, be the only jurisdiction that allows the frustration of an independent inspection process which includes assessing child safeguarding measures? Surely children should be beyond legitimate form of strike action, as it is elsewhere.
I thank the Minister for his intervention, and it is a valid one. I can tell from your debate today you really do prioritise child safeguarding. Upon doing research ahead of today, I did note in Scottish legislation there was an item that had if there's a reasonable reason that a teacher must refuse inspection in Scotland, there is grounds to do so. And Minister, the entirety of this bill, points 1 and 2, clauses 1 and 2, we can understand perspectives, but I do think if we can look at other areas like Scotland, we can learn from them about. Yeah, yes, I'll give way to the member.
The member give way, but the member also shared my concern based on the Minister's previous comment, and that should extend to social workers who support children and young people at risk. By the Minister's logic, he would be against those workers taking strike action as well, and therefore would this bill seems to be a very dangerously slippery slope where the Education Minister is saying who can strike when and where. Would the member share that concern that I have and others?
And I take the member's point and I hear his perspective. I think from engaging with teachers, they feel like their workers' rights are being weaponised against them. And I feel very strongly that this isn't a debate about child safeguarding versus workers' rights. We can find a happy medium, we can find a balance. I'll give way to the member.
Some of the hiss whenever she gave the example, and I have to say she's always stepped forward when it comes to safeguarding issues, and I've worked with her on many issues pertaining to such. But what the member outlined seems to be a reason why you would allow this then to proceed to committee, where you could flesh out those particular issues. It seems to me that to vote against the bill today goes against the very concept in which you outline, which seems reasonable and fair. Let's look at the other jurisdictions, see where the balance is to be struck in this, and ensure we get safeguarding at the heart of the bill.
I take the member's point, and I thank him for his kind words, and he too has done so much on child safeguarding, particularly with the issue of sex offenders in our communities. I think for me, the SDLP was built on the back of teachers. You know, for years we know the importance of industrial action, we know the importance of the voice of the people. And again, I will reiterate, I don't see this as a child safeguarding issue versus a workers' right issue. And I would add the Chair's point was extremely valid. Safeguarding is on each and every one of us. So today, again, I'm taking members' points across this House, and I'm actually agreeing with a lot of them, but I do think we need to find balance. Today, because we've spoken directly with so many teachers who do feel so strongly about this bill, we will be voting it down. I do see what the Minister is trying to do, but I think right now, listening to our teachers who are burnt out, who are overworked, who are under-resourced, I think it's so important that we do listen to them, and that's why we'll be voting down today. But to bring my point to a close, I think it's really important that we do listen to our teachers, and within this bill, sorry? Yourself? Yeah, I'll give way.
Thank the member for giving way. And I just, as you said, you were bringing your remarks to a close. I did just want to draw you back to your initial opening remarks, where you used the phrase "the bill in its current form is not acceptable." I entirely agree. And from my wife, who was a teacher for nearly 20 years, is now not a teacher in the system, so don't have to declare that interest. I know firsthand how hard teachers work. I visit schools every single week in my constituency. Teachers are absolutely at breaking point, so don't disagree with any of those points. But you used the phrase, the bill in its current form. Is there not some scope to improve it? And if we can't improve it at committee and do that work, then we vote the clause down that's causing the concern.
Can I? Yeah. Look, I take the member's point, and you've articulated it very well, and definitely, like, your wife can relate to the challenges that our teachers face. But I think for us in the SDLP, listening to teachers, we've seen statistics and the feedback from our teachers. Over 76% speak so strongly that they're totally against Clause 3, and understandably so. So for us today, we will be voting this down. But within the bill, I think the real challenge of Clause 3 is essentially your compelling participation of inspections through fear of disciplinary action, and I think that was kind of the bone of contention with our teachers. Yes.
Just to be clear, will the member agree that Clause 3 could possibly be amended through the committee stage and then potentially voted down at consideration stage?
I would agree. I mean, the process by which we can get it to committee and tweak it and talk about what works and what doesn't is welcome. But I think, again, to reiterate the engagement that we've had with our teachers, I do feel really strongly listening today. Even right up until this morning, what are we doing? How's the SDLP voting? And, you know, I stand with them. I stand shoulder to shoulder. I've listened to their voices. They've been out, they've been striking over the past number of years, and they feel undervalued. So I respect the member's position, and I understand we could take it to committee and tease it out. But a lot of teachers do find this insulting. Yes, I'll give way to the member.
I think the member makes a valid point, but we need to take this in the context of which we are in here in Northern Ireland. You know, it's a bit rich that the two lead parties are having a sham fight over this issue when both of them went on strike for multiple years from their place of work here at great cost to the teaching profession and indeed our schools. Would the member agree with me that that's a bit arrogant on the part of the lead government parties here?
I would agree with the member. Look, I know there's differing beliefs on this issue, but I think ultimately it comes back to the workload our teachers have is unfathomable. I was at that event at Unison, even speaking with classroom assistants who are picking up so much work. Teachers are overwhelmed, classroom assistants are overwhelmed, and I think it's really important to hone this back. We're unapologetic in voting this down today, given the needs of our teachers. You cannot compel openness and honesty and professional engagement that makes inspection genuinely valuable, because that requires trust. And right now, our teachers really feel that trust has to be earned, and they feel really uncomfortable that their workers' rights may be impeded by Clause 3. Mr Deputy Speaker, I represent, of course, both teachers, parents, families in East Derry who want the same thing that the Minister wants, which is a world-class education for their students. And again, you know, those families that I speak with know the pressure that teachers are under, and you know, there really is unmet needs in our education system. To close, the SDLP's position today is straightforward. We do support inspection, we do support accountability, we support the principle that every school in Northern Ireland should be able to demonstrate the quality of what it offers. But we will not support legislation that treats a workforce crisis, a burnt-out workforce, as a compliance problem. We feel very strongly that that punishes professionals already at breaking point. And, you know, this was brought forward, and yet, you know, with a very explicit objection from the very people it would impact most, which is our teachers. I feel very strongly that the Minister should just listen to some of the different perspectives today. I think it's really important to finish on the note of it doesn't have to be child safeguarding or teachers get their rights, their workers' rights. I feel that both can be done, and we can find a pathway there, and it's important to find balance in this debate. Thank you.
And ordinarily, if I heard a DUP member, especially a minister, quoting Nelson Mandela, one of the great leaders and human beings and political ex-prisoners of the 20th and 21st century, I would look on it as a sign of progress. However, in the situation today of the Minister quoting Madiba, I thought his actions were so cynical as to undermine whatever intention he had in mind. If he wants to talk about Mandela any time, as someone who has met him and been in his company, shared some of the experiences of imprisonment, I'm happy to do so any time you want. The issue arose about the Executive allowing this bill onto the floor of the Assembly. And of course, the Minister previously has spoken of the Executive approving bills or pieces of legislation as they release it from the Executive and allow it to come onto the floor of the Assembly. So let me say this. Sinn Féin ministers approving a bill to move forward to the floor of the Assembly is not approval and shouldn't be taken as approval for any piece of legislation or any bill. So the Minister should remember that. He has said that on numerous occasions now. So, not just at the minute. So, what Sinn Féin has allowed to happen is for the legislative and democratic process to take its course here on the floor of this Assembly. That is what democracy is all about. A piece of legislation comes to the floor, we have the opportunity to debate it, go back and forth across the Assembly. We can vote whatever way we decide we want to at the end of the debate. And in terms of amending or voting down a piece of legislation, everybody, as the chair of the committee has said, has the right to do that. And that's what will happen. That's the democratic process. I don't know why the Minister is concerned about that. He made the point in the opening of his contribution that he has had this bill since November 2024. And I think one of the issues that needs to be nailed here is that legislation isn't formulated overnight. We hear people out there in the community who don't understand the workings of legislation in particular. we need a new law for this, we need a law for that. Why doesn't the Assembly bring in a law for whatever? And of course it takes time. My own private member's bill, a small 2-clause bill, has taken over 2 years, nearly 2.5 years, to get to the stage where it's at now. And I accept that executive legislation takes priority. But I mean, the Minister isn't going to get his way overnight. And of course there are going to be discussions within the executive. The Minister just can't throw a paper down on the executive table and expect everybody to say, oh yes, let's go, let's send it down to the Assembly. Of course there's going to be back and forth. Whichever one of us gets up first.
Member given way is always very generous with his time. I think the point the Minister was making, that it was November 24, it was sent to executive colleagues, but I do welcome the member's commitment now that legislation thrown down at the executive should not be simply rubber stamped or approved, and that November 24 of 18 months should be a time period which ministers should expect. So will that then also apply to the proposed employment rights bill from your Minister? Because last Thursday Mr Kearney, your party chairman, gave off that the DUP had looked at this piece of legislation for 24 days. Is your advice now we should look at it for 18 months before it allowed it into this place?
Well, I think what should happen is that the executive should allow the Good Jobs Bill to come onto the floor of the Assembly. It has been blocked in the Assembly for long enough by the DUP, and not just the Good Jobs Bill. There's many amount of pieces of legislation that are being blocked, and it's probably not the case that they're all or most of them are Sinn Féin bills. It's probably the case that other parties have bills that are being blocked also. Go ahead, Johnny, you're jumping there.
One thing that he did say, which is true, is that legislation takes time, and good legislation takes even longer time to ensure it's right. But it's not just the Minister that's confused with the Sinn Féin position, because it was submitted in 2024, sight of all of your ministers, including your Leader in the Assembly, Michelle O'Neill, the First Minister. They then appear to have worked with the Minister and his department to shape a bill that had the consent of their party to then go forward to debate in the chamber. I don't know what's happening in the internal ranks of Sinn Féin, but it does appear that there's some sort of challenge going across the floor on authority. Who speaks for you guys at the moment? Is it the First Minister, or is it the backbench rebels and Mason, Baker and yourself at an education committee? Because there's no sense of structure, there is no sense of meaningful engagement. I don't know, maybe you can explain. Who speaks for Sinn Féin? All right, David.
At the minute, Johnny, I'm speaking for Sinn Féin. And in terms of legislation being a lengthy process, as you say, as the DUP says, funny the Education Minister didn't think that when his uniform bill was going through the committee. He wanted that process condensed. And to my shame, we acquiesced to that request because we were told by officials that once we saw...
Mr Sheehan,
yeah.
And others, can we return to the bill that's on the order paper today? I gave a gentle caution earlier. There's been some latitude afforded, but it really is running out now, so it's the bill before us.
Fair enough.
That includes with interventions.
Fair enough. And just the last point in terms of legislation passing through this Assembly, what the Minister has to remember is that this is no longer a single-party unionist regime through which he can ram-stamp legislation. This is now a democratic chamber, and people will have their say. And if they don't like it, they can block it. And if they do like it, they can let it pass through. Sorry, Danny, yes, go ahead.
Would the member agree that if the bill is voted down today, there will be no opportunities to take evidence at committee, there will be no opportunities to shape the bill, there will be no opportunities to provide amendments, and there will be no opportunities then to remove the clause that has so much opposition?
Well, first of all, the reason we're voting the bill down today is because we don't think there's a lot of room to change this bill. I mean, the main feature of this bill is that if teachers obstruct inspections, there will be a sanction. We don't know what that sanction will be. The Minister can't even tell us what that sanction will be. Previously, we objected in the executive that teachers would be criminalised if they obstructed an inspection. Now there's some other type of sanction which nobody knows anything about. So, you know, how do we change that? The issue of amendments has been brought up in the Chamber today, and we know the difficulties with amendments. You know, there's no guarantee that you're going to get an amendment accepted. And, you know, if the Minister could stand up here today and say, well, I'm happy to change this bill so that there won't be any sanctions against teachers. I'm happy to take that clause out, because I now understand, as the Chair of the Committee had mentioned on numerous occasions during his contribution, I now understand the fragility of the relationship between the department and the teachers. If the Minister were to get up and say that today, perhaps we would take a different view. Well,
the member for giving way, and you referenced the fact that we don't know what these sanctions look like, and that's a profound concern to me. And teachers coming to me are saying we don't know what this is like. We are in a strange position where we need another bit of legislation to go through before we can understand that. But given that, is committee not a forum where we could bottom those issues out? And if we're not able to satisfactorily, don't rely on amendments being selected or picked. There can be a collective decision of this House to oppose the clause that's causing the concern, but that would still give us the opportunity to deliver much needed progressive RE reform, which is long overdue. Surely that would be a win-win.
Well, under other circumstances, I might agree with the Chair of the Committee. However, we have this dog's dinner of a Clause 3. We don't think it can be amended. We don't think it can be amended and still have the same scope. We're not sure, even if we could amend this clause, that it would be accepted by the Speaker. So let me just finish this point. I'll give way to you. So the point is, and the Education Committee is going to be very, very busy over the period between now and the end of the mandate. We're going to be very busy. We know the Minister has other legislation coming through. The committee has its own bill, and there are a number of private members' bills as well. This is going to take up a lot of time in the committee. It's going to take up time in here. Why waste that time? Why not the Minister stand up and say, right, I'm going to take that away. I'm going to take that away. We'll deal with the other two clauses that are left, and then look at it again. If not in this mandate, then early in the next mandate. Daniel.
Thank the member for giving way. I have a good working relationship with the member, but I do struggle to understand the position here for Sinn Féin. If they have such concern about this bill, why didn't they stop it? Because ultimately today, by taking the action you're taking, you're going to stop it. The SDLP's position is very clear. We're against this bill for a variety of reasons, but not inspections, because we don't trust the DUP with the Department of Education after the 10-year track record. But for Sinn Féin to come here today with teachers listening and say that they're genuinely concerned when you could have stopped this happening to begin with is a bit contradictory.
Well, one of the reasons is, Daniel, because if we were to block this at the executive, the SDLP would be standing up tomorrow morning saying, you know, this place is dysfunctional. You're blocking pieces of legislation. You're blocking and the DUP's blocking. No, we're not blocking. We're letting this legislation come through. There was originally the Clause 3 would have criminalised teachers. We said we weren't accepting that. We wouldn't let that go through onto the floor of the Assembly. The Minister changed it. He's changed it to something, you know, something amorphous. We don't know what the hell it is, but we decided to let it go through because our argument was that we weren't going to allow teachers to be criminalised, and we're not. We're starting with the teachers. So I mean, you can't have it both ways, Daniel. You can't tell us to block it and then tell us, you know, we should be letting stuff through.
Thank the member for taking an intervention. Did not all of the parties here, apart from the DUP, agree a number of weeks ago, whenever the minimum unit pricing bill was blocked within the executive, that that was wrong and it should have been given the opportunity to come to the floor of this assembly to be debated? So why would we block this? So I agree with you. You know, you can't say we want to block this and not block that. Either we believe that the MLAs in this chamber have the right to debate the issues, to debate the legislation and make a decision and vote on it, or we don't.
Members, before we proceed, we're not discussing from the order paper assembly processes, and there's occasionally members will find this amusing, but it really isn't respectful to people who are waiting to make serious points to sit and giggle at a request to stick to the order paper. So there's that in the first case. I'm not sure that political ping pong and questioning the motives of other parties addresses the item on the order paper either. So again, a more stern caution this time, which is against better judgment, because I prefer to give a bit of latitude to set context, but we really are straying way off topic. So it's the bill, the clauses and the issues associated from here on. Mr. Sheehan.
I've got a John Corla, and I agree with the contribution from my colleague there. Let me just say one thing. Our teachers are safeguarding children every single day. Our teachers are safeguarding children every day. Every day, our teachers are safeguarding children. Yeah?
The vast majority of teachers are obviously doing a very good job, both as educationalists, but also safeguarding children. The issue is that in any sphere, there can be people who are not doing the job as well as they should be, or in some cases there is a danger. That's what inspection is for, that's what it does. Are we honestly saying because the vast majority of teachers are good and do everything as they should do, that we shouldn't have any inspection to see where there is failings and certainly where there are any safeguarding issues?
I haven't once here today argued against inspections. Not once. Not once. This bill's about one thing and one thing only: intimidate and punishing teachers. And the Minister and the DUP can spin whatever yarn they like about inspections, Transform Ed or school improvement. Anyone with even a passing knowledge of education here knows exactly what this legislation is about. Its purpose is to undermine action short of strike and to expose teachers to allegations of unacceptable professional conduct for taking part in what is currently lawful industrial action. I said before that the Education Minister had lost the dressing room, and that's the reality. Paul Gibbon has failed to convince teachers on the front line to buy into his harmful agenda. So what is his answer? Not engagement, and certainly not partnership. His answer is to threaten teachers, intimidate teachers and punish teachers. And rather than addressing the workload crisis in our schools, rather than dealing with teacher burnout, recruitment pressures and the many challenges facing our education system, the Minister has chosen to target one of the few mechanisms available to teachers to challenge those conditions. And are we really surprised by his attempts to intimidate teachers? This is the same Minister who belatedly admitted that a senior civil servant in his own department had accused him of bullying. The same Minister who's repeatedly shown contempt for those who disagree with him. The same Minister who now wants this Assembly to endorse legislation that places teachers in the firing line for taking part in lawful industrial action. And we should not be surprised by the DUP's hostility to trade unions and workers' rights either. Just look at their approach to the Good Jobs Bill, a package of measures designed to strengthen rights and protections for workers, yet time and again they've sought to delay, frustrate and obstruct its progress. The public see through it, teachers see through it, school staff see through it, and we see through it. This bill is not about improving education. It's not about improving inspections. It's not about supporting teachers. It's about control. It's about punishment. It's about intimidating workers who dare to stand up for themselves, and we reject that approach entirely. The Minister should go back to the drawing board, focus on tackling the real problems facing our schools, and start working with teachers instead of against them. Sinn Féin stands with our teachers, we stand with our school staff, and we will be opposing this bill.
Middleton.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of the second stage of this education inspection bill, and I would ask, is there any one of us here that doesn't stand with our teachers? I don't think so. In this Assembly we should have one aim, that being to make the lives of the people of Northern Ireland better. There's no greater way for us to collectively achieve this than by investing in our future leaders, our brilliant children and young people. And from the outset, I wish to be abundantly clear that this bill is not about penalising our schools or our talented educators. It is, as the Minister has outlined, designed to empower them. As someone who started off my career in the classroom, I am acutely aware of the passion, love, tireless hours and incredible work ethic that our teachers put into both their classrooms and their pupils. Our teachers care so deeply about the work that they carry out that any change or proposed change needs to be approached sensitively so that there can be no doubt that they have our full support and encouragement. This bill leaves room for the creation of a more modern, more transparent and more robust inspection framework that prioritises safeguarding our school pupils. I, like my colleagues, am a supporter of our schools, our teachers and all the staff within these settings. Our teachers deserve an inspection system that works with them, identifying areas of excellence and also offering practical, realistic pathways for improvements where challenges present themselves. I want the education system in Northern Ireland to be world-class in every single way, and I am of the firm belief, and I know that many here will agree, that proper and robust inspection processes allows for this. I do not wish to believe that there is anyone in this chamber who does not care deeply for the safeguarding and excellence in education that our children and young people receive and rightly deserve. However, I do want to put on record that while social media can be an immense power for good, using it to play political football over issues pertaining to our children and young people is simply wrong. Yeah. And when the full narrative is not published, at best it is unhelpful. Mr Deputy Speaker, accountability to the people of Northern Ireland is a fundamental pillar of the good governance that each of us have committed to carrying out. It goes without saying that parents across Northern Ireland have a right to know exactly how their children's school settings are performing. Parents, pupils and school settings deserve an inspection system that is reliable, thorough and fair. I know that this mindset is shared with our teachers, and therefore I believe it to be imperative that this is protected within our law. It is a reality as opposed to an idea that action short of strike has affected ETI inspection processes over the past number of academic years. Yeah. This is clearly stated in published reports from inspections impacted by said action short of strike. Let us be very clear today, on record, on what the proposed legislation would provide legal standing for. It would provide detailed independent evaluation of the quality of both education delivered and the learning experience by our children and young people. It would give better safeguarding and child protection for our children and young people, and surely nothing we discuss today is more important than this. The worthy goal of inspection carried out in an independent method by ETI is to promote the highest standards of education and to provide assurances that settings are providing a good standard of education while simultaneously maintaining a safe and effective learning environment. Members, inspection is essential when it comes to safeguarding, and it acts as a sound method for improvement in our educational facilities. If it is, as I believe it to be, the genuine desire for Northern Ireland to have an inspection system that works as envisioned, the current legislation requires change to enable independent inspection activity to be carried out at all times. Members, we have an Education Minister who is fully committed to bringing about a reduction in the workload pressures our teachers have told us they are facing. Minister Given is also committed to reforming education support services, and let us be clear, he has no desire to undermine the right to strike, which, as with all other jurisdictions in the United Kingdom and Ireland, is one that he is not seeking to remove, although, as he has previously proven, he will always work to mediate and, importantly, listen. To best allow for the reforms that will help our teaching staff and pupils, inspections are imperative. Therefore, there must be no barriers to them taking place. We have our amazing teachers, our school staff, and importantly, our children and young people, our very future, to put at the forefront here. Thank you.
John Burrows.
Speaker, striking the balance between legitimate and fundamentally important public interests is the solemn duty of the people in this place. And there are no more profound public interest duties to balance than that of protecting the rights of our teachers, who educate our young people, who are overworked, they are underpaid, they are struggling with being abused in our school times by a minority of pupils, and I've been talking about that recently. And that has to be, of course, balanced against the needs of our children to get the best possible education, to make sure that their safeguarding is always paramount, to make sure that if there's good practice, that it is shared, and if there's bad or dangerous practice, it is identified and dealt with. And that's why I take the position broadly similar to the Chair of the Education Committee in saying that this bill is deserving of going through for further scrutiny to the committee stage. I'm going to say at the outset, it is fundamentally right that RE is included in inspection, because I think it is like any other subject. We need to make sure that there's a quality provision of education. The Supreme Court is, as some people struggle in this chamber to accept unless it suits them, the Supreme Court is the Supreme Court, and it has made a decision, and I respect that. But I'll give you a personal experience of why I think that not only RE, but that inspection is so important. I went to school where there was a paedophile who was an RE teacher. He abused my friends. I saw a lot of things that I shouldn't have saw. And for many years, probably about 20, he abused children in the school I went to. And I wonder if an inspection had have actually looked at some of the really disturbing things he was doing, had an opportunity to speak to pupils, that perhaps that abuse might have taken place. But Dr. Brown got away with it. We were never inspected in RE. And that was the subject that he taught for years and abused a lot of people in Bangor Grammar School. So I do have a passionate interest in getting this right. But we need to make sure that the protection of inspection is proportionate, that it is fair, that it is properly defined as to what the outcome and consequences would be. And I think that is where we should be focusing in on the next stage at the committee. It is right that before we pass this, we know what sort of sanction a teacher could be passing, because the law, and it's very clearly stated in case law, that we should have clarity about law. There should be certainty about it, and we need to know what the sanctions could be. There are options to put in amendments to make sure that the potential sanction for... Yes, I will.
Thank the member for giving way. Would you agree with me, the fact being that similar legislation exists across these islands and there has been no criminal convictions that I am aware of, indeed that the Minister is aware of to date, is a considerable consideration in trying to maybe offset some of the concerns that legitimate teachers have with regards to this particular amendment?
I think it's a very good point, and it is, I think, relevant that the criminal sanctions have deterred anybody from engaging in action short of strike and disrupting inspections. And of course I do note, and I'm happy to be corrected if I'm wrong, within the jurisdiction of the rest of the United Kingdom, and of course in our good neighbours in the Irish Republic, it is a criminal offence to obstruct inspection. But of course, Sinn Féin, as I pointed out last week, have become the party of the hard border in the island of Ireland when it comes to many things, and one of those is actually the issue of inspection in our schools. It's an offence in the Irish Republic, and I presume their southern colleagues are not lobbying for a change in that law, but they do not support inspection being protected here, even by a disciplinary code. Whatever the merits of the argument, there is a divergence in your policy, but you are now the party of partition in very many ways. But getting back to the core of this, there are amendments we could look at to make sure that the sanction is proportionate, that it is not punitive, that it is sufficiently clear. It could, in the first instance, be a warning. And I do think we need to see this. I will give way to... are you looking at me to give way? Are you... Yes, stand up, please.
I thank the member for giving way. One of the things that became clear during the debate is that we don't know what the sanction will be. If we don't know what the sanction will be, how can we amend it? It just doesn't make any sense.
And that's why I think this deserves to go to the committee stage and we can look at that specific issue. But if we... Mr Buckley, yes?
Doesn't he think it's interesting that the Sinn Féin member absolutely avoided the central premise of the question that you posed? That the fact being that it's criminal sanction in the Republic of Ireland, it's a referral to their body in Northern Ireland, so therefore less, in theory, of status in terms of the offence. Do you not find that Mr Sheehan has missed that entire point? Is perhaps telling that they just want to wreck this bill rather than get to the fundamental, which is the safeguard and protection of children?
I've never been one really to admire the competence of Sinn Féin, and I do think they need to be honest with us on this point. There is a partitionist approach, and perhaps you don't trust teachers in the Republic of Ireland, but you do trust them more in Northern Ireland. But I'll come back to the nub of the issue. Here is the reality. We do have the opportunity to look at the next stage and actually probe that, to look at amendments that make sure we strike the right balance. But to throw this out in its entirety now, I will always give way to Mr Baker.
Used here because okay, you'll hear. So stage 2 of private members bill, you voted against it. You hadn't even read it. You hadn't even looked at it. You run about trying to get members to get that bit of legislation to even look at it, but still walk through and voted against it. That makes no sense whatsoever.
Members, we're dealing with the education inspection bill.
Because in the face of it, it was unnecessary. Okay, but I also supported putting through to the next stage the holiday hunger bill. Even though I think there are significant issues.
Mr Burrows, can you return to the bill that's on the order paper as well?
With absolute pleasure, Mr Deputy Speaker. So, here is the essence of our position. This is too important to throw this out to score some points in TikTok. Here's the essence of this. We have two competing interests here. The interests of our teachers to be treated fairly, and the interests of our pupils in order to make sure they get a quality education and they are protected and safeguarded. And we can find the right balance. We should look at this and give it every opportunity to get that balance right, because there's nothing more important than safeguarding our young people. And every other profession does have inspection. It is right and proper. We need to make sure it's fair. I understand the concerns of teachers. I understand their concerns about the issue of workload. I understand their concern about is this a chill effect on the wider industrial rights. It'd be very easy for me to appeal to populism and try and score some quick points, but this is too important for this, and for that reason I will support this going through. Yes, I will, Minister.
Way. And he is right to say people could play to the gallery and be populist on this. That, however, infers that every single teacher somehow agree with the representations that have been made from other people. The teachers that I know are not afraid of having the light shone on practices that may expose issues concerned with child safeguarding. In fact, they want it. And I think we should listen to those voices and not misrepresent that somehow that all teachers feel the only way to get their rights is to deny an inspection when it comes to things around school improvement and child safeguarding practices. Quite the opposite is the case with the teaching profession that I know.
Yes, I note the Minister's comments, and yes, and this is a profession, it is professional, and that comes with responsibilities. We should stand up for our teachers, and we need to make sure we stand up for our pupils. I would not want it to be in my conscience that we did not at least give probing scrutiny and every opportunity to find an agreement on something that could protect one child in our country. Because sometimes there are bad people in good professions. That's why we have all kinds of systems to make sure that children are safe. And for that reason, I support this going through to the next stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Call Cathy Mason.
So, unlike the Minister, I stand here today in support of our hard-working teachers and school staff who go above and beyond every single day for our children and young people, despite the growing pressures that they face. It is very clear what this bill is. This bill is an attempt to intimidate and punish teachers who dare to engage in lawful industrial action. The Minister's bullish conduct and language against trade unions here today has made that so much more evident, conflating the issue of inspections with the punitive crackdown of teachers. The Minister wants to sanction teachers who take part in action short of strike. The DUP want a charge of unacceptable professional misconduct levelled against teachers who exercise their right to industrial action. They want teachers who dare to challenge them struck off. And let me say on the issue of safeguarding, teachers and unions will take no lectures from this Minister on safeguarding when he has failed to protect all children. Failed to protect children when he removed the guidance for transgender young people. Failed to protect children when children with SEN are placed in settings that don't meet their needs. Failed to protect children when many vulnerable children are still left without a school placement. I am for real. I am 100% for real. And this is coming from teachers.
Members. Members and even ministers make the remarks through the chair. Cathy Mason.
Thank you, Can Corlia. The Minister has also failed to protect children when he denies girls the very basic human right of being allowed to wear trousers to school. He's failed to protect children who are sitting in classrooms with rain coming in through the windows and holes in the roofs. He's failed to protect children when some staff working with the most vulnerable children are without access NI checks.
All members. I made a comment a moment ago that members and ministers make their comments through the chair. I'm really disappointed that I've had to repeat that comment and request so soon. So we're going to resume and we'll take it from there. Cathy Mason. Point of order.
Deputy Speaker, not one comment from the members actually about the bill. It's just another personal assassination attempt by Sinn Féin against me. Nothing to do with the bill, purely party political and of a personal nature, which we've come used to this lot anyway.
Minister Given, many members on all sides have taken some time to set context. I referred to it earlier. I also said that some latitude would be given in that regard. What members haven't done by and large is speak across the chamber, and that's why I've now asked twice that remarks be made through the chair. Cathy Mason.
And just for the Minister's information, the first 5 lines, first 5 paragraphs of my content there was directly in terms of the bill, as is the safeguarding aspect that the Minister has brought up on numerous occasions. I could go on where the Minister has failed to protect children, but I don't see where the Minister's concerns for safeguarding are on all of these issues. Unions have repeatedly confirmed that inspections relating to child safeguarding has not been obstructed. So we will not sit here and listen to DUP propaganda on a matter that is as serious as safeguarding. Safeguarding has been protected, and teachers that I know take this seriously and do have the very best interests of their children at heart. At a time when 9 out of 10 teachers report experiencing burnout, with workload identified as the primary driver, what does this minister do? He tries to silence teachers and undermine their workers' rights rather than meaningfully engage on the workload crisis. And people can see that for exactly what it is. Teachers are under immense pressure. They are dealing with increasing workloads, growing classroom challenges, and a SEN system that is failing far too many children and families. Yet instead of supporting teachers, the minister has chosen to target their rights. If this minister truly does want an education system that works, he should focus on the issues that matter most to teachers, families, and most importantly, our children and young people. The minister has, and I'm sure he will continue to try and dress this bill up any way he wants, but we can see through it. The swathes of teachers who have contacted us over the weekend, the concerned parents who see the work that their local teachers do day in and day out, can also see through it. Now, I've no doubt that every member of this chamber wants children to receive the highest quality education possible. Effective inspections that would actually support schools, help teachers improve practice, and ultimately benefit children are an important part of that. But high quality education is built on a supported, valued and respected workforce. You do not improve the outcomes for children by threatening teachers and professional sanctions. You improve outcomes for children by tackling workload, by addressing burnout, by supporting schools and ensuring that teachers can focus on teaching our children. Perhaps the minister should look at his legislative priorities and actually focus on the urgent challenges that are facing our education system. He should scrap his harmful reform agenda, tackle the workload crisis, sort out the chronic backload of maintenance issues. Punishing teachers for standing up for themselves, their profession and the children that they care for will not repair a single classroom. It will not reduce the pressures facing teachers or improve a single child's education. Now, some may argue that this bill can be fixed through amendments. If we genuinely believed that, we would have pursued that route. But let's be honest, we have been here before. Members need only look at the school uniforms bill. We've already heard the difficulties. This bill is not broken because of a drafting error. It is broken because of the intent. Its intention is not to improve our schools. Its purpose is to intimidate teachers, undermine workers' rights and silence those who speak out against the minister's failures. That cannot be amended away. Mr Brooks, you wanted to...
I was going to suggest in the long litany of issues that you've identified within our education system that one of the major factors is funding, and I was wondering if you were going to go to your finance minister and ask whether he intends to fix the issue with the budget that he had brought forward, which would leave £600 million worth of pressures within our education system looking into next year.
So is that on the face of this bill? Is that what we're discussing here today? Is that what we're discussing here today? Nick, you wanted to give way?
Thank the member for giving way, and I'll just return to a point that I think has been made by a number of members repeatedly, that this bill can't be amended. It's been said on social media and it's been said in this debate. Well, we don't know that yet because we haven't had a committee stage, so we've no idea if there is any scope to amend it. But even saying that, what I really struggle to understand is if you have a bill with 3 clauses doing 3 things, 2 of them we like, 1 of them you don't, deal with the one that you don't like at consideration stage and vote it down. That's absolutely within your gift, and anybody trying to say it's not, I am baffled as to what that argument really is trying to get at. So can we not win on the things that are good and deal with the things that we don't like?
Yep.
Blind faith in terms of legislative approach is not a good strategy, and quite frankly this minister has not earned the faith of this assembly. And I think if anybody naively thinks that this minister is going to acquiesce to watering down his bill, that's fantasy. And if you doubt what I'm saying, all you have to do is listen to the gloating and the jeering and how giddy the DUP members in the bench opposite get at the very mention of sanctioning teachers here today.
Thanks. I agree with what the member said, and just back on the point that the chair of the committee made. With all due respect, this House has voted that they don't have confidence in this minister. I certainly don't have confidence that he's going to change this bill in any way, shape or form that is going to make this bill any better. And I'll repeat the point that this bill is not broken because of a drafting error. It's broken because of its intent. Its intention is not to make schools better. Its intention is to intimidate teachers and undermine workers. Mr Buckley.
I thank the member for giving way. The ChatGPT script will do well online and all of the accusations that have been made. But getting back to the reality of where we are today, can the member explain why, on consultation with other executive parties, which include her party colleagues, when the Minister amended the bill to move from criminal sanction to referral to their own professional body, there was no dissension from Sinn Féin, who allowed the bill to progress? What has changed from Sunday night that has now left her party in a place where they're unable even to give the bill simple scrutiny towards committee?
So your point around ChatGPT, I'm sure that the many teachers that contacted me over the weekend will be deeply offended by what you've just said, because I'm repeating what they have said to me and the fears and the concerns that they have raised with me. On your other point, you clearly do not have any respect for a democratic process. And Mr Buckley, I remind you that just last week at second stage you voted down the hunting bill. You voted against it. You didn't allow it to go through to the next stage to be debated either, because you didn't believe in the intent of that bill. I'm going to continue. This chamber should be sending a very clear message today that we value our teachers, we respect workers' rights, and we understand that the answer to the challenges facing education is not to punish those working on the front line. So to every single teacher that is watching this debate today, and I'm sure they are horrified, Sinn Féin has your back. We will stand up for your rights. We will make sure that your voice is heard despite this minister, and we will impose any attempt to intimidate or punish teachers for taking part in lawful industrial action. Sinn Féin oppose this bill, and we will be voting against it today, and I would encourage others across this chamber to do the same.
Brooks. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The bill before us today seeks to plug an obvious gap that is left in our legislation that leaves children, parents and the public without reliable, independent assurance of education and safeguarding provided in our schools. School inspections give confidence and assurance to government, but also to families that the education their child is receiving within our schools is of the quality expected and required, and perhaps still more importantly, helps assure safeguarding practices within the school. It seems to me that this is a principle that was and is largely agreed, even by this bill's would-be detractors. It's my understanding from committee engagement through this term that unions accept inspection as necessary for that very reason. Indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker, the party opposite seems to have performed another U-turn in a series of U-turns on this particular bill, having supported it at the executive table. Pat has seemed to suggest that they are voting against it today because it would take too much time in committee. Sinn Féin in recent times seems to be spinning like a weather vane, ever unsure what populist gust to follow next. Why on earth then would some in this chamber be more keen to ensure that inspection necessary to ensure the quality of education to our children, and furthermore the safeguarding of the same children, can continue to be used as leverage in industrial disputes? I'll say this to the members opposite. In a year's time, it may well be a different party in the Education Department, but I will assure them my view on this will be the same. Whatever issues and disputes they encounter with unions, there is no reasonable logic to my mind that can justify inspection and oversight of our children's schools as a pawn in that contest. Yes, I will.
You've made this point on quite a number of occasions here today, and I'm just wondering why you continue to misrepresent our position that we are opposed to inspections when we haven't once said that. Can you explain why you keep saying we are?
I can certainly explain, because your actions don't match your words. You say that you think inspections are important. You say that you think they're vital, but when it comes to it, you're willing to have them used as a pawn in the game. Yes, I will give way.
We're opposed to sanctions on teachers. We're not opposed to inspections. It's quite simple. It might be hard for you to grasp, but it is really simple.
No, it's not hard for me to grasp at all, Pat. The fact is that either inspections are important to the quality of our schools, safeguardings in our schools, or they're not. And therefore, if they are important, then how on earth can it be argued that it would be reasonable for a teacher to block that as part of their industrial dispute? The right to strike is open to teachers. We're saying that this is one limited element of that process that should not be used as part of the industrial dispute. I don't know what it is you're not understanding about that. What I'm hearing from you is you saying that you think inspections are important, but not following that through in your actions and how you approach this bill. You can't have your cake and eat it. Frankly, I don't believe that most... I will indeed.
Will the member agree with me that there's a contradiction in the Sinn Féin position whenever they say they don't support this in respect of teachers, but they do support police officers being sanctioned for refusing to engage with the police ombudsman? They do support prison officers being sanctioned if they refuse to engage with the Criminal Justice Inspectorate. They do support nurses, doctors, medical professionals being charged when it comes to refusing to engage with RQIA. They do support that child settings being inspected by RQIA. Is there not a contradiction? And if they are to be consistent, and now that Pat has announced that he is the leader of their party today, congratulations, will they now repeal all aspects of other public sector ability to refuse inspectors in order to be consistent with the position they've outlined today? Would that not be a consistent thing to do?
It would be the consistent thing to do, but the contradictions are, as you've outlined, legion from the benches opposite. And frankly, I don't believe that most parents, school leaders, or indeed teachers believe that inspections should be optional or subject to cordial relations with the department either. This minister, in the most difficult of financial circumstances, has done everything that possibly could be done to resolve previous pay disputes for our teachers and school staff, and that is self-evident. That does not change, however, that for almost a decade, inspection has been repeatedly undermined by industrial tactics that place institutional interests, and not at the moment. I'm going to make some progress. There you go.
Thanks very much for giving way. I appreciate that the member stating categorically on the record that there has been industrial action over the last 10 years, but does the member agree and accept that a part of that 5 years, to be precise, is because of the absence of this place to resolve any of the issues that were frustrating teachers, including pay?
Well, look, the member's made his comments on the record, as I'm sure he's pleased to do. I'm moving on with the debate. It does not change that in that decade that we talked about, that the inspection has been repeatedly undermined by industrial tactics that place institutional interests above the interests of children. Over 8 academic years, more than 3/4 of ETI inspections were impacted by action short of strike. And we've heard that earlier today, and we should hear it again and again in this chamber today, and take it in. 3/4 of the inspections that ensure quality and safety in our schools have been disrupted. The result is a catalogue of missed opportunities to identify suboptimal practice, to protect vulnerable pupils, and to intervene where children were at risk. We cannot pretend that this has had no consequence. And and we've heard the retort already from around this chamber, that safeguarding inspections were permitted to continue. It was made clear to committee when I asked these questions previously, and the ETI representative explained inspectors were now, having returned to school, finding examples of safeguarding requirements not being maintained, including schools where mandatory safeguarding training had not been carried out for more than 4 years, even though it should be renewed every 2 years. Situations where safeguarding policies existed on paper, but safeguarding practices were weaker, and concerns that staff confidence in handling disclosures from children could be affected with training lapses. We know that action short of strike also meant that surveys of pupils and parents that can help unearth underlying issues like the one that Mr Burrows had raised were not facilitated during this period. So while it is at least something that safeguarding inspections themselves went ahead, we should not mislead the public into believing that this limited box check meant that safeguarding was being overseen as effectively as it normally would be the case. This bill is not about punishing teachers, As in most professions, the vast majority of our teachers are good, hard-working and a credit to the schools and the communities which they serve. They work often in facilities and in circumstances that are difficult and far from optimal, not least given the underfunding of our education system and inability to meet all of the pressures faced. However, there are always exceptions, and even that need not be alarmist. It doesn't always have to mean the bad or dangerous teachers. Often those exceptions are merely about correction, training, sharing best practice, not persecuting teachers who are doing all they can. Where there are more serious issues, clearly they will be challenged and dealt with appropriate. But who among us would not want that? What teacher would not want that? While sanction would be a matter for the GTC or other relevant agency, let us be clear, the value and reputation of teachers is rightly protected when suboptimal teaching is addressed. Best practice is shared, and yes, in those rare cases where severe incompetence or misconduct is confronted. Yes, certainly.
Suggesting by his last sentence around suboptimal teaching that all of the teachers who've contacted us are content with suboptimal teaching. All of the teachers who've said this is not the right approach. Is that what you're saying? Because that's what it sounds like.
Plainly not. I'm not saying that that's what they've said, because that's not what they say in the email, and I've received them too. But I'm happy to say plainly that I disagree with that argument. I absolutely believe that there is a majority of our teachers out there who know the importance of inspections as it applies to the whole system. And not only is it protecting our children, but it actually protects the reputation of the profession, and that's important too. It is in nobody's interest to do anything other than support and develop the potential of our children. This bill simply ensures accountability. Inspection is the mechanism by which we know whether schools are performing in the way we expect with regard to teaching and safeguarding. And where there is a vacuum of such inspection, there is no ability to target and deliver the necessary improvements to the benefit of our kids. Can I draw attention to what inspection also does? It raises issues that teachers face every day in the course of their work. Dundonald High School in my own constituency was rightly praised by the ETI for the work they do in ageing and poorly maintained facilities. Leaking roofs, broken heating systems, one boiler in 5 they pointed was working, toilets that can't be used and they're told by EA are too expensive to fix. The ETI helped get further attention for those issues at the school, including through media attention at the time, and rightly said that Dundonald High was living out its vision of being a caring school at the heart of the community, but that maintenance issues had material impacts on pupils attending class on time. It pointed out that the lack of appropriate staff room space was an impact on staff morale and well-being, that children were restricted in their ability to use the library because it was being used as a classroom. Inspections are not necessarily a stick with which to beat the teaching workforce, and we should not talk about it as such, but as a means to identify and shine a light on all manner of issues relating to the quality of our education system and the safety and well-being of our children. Yes, happily.
Member for giving way. The member will understand that there is a serious amount of potential consequences by bringing forward this with clause 3 intact. There's huge amounts, I'm sure the member will appreciate, of questions and which has caused great concern for the teaching profession that your minister doesn't seem to have any answers to. Like who's going to be the enforcer? Who'll make the decision as to what's reasonable or not in this case? And I think you're opening yourself up for a big amount of problems.
Well, I think it's been talked about in the chamber today, and I'll come to it further along in the speech. But I do think that if you have issues around clarity, if you have issues that you want to amend and fix, that there are processes within the system to do that at committee consideration stage. The idea that we vote down a bill today is really about whether you agree with the principle. Do you agree that? I'll give way in a moment. But do you agree with the principle that inspections in our schools are vital to the operation and quality assurance of our education system? Because if you do, we should not be allowing that to be blocked as part of industrial disputes. I'll give way to the member.
I appreciate you giving way, Brooksy, but I'm telling you now, the truth in this is very, very simple. We are not against inspections. They're not against inspections. Nobody's against inspections. Clause 3 is wrecking the bill because you want to criminalise our teachers who have already buckling under pressure, who are very stressed, who've been underpaid for a long time and are very frustrated with this place. That's the point we're making. We understand the wider intention, but we don't want to punish our teachers.
Daniel,
ask members to use names that would be recognised.
No offence taken here, Deputy Speaker, but I appreciate it. I've lost my spot now. No.
Will the member give way?
Yes, certainly.
Appreciate him giving way. And this is why the language that we use today is so important, because Mr McCrossan again has said that this bill will criminalise our teachers. Sinn Féin said that the original bill would criminalise our teachers. That's why I worked with them. Didn't agree with them, but I worked with them to get it out of the executive, and I removed the financial penalties and potential conviction, which is in line with the Republic of Ireland and the rest of Great Britain. So that would not then lead to a criminal sanction, and instead the alternative, which Sinn Féin agreed, and I'll go into more detail about the length of the discussions I had with them, and that'll be revealing. They agreed the referral mechanism to the professional conduct. That is not a criminalisation process, and so Mr McCrossan and others should resist that kind of language. It would be referred to the GTC-NI, and it is for the GTC-NI to then determine which is the professional body. And do we not think that they will be proportionate, that they will take an approach to this which would be proportionate to the issue? Or do you not trust the professional body for the teaching profession either? So Mr McCrossan should watch his language, not misrepresent the bill, and that is the approach that is being proposed, which Sinn Féin agreed to.
Thank the Minister for his intervention. And the member is clearly not happy with what he says is the legacy of the GTC, so I hope he'll be voting for the bill whenever it comes to the floor of the House. But I would say that the member is challenging that he does support inspections. I will say, what my problem is that I don't see what those on the other side of the House are saying, matching their actions in terms of seeking to vote down this bill at this stage. Because if inspections are vital to the running of our education service, for safeguarding, for quality assurance, then you cannot say that, well, it's okay then that they are involved in industrial disputes. So either it is vital and should be left aside from that, or it's not, is my point. Now I'll make some progress, if you don't mind. So yes, fighting to hold this as a tool for use in those disputes, I have to say, and I've listened to the various opinions, and I've read the emails that I have received too, but it is something that I am not willing to indulge. And I really am disappointed that on issues as obviously, in my opinion, right as this, Sinn Féin are playing populist politics in an attempt to cover themselves from the criticisms from the left, and frankly, from the lack of delivery they have shown within their own departments. Let us be clear about what this legislation does and does not do, and the Minister has touched on it already. It does not remove the right to strike. It does not criminalise teachers. It does, however, make cooperation with statutory inspection a defined professional obligation. It provides proportionate professional sanctions through General Teaching Council where necessary. We would not dream of allowing hospitals or doctors to refuse to participate in RQIA inspections or revalidation, respectively. Why would we allow similar within our schools? That is the same pragmatic approach as has been talked about in this chamber today and is used across the United Kingdom and in the Republic of Ireland. Jurisdictions that do not allow inspection to be used as a bargaining chip. Northern Ireland should not be an outlier in this fundamental point of public accountability. And frankly, I say in the clearest possible terms, I cannot get my head around those who think that it should. Parents, the people who entrust us with their children, expect and deserve independent assurance that schools are safe and effective. This bill is child-centred. It will restore independent oversight so that weaknesses in teaching, leadership and safeguarding are identified and addressed. Who objects to that? It will protect vulnerable and disadvantaged pupils who are most likely to be overlooked when inspection is disrupted. Who objects to that? It will bring Northern Ireland into line with neighbouring jurisdictions, ensuring consistency and fairness across this island and the United Kingdom. Is anyone here opposed to that? It will embed inspection of religious education, responding to the Supreme Court's findings and ensuring transparency about what is taught in the classroom. Is anyone objecting? No. We must be honest about the balance of consequences. We should cease to use the false narrative and straw man of harsh punishments as a means of stirring up passions on a false premise. It has not been seen in other jurisdictions. This is about deterring unreasonable and disproportionate actions that ultimately impact upon our children. I will give way again to the member.
Thanks. The member's been very kind giving way. Does the member understand that the reason you haven't seen such a scale of industrial action in other jurisdictions is because their legislators actually worked? They didn't disappear for 5 years. They didn't disappear for 5 years. That is the reason why we have such frustration in the teaching profession, and it's time the DUP and Sinn Féin accepted that a huge amount of damage was done to the teaching profession and to schools in that period.
I'm sorry, but other jurisdictions did see strikes, so the point is no. I hear the issues around workload, and I know the Minister does too. That's why he has commissioned and published an action plan. That is why he's brought forward the Transform Ed programme, delivering reforms to reduce bureaucracy and support teachers. But placing workload and an inspection as adversaries, as somehow mutually exclusive, and is neither rational nor reasonable. As I have outlined, inspection has a role in evidencing and validating further some of the issues school staff and pupils face as challenges. This bill will give reassurance that future disputes will not have elements that compromise the safety and education of children as pawns of those negotiations. That's frankly something that we should all be able to agree on, and I despair that it is not. Yes, happy to.
I thank the member for giving way, and I've just been reflecting, and I wonder if he shares my observation that actually a lot of the same things are being said today in the chamber. A lot of people are saying, yes, we need inspection. And while we are going to be voting, so far going to be voting for it to go through the second stage so that we can balance what needs to be had, what I'm also hearing is that one of the main concerns that people in opposition to this is that they don't have trust. They don't have trust in this minister, and given how it hasn't been really that conciliatory this afternoon, I wonder what your reflection is on that and how we can garner trust, and so the teachers who are watching feel confident that actually, okay, this assembly is listening. They may have different views about how we get there, but that we can actually put children at the heart of this and deal with each other in an appropriate way. I don't think it was acceptable how members were heckling Cathy Mason. They didn't do it to Pat Sheehan and others. So how do we have a conciliatory discussion about this so that we can move forward together?
Listen, I have outlined how I believe that the Minister is working to address those workload issues, but I've also addressed within my speech, using the example of Dundonald High School within my own constituency, how inspections help to get attention for some of the issues that teachers and schools face in terms of the facilities that are used and the challenges that they face within their school. Inspections are positive things that help assure our education system, and that helps teachers as well as children. So I think there is always going to be tension between the department and the workforce. That's not unusual, but I think the Minister is working hard to help with the workload, to build those relationships with teachers. He's done remarkable work, I think, in previous industrial disputes in meeting the demands of teachers, and I think that is self-evident. So I think the Minister has been building trust with the profession and has done over the course of his term. I think the question here is whether we're truly taking a child-centred approach. Do we think that inspections highlight the quality of education, share best practice, and issues with the facilities and so on, as I've said? Do they shine a light on the challenges and conditions in which teachers work and children are taught? And yes, do they pick up safeguarding issues too? Do we believe then that they should be optional? Is one additional element of trade union tactical leverage more important than the oversight that protects our children and assists our schools? Because that is what is being argued for here today. And I agree with in one element of Alliance's approach in that, and that get the committee, look at it, amend that which you maybe don't agree with. But I have to say, I think in the context of what we're discussing here and the importance of our education system, the idea that the context is too tense at the moment and relations are just not good, I don't believe that that's a strong enough argument to compromise on something as important as inspections. The right to hold inspection of schools as a tactical tool, let me say very, very, very clearly, I stand against that. I stand for accountability for children, for quality education, and it follows that I will support this bill, and I encourage others to do likewise. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
This bill raises important issues for the Assembly in how inspection operates in Northern Ireland. Members across this House support school inspection. I think we can at least say there's broad agreement on that. As a party, Alliance supports the role inspection plays in accountability, in driving improvement and providing assurance to parents and the public. How inspection should operate, how it should be enforced, and how those decisions interact with the wider pressures currently facing our education is the key question we will debate today. Looking at RE inspection, Clause 2 is not only welcome, it is necessary. Following the Supreme Court judgment, the Minister must ensure that religious education is taught in a way that is objective, critical and pluralist. This bill addresses a clear and long-standing gap. For too long, RE has sat outside the standard inspection framework. That is not sustainable and it is not compliant with the law. Inspection of RE is essential not just for compliance, but for fairness, equality and confidence across the system. We should be very clear. The Minister must act on this issue and the Assembly should not lose this reform because of disagreement on other parts of this bill. However, Clause 3 raises significant concerns. It introduces a new legal definition of unacceptable professional conduct tied directly to inspection. Let me be clear. Alliance is in complete opposition to the proposed sanctions of teachers in this bill as drafted in Clause 3. The Minister must recognise the current context the education is in right now. Workload is still overwhelming the education workforce and they have seen no improvement. I was in a meeting on Friday in my own constituency with Senkos and principals who continue to feel there is no real support for them and yet their workload grows. This context is important and the Independent Review of Education outlined that DE needs to decisively address the issues that have led to industrial action. I don't think any teacher would say issues have been decisively addressed. The Department has placed safeguarding at the centre of its argument. That is not inappropriate. Safeguarding and the best interests of our children in schools must always come first. And I know it is the absolute priority of teachers. I meet with teachers and school leaders all the time. I go into bat for them and I am on their side. The Audit Office has highlighted that disruption to inspection reduces the level of formal external assurance. However, we must be careful not to overstate what inspection alone can deliver. Safeguarding is not an event. It is a continuous responsibility. It depends on teachers, school leaders, external agencies, and a culture where concerns are identified early and acted upon appropriately. And that brings us again to workload. Yes.
I thank the member for giving way. She's always very gracious to me. And can I first of all commend her for speaking directly on the debate and especially bringing in the Northern Ireland Audit Office report. But does she agree with me that, quoting from that report, ETI, because she was saying safeguarding is everyone's business, and to a degree I agree with her on that, but ETI is the only organisation in Northern Ireland that inspects the arrangements for child protection and wider safeguarding in schools and educational establishments, including adult safeguarding. So would you agree with me that it is the key organisation to ensure child protection and safeguarding?
I would say in the context of that report, that's accurate, but I don't think it's accurate to say that that's the only way that safeguarding operates within our school or that it's the most important part of it. As I've said already, there are a lot of different aspects that facilitate safeguarding, and if we are relying just on that happening through inspections, then we don't have a robust system. So I was bringing it back to workload. If the Minister is serious about safeguarding, he must also be serious about the pressures facing teachers. Teachers need time and capacity to build relationships with pupils, identify concerns, respond appropriately, and work with families and support services. The independent review of teacher workload identified systemic pressures that remain unresolved. Addressing those pressures is not separate from safeguarding, it is fundamental to it. But consideration stage is the opportunity to bottom these issues out and consider if mechanisms for mechanisms that are more robust and frequent than relying on a 4 or 5 year inspection cycle are needed. After second stage, this becomes the Assembly's bill, and that is an important point. Voting for second stage is not the same as endorsing every clause of the bill. It means allowing the Assembly to scrutinise the legislation, hear evidence, consider amendments and improve it. Some commentary around this debate has suggested otherwise, and frankly that has created unnecessary concern among teachers. Supporting second stage does not mean supporting clause 3 as it stands. Supporting second stage does not mean accepting the bill in the current form. Supporting second stage means recognising there are provisions within this bill that deserve further consideration, while retaining the Assembly's ability to demand or remove those provisions that do not. For Alliance, the bill does three things. It widens the remit of inspection for ETI, brings religious education within the inspection framework, and introduces consequences for obstructing inspection through clause 3. We support the first two objectives. We have serious reservations about the third. And looking at the way forward, today we are looking for a clear commitment from the Minister to engage meaningfully with teaching unions, teachers, political parties to address the concerns around clause 3. And can I be clear? Our support today is conditional on it. The Minister has offered that commitment to my colleague earlier in the debate, but he has since intervened a number of times to argue that clause 3 is drafted, suggesting that he is not going to have that engagement. So, Minister, I don't know if you're listening, but could you offer now that assurance to us that you're going to have meaningful engagement with the different stakeholders to ensure that the next stage will be legitimate and meaningful, and that we can change clause 3. If your intention is simply to push this through, then our support today is in question.
The comments that are made to Mr. Matheson. Of course, I've indicated that there's a willingness to engage and to look at issues of concern. Like I said that earlier in the debate.
We needed to hear that reassurance again, because throughout the debate you've been on your feet arguing in a way that suggested that there's no wriggle room with you. So thank you for providing that clarity, and we'll consider that as we go forward. Is there somebody else there? No? So if that engagement produces a workable solution, we will consider it on its merits. If it does not, we will seek to amend the bill and, if necessary, remove clause 3 altogether. And again, to repeat, Standing Order 36.2 is clear. The Assembly will have the opportunity to vote on whether individual clauses stand as part of the bill. That means clause 3 can be amended or removed at a later stage, whether you like the Minister or trust him or not. The vote today changes nothing in law. What it does do is allow scrutiny to continue and provides an opportunity to secure improvements that may otherwise be lost. Alliance will approach this bill as we do with every issue, by assessing the merits of the legislation before us and acting on what we believe to be the public interest. We expect meaningful engagement, we expect meaningful amendment, and if those expectations are not met, we will have no hesitation in voting against this bill.
And before I call Danny, you're the next speaker, Danny Baker. I'm just giving people notice, and there's no pressure on Danny to meet this target. I'm going to suspend the Assembly at 6 for about 20 minutes to give everybody a break. I'm not saying you all need a break, but I mean, we're going to be dealing with a lot of legislation, and I think it's just advisable. Plus, maybe we can get some air conditioning. I don't know if it's me, but I'm roasting and I'm only in. Anyway, Danny, go ahead.
Well, we can't call it. So that means you aren't getting any interventions. Look, I have listened intently here today, but I have listened to our teachers and our school leaders and our support staff, and it was them who asked us to come in here today and vote down this bill, because I do share their view that the principle of this bill set out by the Minister, and it was very clear from the interactions from the DUP today that this is about sanctioning our teachers. That's the premise of this bill. And I will address the issue of the Supreme Court judgment, because I think it is really unfortunate that this has been tagged on to this piece of legislation. You know, the Supreme Court judgment does require action, but it does not require that action to be tied to legislation imposing professional misconduct sanctions on teachers. The RE issues could be addressed through a standalone legislative vehicle, subordinate legislation, a revised code syllabus, strengthening guidance, or a combination of all of those measures. And I do take the points in what the Alliance Party have set out today. And listen, I wish them well in trying to amend this piece of legislation and iron it out and get the outcomes that you really want to get. I don't think it's going to happen, to be brutally honest with you. To bring people along with you, you need to build trust and confidence. Teachers, school leaders, support staff do not trust the Minister. This House doesn't trust the Minister. They lost confidence in him long ago. This isn't, in my view, about safeguarding RE or inspections. This is about facing down teachers to intimidate them, because the Minister doesn't like scrutiny. At a time when the Education Minister should be working alongside our teachers to tackle workload, he would rather sanction our teachers. In fact, this Minister would criminalise teachers if he got the chance. Let's be honest, just because legislation comes out of the executive, it doesn't mean that that's an endorsement. This Assembly is a place for debate and scrutiny, and it should be open and transparent, and we are being that today. We are voting against this at stage 2 because we believe the principle of the bill is to sanction our teachers. And we all have an opportunity to stand with our teachers today and send a very clear message to the Minister. That's my view on that. The whole point of the Minister's legislation, in my view, is to come after and sanction our teachers. And how do we stop that? Today, we send a clear message that we don't stand with you. And why? At a time when schools across the North are facing enormous challenges, I have to ask, is this really a priority? Schools are struggling to recruit teachers. Schools are struggling to retain experienced staff. School leaders are dealing with unprecedented pressures. This Minister has continued to overwhelm school leaders and teachers with consultations after consultations, and we've heard that in the Education Committee. They have been saying it, but he ignores this. And if he doesn't agree with them, and he doesn't agree with the consultation, like we've seen in Transform Ed with the AAS and the coursework, he just completely ignores it. But all the while, workload continues to rise. And I'll say that again, workload for our teachers continues to rise. And what is the Minister doing here today? He's pushing ahead with a piece of legislation to create powers that could ultimately lead to teachers losing their jobs. And I will say this, educational excellence can only be achieved by investing in and entrusting our teachers, because teachers are not the problem. The teacher who spends evenings preparing lessons is not the problem. The teacher who buys classroom resources from their own pockets or feeds hungry children is not the problem. At a time when the Education Minister should be rebuilding relationships across education, his bill is just deepening division and mistrust. I ask all MLAs to really reflect carefully. You have heard the engagement from him. He's given some commitments and then he's rolled back from it. You know what he's up to. Our teachers will be watching. And I'm asking you to vote this down, because there's other ways to get the RE stuff done. Because this is not a vote on standards. This is not a vote on inspection. This is a vote on creating new dismissal powers linked to lawful industrial action. Today, you either stand with teachers or you don't. No ifs and no buts. You can't dance on the head of a pin. And why would anybody enable this Minister to intimidate and bully our teachers and school leaders?
Okay, I was going to suspend at 6. I'm now going to do it now. So, members, as previously advised, I'll now suspend. When we return, I'll ask a member of the Business Committee to move a motion to extend the sitting past 7 o'clock, and this debate will resume after that. So I propose by leave of the Assembly that this sitting is suspended until...
The approach that will be adopted to all executive legislation that if the debate goes over a certain time that there will be adjournments for 20 minutes or more, just for the benefit of members?
I don't know, Jonathan, but I think everybody can do with the break, particularly after a couple of hours. I'm thinking of the Minister, I'm thinking of members of the Education Committee. I think you're always better trying to be more considerate than belligerent. So this debate will continue at following the motion for standing orders. So again, I propose by leave of the Assembly that this sitting is suspended until 6:15. The sitting is therefore suspended. Thank you. Okay, members. Okay, members, the sitting is resumed, so thank you for that. So I've received a notification from members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 o'clock under Standing Order 10(3)A. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That in accordance with Standing Order 10(3)A, the sitting on Monday the 1st of June 2026 be extended to no later than 9:30 p.m.
Thank you. I call on Claire Sutton to move the motion. Thank you, Claire. So the question is that the motion standing in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Can't you have any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the motion is carried, and the Assembly may sit until 9:30 this evening, if necessary. Underlined 3 times, if necessary. Okay. So lads. Anyway, we've returned to the debate on this, Jonathan. We return to the debate on the second stage, and I now call Peter Martin. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. We've been at this for a couple of hours now, colleagues. I feel nearly more confused by positions than I did whenever I came in at about 3:30. This bill is not designed to punish teachers. It is about inspection. It has 3 clauses, and we've dealt with some of them in some detail this afternoon. It's certainly about safeguarding, and that's what I want to focus some of my comments on. And it should certainly be about children. I value teachers. I was a lecturer for 20 years, so if anyone can beat that. I see Podrick's left the opposition benches over there, but I know he was, and Julia was too. Go ahead, Daniel. I speak to them, like many people here, on a weekly basis, and they do an amazing job. And colleagues, many people have referenced the workload that teachers have, and they are correct. There's no one who is not meeting teachers in Northern Ireland who will not say the workload has increased. They would also say that the workload is more diverse than it ever has been, with more complicated issues, problems that they have to deal with on a weekly basis. Undoubtedly, the most used word so far in this debate has been teachers. We have talked a lot about teachers. I intend to talk about children, because children actually are at the heart, or should be at the heart, of what we're talking about today. Maybe they haven't been talked about enough because they can't vote. But pause for a second and think why we're here and why this bill has been designed the way it has been. So I kind of feel a little bit sorry for the kids. I also kind of feel sorry, and he's not here, but I kind of feel sorry for the Leader of the Opposition, Matthew O'Toole, because over the weekend, as has been referenced, there was a media flurry around this issue. And last night, Matthew tweeted the following: "The SDLP opposition has been opposed to Gibbon's unacceptable proposals from the beginning, but the legislation is being debated tomorrow in executive time, meaning Sinn Féin ministers either agreed to it or did not dissent. The double talk is why people have such contempt for our politics." I kind of agree. I don't agree with the principle behind it, because I think the bill is absolutely right. But what I've heard today has confused me. It's become clear that Sinn Féin definitely agreed it to get it out of the executive. And if we accept that, which some may or may not, you could maybe sort of reason with that a little. But what generally confuses me is, why did they amend it first? Why did they, in principle, agree a bill and then amend the bill before agreeing to it again, before bringing it to the Assembly and then voting it down? And that's a pretty fair representation of what's going on today. And it begs a question in me, Why amend it? And maybe someone in Sinn Féin will give me an answer to that, and I'd be happy to give the floor to them. But why amend something that you're going to vote down at second stage? I will indeed.
Well, first of all, Sinn Féin didn't amend anything. The Minister changed his own draft legislation. That's what happened. But we weren't in favour of teachers being criminalised. We weren't then, and we aren't now. And that's why we allowed it to follow the democratic and legislative route onto the floor of the Assembly. And then, if people voted to go through to committee stage, well and good. If not, well and good. That's the process. That's the way it works. That's the way it's supposed to work. It's what's known as democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pat. I'm not sure I'm much clearer. So so I'll ask the question back to you. You weren't happy with the bill initially. Did you ask for it to be amended?
It's not the responsibility of anyone except the Education Minister to change his own draft legislation. You see, you're using terminology here that has a completely different meaning here on the floor of the Assembly, where people can amend legislation that comes onto the floor of the Assembly. Were we happy with teachers being criminalised in a piece of legislation? No, we made that clear at the Executive. The Minister changed it. He didn't change it in a way that completely satisfied us, but we were prepared to let it go onto the floor of the Assembly. Tell me what part of that you don't understand, and I'll try better to explain it to you.
Thank you, Pat. I understand it. I'm not sure people out there in the real world will completely follow what's going on in terms of your party. And look, the members opposite have said that you've got teachers' backs, they're safe with you guys and so forth. Today, I think probably what's happened is that over the weekend, you should have thought you were going to be outmanoeuvred by the STLP, who were going to oppose this bill anyway, and you suddenly thought, well, we better change things. But I want to get on to the bill, and that's just my view. I do genuinely want to talk about children, and there's been some chat as well about whether or not there has been inspections during action short of strike. And I want to clarify this because some members, and I think the Chair of the Education Committee referenced this quite a while ago, that actually during action short of strike, the safeguarding inspections somehow occurred or went on or proceeded as normal. My understanding is that is not what happened. My understanding is that during action short of strike, inspectors were not allowed to meet designated teachers or safeguarding teams if they were following union advice and action. And that's really important. Now, I will admit that some schools allowed that to occur, but that was against the advice of their union. So if we're in a situation where, and I think this is where some people are in this assembly so far, is we're kind of hoping safeguarding happens. We're kind of hoping that there's some auditing of child protection measures in our schools. We're kind of crossing our fingers and saying, we kind of hope this is going to happen. But we're not going to make it happen. We just hope it will happen. That is a very, very sad state of affairs if that's what this Assembly actually views in terms of safeguarding and child protection. Should inspections be mandatory to make sure that standards are upheld, that actually safeguarding procedures are underpinned? Do you know what? Listening to this debate today, everyone in this chamber loves inspections. People have stood up and said, we support inspections. We think inspections are great. I haven't heard a single member yet stand up and say, no, we think inspections are a bad idea. Because there'll be parents listening to what we're saying today. And parents actually want their schools to improve. Now, I'd be the first person in Northern Ireland to say, we have amazing schools. We have people who've gone to other places in the world and have come back to Northern Ireland because our school system is so great. But parents want it not just to be great, they want it to be better. They want it to improve. And the Minister, I'm sure, will touch on this in his closing remarks. As I said, I'm going to limit my commentary really to the third clause, which is around the safeguarding aspect, and that's where it's contained. Mr. Burrows referenced his experience within Bangor Grammar School. And just for transparency, I also attended Bangor Grammar School and I knew Dr. Lindsay Brown. Those are historic charges that he was referencing. Happened a long time ago. However, and I don't think, I'm not sure, it was certainly for me, it was a long time ago. I'm not sure what the child protection measures in place at that time were, what the safeguarding was like in Bangor Grammar School. I should say that now it's an amazing school and my eldest son attends it. We're talking quite a few decades ago. However, he did make reference to it. We're talking about safeguarding and we're talking about inspection. Essentially, we're talking about whether or not inspection and the inspection of safeguarding procedures and child protection procedures should happen in our schools. Should they happen in our schools? No ifs, no buts, no buts, just should they happen. Last year, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, a guy called Neil Beckett was convicted of sexual assault and sexual grooming after he targeted 9 schoolgirls and used his position as a welfare officer at a school in Belfast. His female victim said that the school did not do enough to prevent the abuse inflicted by this person. We are not going to know what action short of strike or strike action had in terms of the ability of ETI to go into that school and audit their child protection measures. We don't know, because you know what? It didn't happen. Because for the last number of years, as has been documented, this hasn't been occurring. But we do know what the Northern Ireland Audit Office has said about these things, and there's been significant political debate that's occurred in this chamber today. To remind members, the Northern Ireland Audit Office is an arm's-length body, and it's not political, and it does a brilliant job in terms of looking at very specific aspects of governance in Northern Ireland and drawing conclusions around it. I read this out to the member for Lagan Valley, but it's worth reading it out again and picking up on a few more paragraphs. And again, this is talking about Clause 3. ETI is the only organisation in Northern Ireland that inspects the arrangements for child protection and wider safeguarding in schools and educational establishments. What I didn't read out to the member for Lagan Valley was that, and I'm just quoting from the report, ETI were unable to assure parents and carers, the wider school community and stakeholders of the quality of education being provided for by the pupils, and were unable to evaluate fully the outworking of arrangements for safeguarding in schools. Now, maybe some of you are only pseudo-listening. I'll explain it. ETI couldn't give assurances to parents that proper safeguarding and child protection procedures were in place in schools. Why was that? Because they couldn't inspect them. Why was that? Because they were either on action short of strike or in strike action. The best they could do, and this isn't debatable, this is factual, the best they could do is go in and look at paper procedures, because if they talk to parents, if they talk to teachers who are in action short of strike, they were told by their unions not to engage. Now, I think that's wrong. And I think teachers have nothing to fear. This is not punitive. This is not going after teachers. And frankly, the members on the opposite side who've used the term criminalisation, they are not being criminalised. That is not what we're looking at today. So you can use that as much as you want, but it's certainly not factual at all. I will to the member.
I think it's factual that they found a gap in the system, but would you accept it's also factual they didn't endorse the approach that the minister has taken, either in terms of how to resolve it?
So I'll give the member the floor again. I wasn't just too sure about what her actual question was there. Apologies, Michelle.
Do you agree that, while you say it's factual that they found gaps in the system around safeguarding, and not disputing that, they didn't actually recommend what the minister is proposing either as a way to resolve it?
point. I'm happy to agree with it. They didn't. But they were being asked to assess, quality of teaching and procedures. They weren't, obviously, they don't give political advice or policy advice. They give recommendations. And the Minister referenced this, but again, it's straight out of the Northern Ireland Audit Office document. In the 3 years prior to action short of strike, ETI identified 37 schools where child protection was unsatisfactory. In the 5 years from 2020 to May 2025, 8 schools were identified. There is clearly an increased risk that schools in need of support to strengthen their child protection and safeguarding arrangements were not being identified by ETI. We also haven't talked about SEN. I don't really think, and forgive me, some people maybe touched on it, but not in any great detail, and I've had some correspondence regarding this, so I think it's worth bringing SEN into this debate because it applies the same way in terms of inspection and assuring quality around our schools, and that's exactly what this bill is seeking to do. Again, the Audit Office report, inspection is one important element in assuring the quality of education for children with special educational needs. In the absence of inspection, we have no external assurance that our children and young people are receiving a satisfactory standard of teaching and learning. This impacts on learners, but inevitably impacts on our most vulnerable and disadvantaged children. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I just on this clause alone, which is essentially saying that we believe that safeguarding and child protection are mission critical in our schools, and the only way to ensure that happens, and I'm happy to give the floor to someone if they have a better idea, is to make sure that when ETI come in and say, we want to do an inspection, and that will include your child's safeguarding and child protection policies, we want to see those, we want to talk to your teachers, we want to talk to any students who are willing to talk to us, and we want to make those procedures better. I will.
You see, nobody would have any doubt about that's the way forward. Let's go and do it. But if we look at what's happening here, there's conflict between the Minister and teachers and trade unions. If you look at the issue of restrictive practices, the Task and Finish group, there's conflict between the Minister, the Royal College of Nurses, Children's Law Centre. If you look at the issue of SEN regulations, there's conflict between the Minister and the Children's Law Centre and the trade unions and other stakeholders. The common theme here is the Minister seeming to be in conflict all the time when he should be working collegiately and with stakeholders in partnership trying to resolve these issues. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to try and ram stamp things through, and that's a big part of the problem.
Pat, you mentioned a lot of things that were the common themes, but you're wrong. The common theme in what you outlined there was children. It was children, Pat. And that's what we're here to protect. That's who we're here to protect. That's who we're here to make their lives better. And adults, voters, us in this assembly, we can have political views around these things. But ultimately, we're not here to protect the interests of special groups, or we're not here to protect this group or that group. We're here to make sure that the lives of the children in our schools are the best they can be. We are here to make sure that they are safe in those schools, that they are getting quality education in those schools, and that we can agree on. Outside of that, it's political opinion. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the SEN code, which is what I was talking about, states that ETI must evaluate the effectiveness of school SEN policies and their adherence to the code. Action short of strike prevented ETI from fulfilling this role. And we talk a lot about SEN in this chamber, and rightly so. They're some of our most vulnerable pupils. But the schools that they attend haven't been being inspected. And the schools that they attend, some of them have not been inspected for quite a while. And I do not believe, and it's been reflected by some colleagues, that with the quality of workforce we have in Northern Ireland, teachers have nothing to fear. Our teachers are brilliant. And I was inspected several times as a lecturer. I will indeed. Mr. Baker.
And I think the fear, it's the timing of this as well. Inspections have been happening and the changes that within it. But this is legislation being brought forward that will sanction teachers. And you're saying our most vulnerable children. I'm sorry, it's a system that makes our children vulnerable. And many of our children are not placed in the right setting right now. And the workload on our teachers is unbelievable. You just aren't listening and you're not grasping it. And that's the big problem in this room today. And it's very clear what the DUP really want to do with this legislation.
Danny, I would have to disagree with you, obviously, on that. And I don't think, kids' placements necessarily is of relevance to what we're debating. What is relevant is the quality of teaching and learning and safeguarding in all our schools, especially SEN. And see, what I want and what the Minister wants is the ability for ETI to go in and help schools if they're having problems. And I will happily accept that in the past, and I have some knowledge of this, that inspection has been punitive. And we look back maybe 10 or 15 years, and certainly that's how teachers viewed it very much, and I agree some people have made that point in here this evening. But I also think that people who know about education in Northern Ireland and know teachers and speak to teachers, most of them will say, actually, ETI has changed and inspection has changed, and they're not as fearful as they once were about having ETI in their school. In fact, most teachers, I would say, probably view ETI as more collaborative and more supportive than it has ever been in the past. And their job, ultimately, is to support schools and make them better. In conclusion, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the couple of areas that I have outlined are why I think this bill is so important. And look, parties ultimately will have to defend whatever position they take on this, but I have outlined my parties that actually we view safeguarding, we view child protection as the absolutely most critical part when we send our children into a school environment, when we leave them, when we drive them to the school gate and leave them there in loco parentis with teachers. And those teachers are amazing. But as I have outlined, and as others have outlined, no profession is completely unblemished. And we have to ensure that it is safe. And the way we ensure it's safe is by having ETI in to check those procedures and policies. And that's what this bill does. It doesn't criminalise teachers. We've been absolutely clear about that. And actually the Minister has compromised, whether Sinn Féin accepted at their whim or not. And what we have now is a slightly different bill than was initially talked about at the Executive. And so that's why I fully endorse this bill. I don't think teachers have anything to fear from it. I think teachers probably listening to this debate today will have been confused by some of what they've heard, and I know that I have been. But I stand here, with the clear position that if we are serious about child protection, if we are serious about safeguarding in our schools, and we're serious about making that better, then we do need inspection. And that's what this bill delivers. Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Peter. I now call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I suppose this debate has saddened me greatly. Whenever I originally came into the Assembly building to debate the Educational Inspections Bill, I thought we would have a genuine debate around the need for inspections within our schools, for the need to protect all of those who attend our school system. But sadly, I think this debate has pitted to the worst extremes that I could ever have imagined when I first came to debate it. And particularly that has come from Sinn Féin and some of the interjections from the SDLP. Because I don't believe for one moment that there is any member in this chamber or represented as an MLA that devalues teachers, that doesn't recognise their significant contribution that they play in educating our young people and wider society. I have family members that are teachers. I could not be prouder of their contribution. I could not be prouder of the legacy that they've left to many of the young people, now adults and prospering in our society and contributing. And many of them would look back on the contribution of teachers and really do believe that they were blessed to have many of them great people in their lives. And saying all of that, I've listened how each and every party in the chamber has said that inspections are valued and an integral part of the school process. And that's for many reasons, whether it's the quality of education. My colleague has mentioned SEND, something that we talk about often in this place, but very limited reference within this debate. But more fundamentally, what led me to speak in this debate, and it was alluded to by Mrs. Hunter, was that for me, the issue of safeguarding is something that I've taken a considerable interest in my political time in this Assembly. I mean, nobody, regardless of political party, should be remiss enough to think that there is not serious safeguarding issues ongoing within our schools. If you take the time to talk to many teachers, and I do, as I suspect others do in the chamber, some of the issues that many of them are dealing with are so complex, sad and worrying, whether the system has created vulnerable young children or whether those vulnerabilities lie in wider society. Our young people are facing some of the most desperate and difficult challenges in their home lives and society, and whether that's the rise of the internet and social media. There are so many issues going on. There are nearly 30,000 children across our school system who are significantly vulnerable. That should worry everybody. And I suppose with that in mind, I thought when coming to the chamber to debate an issue whereby every single political party has said inspections aren't the issue. We all value them as their role within holding the wider apparatus to account and ensuring that we have a system that's fit for purpose. But then on the other breath, to say that we're going to vote it down, I find quite ridiculous. Because if by means of this blue bill that we protect even just one child, by means of an inspection not being stifled or obstructed, that surely should be the wish of every member in this House. I mean, are we for real when we suggest that it should be okay for anybody, regardless of their position in the public sector, that they should be able to potentially hold something up or obstruct something that has the ability to identify a serious safeguarding issue? Because that goes to the heart of why I'm speaking in this bill today. The Minister outlined in his opening statement how on a number of occasions the ETI, since re-establishing in conjunction with the unions, and there is a much more productive relationship as the committee chair outlined in his remarks, but the Minister outlined a couple of occasions whereby there was shortcomings when it came to child safeguarding in schools. One required urgent intervention. That is of serious importance to any member debating this bill today. So what I would encourage members when we're debating this is to think carefully about what the premise of voting something like this down actually means. It's not about, and we've pivoted to the extremes, we've tried to pit a minister against teachers. We've tried to pit members of this House as people who care not for anything about their existence or their meaningful contribution. But it doesn't actually stand up to scrutiny. Because actually, under the minister, we've seen record pay settlements for our teaching profession. That's something that should be celebrated, and indeed something that was much required. We've seen an increase in professional development and training days, something which the profession have been calling for many years as they deal and navigate some of the more complex issues within our schools. Much reference to the issue of teacher workload. Absolutely, it is a priority issue. The Minister himself initiated the independent review of teachers' workload to do just that, to deal with the genuine concerns that the profession have and hopefully address them with genuine recommendations that make life both easier for the teacher but also more collaborative and conducive to the teaching environment for many of our young people. But that seems to have went by the way for a lot of members that want to engage in political attacks on the Minister. This should not be about that today. It wasn't the Minister that came up with the harebrained idea to introduce this particular bill, or this particular clause that many people have issued. The Independent Review of Education actually advocated for this particular change. Because why? They identified this particular aspect as an aspect of risk. And where there is risk, and when you're dealing with child safeguarding, we should do all within our power to ensure that we limit risk. And that's what the particular clause and what this bill is designed to do. Members, I totally agree that the vast majority of our teaching profession do so, carry out their duties way beyond what is expected of them. Let that never be in doubt from any member in the House. Let that never be a doubt. Let's just bear factual right now that every member values our teaching profession. May go different ways about it, but everybody values their contribution. But you would be remiss, and in fact you would be negligent, and in fact you would have been closing off your eyes and ears if you were not alert to the fact that in every single organisation we have people that do not have those same genuine intentions, even if they're just the one. The case was mentioned, the particular case that's just finished of Lloyd Lavery, for example. Historical abuse within a school system. We're only finding out about that today. So should this Assembly not seek, where possible, to limit the risk of potential exploitation of children within our system? That goes to the very heart of the debate today. Whether you agree in different emphases of how far-reaching a particular clause goes, continuing this into a committee stage would allow for further debate, given the fact that it is an executive-led piece of legislation. But we're saying that with a genuine spirit, that with the best will of the world, this Assembly can't turn its face against the reality that there is potentially bad actors within our school system. There's bad actors in every home across Northern Ireland. We simply don't know them. And sadly, as many members have become more aware of some of the issues facing some homes and child abuse and indeed issues within schools, they become very aware that members, in many ways, there's some very sick, depraved elements of society. Absolutely.
Yeah. Take an intervention, and I agree with you. Just to say, in terms of bad actors, of course there are, absolutely, potentially within this chamber. In fact, if we go by the figures, almost definitely within this chamber. So I think we just need to be very honest about that. But would you agree with me that the swathes and numbers of teachers that have contacted us are not all bad actors? They have genuine, honest-to-God concerns about this piece of legislation.
actually fully agree with the member, and I think that's the saddest part for me in listening on to this debate, because we've pivoted to the extremes. We have teachers worried about this piece of legislation when we have no need to worry them. We can assuage their concerns, we can debate this piece of legislation, we can take it towards committee and look at genuine ways to ensure that we eliminate or you'll never eliminate risk, but you could minimise that, and the member is absolutely right. We have to take seriously the picture that society paints right now, and it's not a pretty place for many young people. And I think that what would be more conducive to the debate is members actually engaging in facts rather than the political spin that we've listened to from some members, because it is so far removed from the reality that many of our young people face. Inspection should never ever be used as a bargaining chip in industrial relations or negotiations. I think you can't in one sentence say that absolutely we never intend for this to be used, absolutely we recognise inspections as the integral part of the school system, but then on the other hand say, well, therefore you should never ever legislate to make sure it's not abused. You know, that should not be the case. We should genuinely be giving this bill a fair wind with the intention of minimising risk for young people. Their voice has often been overlooked. I will in a moment. Their voice has often been overlooked. And I know many parents as well who sometimes look on at aspects of our education system with despair also. And an ability for an educational inspector to be able to come in unimpeded, despite whatever the challenges are, is something that I believe deserves further consideration. I will give way to the member.
I want to thank the member very much for giving way, and I just wanted to check that his understanding was the same as mine in terms of the bill, because there's been a lot of chat about it banning strike action and so forth. Is his understanding the same as mine, that actually this bill does not ban strike action, it does not ban action short of strike, and what it is doing is looking at a very specific area of inspections, and that's very important because it deals with safeguarding?
The member is right. There is nobody that is advocating strike action for teachers. There is nobody that is advocating action short of strike for teachers. This is a particular aspect in which we must ensure that strike action does not impede the work of the inspectorate to ensure safe standards within our school system, to ensure that our pupils with SEN have the chance to flourish and are not neglected, and indeed that those children with some of the most horrendous safeguarding issues have the ability to have their voice heard, their parents' voice heard, and also ensure that the system is protecting them, because we are guardians of that system. And where we know that risk exists, we would be negligent if we didn't address it. I just want to move on, and the member has brought in this interesting theme. But there is no criminal sanction in this bill. That doesn't exist. So for members to keep on parroting those lines, it couldn't be further from the truth. I am at pains to understand Sinn Féin's position on this bill, despite the many interjections from the member for West Belfast, Mr Sheehan, who's not in the chamber at the moment. But Sinn Féin's conduct has been duplicitous and two-faced, to say the least. Because, and I think the Minister may outline this point about their engagement with this bill. In the first instance, they didn't find elements of it acceptable. They then entered into direct conversation with the Minister to ensure that this bill could find consensus. I mean, do Sinn Féin party colleagues in the chamber not speak to their ministers? Can Mr Becker or Ms Mason not allude to the fact that their economy minister, Keith Archibald, engaged directly with the minister on this bill to find a potential way forward? Did the minister not speak to the members? I'll give way if they want to. So we hear about the democratic process, but the question is clear. Your minister, I will absolutely.
Is the member suggesting that if legislation makes it out of the executive, let's just forget about debating it in here. Don't bother, because what's the point? We've all already decided, or at least all those in the executive. There is no guarantee that legislation will be supported on this floor because it makes it out of the executive. We saw that last week with the hunting bill. We saw it, and we saw what happened when legislation doesn't make its way out onto the floor for people to actually debate it. And the DUP are the masters of that, I can tell you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. That shows the fundamental misunderstanding of Sinn Féin members. I mean, it's legislative incompetency at the most extreme. Mrs Dillon just referred to the hunting bill. The hunting bill is a private member's bill. It goes nowhere near the executive. And to cite that as an example of legislation from the executive just shows how incompetent their approach is when dealing with serious matters. I'm sorry that I'm now becoming much more exercised in this bill, because this is so serious. And you don't even recognise the difference between an executive bill and a private member's bill. What Sinn Féin won't allude to, I think the term was used today about being economical with the truth. Well, Sinn Féin are being in the extreme economical with the truth. Because let's fill in the blanks that Mr Sheehan, Mr Becker and Mrs Mason didn't want to talk about in their contributions, or indeed Ms Dillon and her intervention. The Sinn Féin ministerial team directly engaged with the Minister of Education to find a bill that could come before the House today and command consensus. Concessions that were given by the Minister of Education, concessions that were welcomed by the party opposite, to be presented on the floor today. Something changed. Something changed this weekend for the members to do a complete 180 on this piece of legislation. And you know the sad thing, members? It's actually so sad because it's about safeguarding of children. It's about ensuring that there's an inspection process that is fit for purpose. And the most despicable aspect of it all is they've attempted to whip up teachers into a frenzy that people are legitimately legislating against their rights. They still have the right to strike. They still have the right to take action short of strike, and rightly so. And I'll defend their right to take it. But please don't come into this chamber with political games about an issue so serious as child safeguarding. That is despicable, to say the least. Ms Hunter mentioned in one of her contributions about Scotland and the legislation, and perhaps there's lessons that we could learn there. Well, the place to debate that would be at the committee. You wouldn't send this bill to committee if you don't agree with its general principles at all, which the general principle is that we respect inspections and their need and desire to have them protected within schools. Nobody has indicated that they're against inspections, so the principle stands. But the point is, members, you've turned this into a political dogfight where it never had to be. And if we're serious about legislating in the interest of all of our young people, you would allow this bill to get a fair hearing. Just imagine the outrage if we'd seen a case where, because of union action, there was the inability of the RQIA to go into a nursing home, for example, where there was genuine concerns from those families of patients. I think every member would be on their hind legs in this place, ensuring the right for the inspector to go in and ensure adequate safeguarding was in place. Same with prisons, same with hospitals. I mean, small business owners. Let's even look at those restaurants, for example. If there was allegations made of environmental misconduct or indeed food safety standards, they don't have the right to absent themselves from the process just because they feel that it's unfair. No, they have to submit themselves. And that's why we need to remove the genuine need for strike action and action short of strike with inspections, which should be at its heart best standards and safeguarding. That's what the bill is about. The example given from Scotland and about maybe that's an example to look like. Members, Scotland goes much further than what the Minister is suggesting today. I think in the legislation in Scotland it also indicates potential imprisonment. That's not the case here. It's not the case in Scotland, England, Wales, or indeed the Republic of Ireland, where they all have this specific piece of legislation, because they recognise the need to protect vulnerable young people, whilst also coexisting in the rights and standards deserved for teachers. So, in closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, I will give way, yes?
An awful lot. But it's your party, and you're going to do it. You're going to use a petition of concern. How's that democracy? You're going to do it. Then you again, we'll have to listen to you weighing on and on and on about it.
Principal Deputy Speaker, again, I do not understand the drivel that is coming from the member of West Belfast, because I have not heard POC once mentioned in this debate. I mean, even the most fair-minded members would perhaps give me some credit. I've never mentioned POC. I'm talking about, it's absolutely ridiculous, and again goes to just how fundamentally misunderstood some of the opinions from Sinn Féin are. I do not know what they stand for when it comes to inspections in schools. I don't know what they stand for when it comes to safeguarding of young people. They're cynically using a bill that has the protection of children at its heart and school standards to advance political dogma. It's a dog whistle to the trade union movement. That's all it is. Let's get back to the basis. Mr. Matheson said in his contribution that there was an improvement in relations, and absolutely he is right. There has been. And I think if we went about a sensible debate on this bill, that we could find a place which satisfied teachers' concerns, but also ensured that safeguarding of children was a paramount priority. So please, in closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, could I urge members, let's step back from the dog whistle politics. Let's engage in sensible discussions about fundamentally safeguarding young people, protecting the rights of teachers, but also ensuring that inspection staff are not challenged when ensuring that child safety and indeed standard of education within schools is unimpeded. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnson. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, first of all, I think it's important to point out, whilst this debate has went on longer than anticipated, I do think their members are not far away from each other on this. Clause 3 is a problem. We are not against inspection in schools. We all claim to support teachers, but some parts of this bill do say otherwise. And those concerns have been very clearly voiced to members of this House and absolutely to members of my party over the last number of days. The SDLP supports the highest standards in education. Always has, no question. School inspections matter. No one's arguing with that. That's a fact. And parents deserve confidence that every child is receiving the best possible education. But our teachers are not the problem. They are the backbone of our education system. Clause 3, as articulated by members across the House, raises concerns. Even those who are allowing it to progress have illustrated concerns with Clause 3. It gives officials broad powers during inspections and creates potential or in some definite disciplinary consequences for teachers who are deemed to have obstructed, impeded or failed to cooperate with an inspection. Being accused of unacceptable professional conduct is an extremely serious matter for any teacher. I have yet, in my time in this Assembly and representing schools across West Tyrone, yet to meet a teacher who doesn't give all that they have and are to that important job. Such a charge could affect their career, their reputation, and their ability to do the job that they love and have dedicated themselves to. Teachers have spent years fighting for fair pay. When this Assembly was down from 2017 to 2020, there was large-scale industrial action seeking what they were rightfully entitled to. Again, from 2022 to 2024, that escalated. Why? Because the people that they elected to this place were away on strike themselves. The people that they elected to resolve and remedy the problems facing the education system were not here to fix the problem. Things got worse. We were dealing with the aftermath of COVID. Schools were trying to return to normal. What did the DUP do? Went on full-blown strike action. Disappeared from the Assembly. Their Minister for Education disappeared from the pulpit and the grand announcements and gestures. Where was the interest of our safeguarding for children then? Where was the interest of our schools, of our teachers, of our communities? Because the only thing the DUP cared about during those years was themselves. I won't yet, I'll make progress, I'll let you in shortly. They did not care about those who were dying in hospital waiting lists, and they certainly did not care about schools. Because if they did, they wouldn't have walked out and prevented me exercising my democratic right as a member of this House and representing the people who desperately need to be represented.
Order.
This bill.
Order. Throwing this bill in and then not discussing the bill is not happening. So everybody's had a pop at each other politically, fine, but can I advise you to return to the bill? Thank you.
These things are all in context, Madam Speaker, and I am getting to the point. We can support robust inspections while also standing firmly with teachers. I think that gets to the nub of the point. The two are not mutually exclusive. And the SDLP, to be clear, will absolutely always support our teachers, their unions, and their rights to stand up for fair pay, fair conditions, and the high-quality education that our young people deserve. But let's go to the nub of where the problem is on this bill. Clause 3. Powers of officials and disciplinary measures is one area I wanted to address. This is the most serious and controversial part of the bill. It is the area we all have issue with. It gives designated official powers to take all reasonable steps, whatever that means, when conducting or acting in connection with an inspection. This includes, as outlined in the bill, powers to enter an establishment, gain access to different parts of it, obtain information and documents, observe or assess teaching activities and facilities. All sounds fairly okay on the face of it. But these are broad powers in legislation, and they need clear safeguards. There must be clarity from the Minister in relation to what reasonable steps means. It's too loose. Not yet, I'm making a point. Sensitive pupil, SEN safeguarding, medical and staff information also must be protected. Is it wide open to such inspections? Inspections are about improving standards, not intimidating our staff. And the truth is, what this does is creates fear within the teaching profession. The biggest concern is whether Clause 3 will be used, which I believe it will, against teachers taking part in lawful industrial action. That's well rehearsed in the House. The bill says a teacher may be guilty of unacceptable professional conduct if they intentionally obstruct, impede, or fail to cooperate with an inspection. Wide open. Teachers and unions have previously withdrawn cooperation from inspections as part of industrial action. We know that. But the reasons for industrial action were well made at the time. The teaching profession were being utterly and absolutely ignored by this place, by the executive. And might I add to the member that's looking in, his party has presided over this department for a decade. A lot of the mess that exists within the Department of Education has been under the leadership of the DUP. So what responsibility are they going to take for that? What responsibility are the DUP going to take for how fed up our teachers are, how overworked, exhausted they feel? We're relying on them to educate our children, and instead your cure is to punish them for doing their job, for having the right to stand up and say, things need to improve. We need to be treated better. I'll give way, first of all, to my friend in the corner.
Oh, thanks, Dan. I didn't think I was your friend anymore, the way you're talking about me there for 1 wee second. The member says that he supports inspection, but he doesn't support inspection enough to make sure it happens in our schools. How important does a member actually think inspection really is?
I think the DUP are missing a key point here. Teachers are not on strike to avoid inspection. They're on strike because you did not pay them right. You did not value them as a workforce within our schools. You mistreated them. You left them without a choice. They are not standing in picket lines and haven't been for the last 10 years because they wanted to avoid inspections. Waking up. There's a very clear reason, I'm going to make a point, Johnny, very clear reason as to why the teaching profession is so pissed off. Pardon my language, Madam Speaker. But that's how they feel. This is not the solution.
Point of order.
Principal Deputy Speaker, just in the conduct of debate, I find that language totally inappropriate to be said anywhere, never mind on the floor of the Northern Ireland Assembly.
Well, it is inappropriate language, but the member realised it and apologised immediately. So, can we not use that word, please? Thank you.
Speaker, it was a heat of the moment reflection of how people feel. And I'm glad that Mr Buckley is so easily offended. Imagine how the teaching workforce feels. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's important that this clause is seen as an attempt to weaken the form of collective action that has been protecting our teachers for many, many years. Teachers should not be disciplined for exercising their legitimate workers' rights. And I believe the DUP are conflicting those two issues. They are hiding behind this charade and this sham fight. You know, the lovers' tiff between the DUP and Sinn Féin to play out here every week, particularly that seems to heighten coming into an election period, might I add. The reality facing people on the ground is much, much more serious. Johnny, after you that point of order, you can sit there until I'm done. Clause 3 does not simply say teachers should cooperate with inspections. It places certain conduct into the category of unacceptable professional conduct. If that's what is described in the bill for teachers not cooperating, my God, Madam Speaker, I won't go under stray into bad language, but imagine what the public must be thinking about the behaviour of the DUP and Sinn Féin when they went in collective strike for a couple of years out of this place. And then on return, first thing was they resolved the pay increase for MLAs. Clause 3 refers to teachers who impede an official, obstruct an official, fail to... settle down, Nigel, settle down. Fail to cooperate. Can Laurel and Hardy behave themselves, Madam Speaker? Because it's not that entertaining. Listen to them.
So, okay, so every member, when they're on their feet, needs to be heard. Equally, members are on their feet. You know, if you open the door, don't be surprised if people walk through it. So all I'm saying is, could you please return to the bill? No, you're waiving the bill. Peter, I'm chairing, if you don't mind. So Daniel, while some of us are enjoying this, I would really appreciate it if you could return to your points. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I have respect for the chair, and I absolutely agree. But I'm addressing the wider context of why we're here today. The terms that I've outlined in the bill could be interpreted widely, and that's a dangerous place to be in legislation, and indeed puts our teachers in a very dangerous position in terms of their reputation, in terms of what they may be charged with, and by whom, because that's not clear from this bill. The wording around encourages someone else. Now, this is an interesting one, Madam Speaker. The wording around encourages someone else is particularly concerning. Why? Because it creates uncertainty for union representatives, workplace representatives, or teachers discussing collective action. You know, that leaves the door wide open as well. And there could be considerable unintended consequences. So if Patsy, as my colleague as a teacher, was encouraging me to go into industrial action, Patsy would get in trouble for that conversation as a result of this legislation. The wording is too broad, and it risks catching legitimate trade union activity, workplace discussions, and collective action. It could create a chilling effect within our schools, and I think this is something that's been articulated by teachers over the last few days. Teachers may feel afraid to challenge inspectors or raise concerns during such said inspections. Staff may also worry that any disagreement with inspectors, delay or refusal could later be treated as an obstruction and then suffer the ultimate penalty, which is far too extreme. This risks creating fear rather than professional, constructive engagement. It puts a barrier between the department, the Education Authority, and, of course, our schools. Inspections should be about improvement, not about intimidation. Thank you.
Thank the member for giving way, and I think everything you've set out there about the second part of Clause 3 around the sanctions for teachers, I think everyone is clear there are concerns there, but you've been around this place long enough to know there's every opportunity in the stages that follow to get rid of that clause in its entirety if you don't like it. But the other issues you're raising with Clause 3 around maybe the powers are too broad, they're not clear, surely the proper place to find out what the powers really represent, what they really deliver, is the committee stage. I'm just not clear on the SDLP position that we have to throw everything out.
Well, I'll make it very clear. I don't trust those two parties with the legislation. Do you know why? Because when we come to the end of a mandate, Deputy Speaker, everything's rushed through. Look at the unintended consequences of various bills that went through, hospital car parking charges, look at the intermediate education bill that went through, and others. Rushed through without due consideration given. I don't believe that this will be given the consideration that it needs, and I believe the cost of putting this through, with Clause 3 fully intact, is far too dangerous for the entire teaching profession. And for that reason, very clearly, categorically, absolutely, the SDLP will be standing with our teachers unless that is removed. And I'm making that very clear to the House. I want to make progress because I'm conscious members want to move on. It is important that this House recognises and acknowledges in the strongest possible terms, not just with warm words, but with actions, that we appreciate the work of our teachers across Northern Ireland. But this bill sends a difficult message. Clause 3 sends a warning signal that if you dare step over the line, you're in big trouble. And I don't think that is the right message that this House should be sending. I don't believe that this House, particularly two parties in particular, have the right to dictate to anybody who can or cannot go on strike. And I do also believe that if this bill passes forward, I don't have faith that it will be given the full-time consideration it needs to fix it. And that is why, given where we're at in this mandate, and God knows what will happen ahead, we're going to vote this down today to stop this madness in its tracks.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And what we've seen here today is the blame game in all its glory. In full flow, looking for the media clips. And I find it hard to follow Mr McCrossan, who is championing, and he championed the 27% increase for MLAs to then have his wee flippant remarks, and I would like to liken him to Keir Starmer, because indeed that is the man that his party partners over in the benches in Westminster. On that basis, it's hollow words from Mr McCrossan. But moving on, Deputy Speaker, I will get back to the bill that we have in front of us, but I couldn't let that go past without clipping Mr McCrossan's wings. Happy to give way to Mr Buckley.
Thank you to the member. Or did he not find interesting Mr McCrossan's comments about rushed pieces of legislation that had been a disaster when the SDLP themselves were voters for those particular pieces of legislation.
Indeed, they were champions of them pieces of legislation. Then we look at the climate change as well. So the SDLP cannot lecture anybody else in this House based on their own record. This is the party that wants to get back into the executive and take up ministerial posts, and I have no doubt if people will endorse them, they would rush back in and champion the executive at every opportunity. But Deputy Speaker, back to the bill that we have here in front of us, and thank you very much for your patience. I want to focus my attention in my short remarks tonight primarily on Clause 2 of the bill, as it has been largely passed by. This clause removes the exemption for religious education from inspections. In order to recognise what is happening here and why it is a profound change that's being proposed, we have to remember the unique situation here in Northern Ireland. We need to remember that while Protestant denominations handed over their schools to the state, the Roman Catholic Church has never handed over their schools. The only reason why Protestant churches did hand over the schools was based on the legal assurances that they were given. Chief amongst them was the transfer, and that was dependent upon provision of biblical instruction within the school day by Christians committed to the school ethos of it. Minister, I am somewhat unclear, going by the bill that is presented to us here today, based on that and the 1986 order. So when we remove, if this legislation passes and goes to the next stage, if Clause 2 is removed, does that then create and give teachers an opt-out of teaching RE? And happy to give way to the Minister as I go through if he wants to clarify that.
I'm happy to do so, and just to reassure the member, there's no opt-out when it comes to the teaching of religious education in our schools. Quite the opposite. It is a legal requirement that religious education and religious instruction is carried out in our schools. That includes acts of collective worship that take place in our schools, and I've been delighted to be in so many schools where there is collective worship on a daily occurrence, and it is something that ought to be encouraged. When it comes to the issue of inspection, this is something that those mainstream denominations have welcomed, because they want to make sure that as we introduce a new curriculum on RE, which is currently being developed under Professor Noel Purdy's leadership, but that has academic rigour, and they have nothing to fear from that being inspected, and where it can be improved, as inspection does carry out the purpose of improvement, that will enhance the teaching of religious education within our schools. So I hope that has assured the member, far from diluting religious instruction and education in our schools, I'm seeking to enhance it.
I certainly welcome the Minister's clarification on that, because I do have a concern that there is an imposition here of state inspections which will weaken the Church's perceived control, but the Minister has given that reassurance, and I trust that is the case. So, Minister, if I could take you on and ask you very directly, what measures have you put in place, or will you put in place, that when Clause 2 is taken out of this bill, that will protect the schools, the many schools in North Antrim who has a Christian ethos, and that is their very DNA and their selling point to the local people, to attract people in. Christian parents like myself look at a school based on what they offer and the ethos of a school. So is there any further measures you want to put in place to protect that Christian ethos as we move forward? Because this bill, and you have given a reassurance, you've talked to the denominations, but I do have a concern by removing Clause 2 from this bill that there isn't the same protections there once was.
Member, I think Clause 3 is what some members have talked about wanting to amend. I haven't heard yet that anyone wants to amend Clause 2. The inclusion of Clause 2 wasn't a clear, direct judgment of the Supreme Court, but it was critical of the Northern Ireland education system in that judgment, that RE was out with the scope of the inspection process, and so that's why we have to change it through primary legislation to remove that prohibition for the inspectorate to be able to carry out that inspection. And largely it is something that many of the denominations, even through their own transfer representatives on Board of Governors, were not carrying out. And I know many RE teachers will welcome the inclusion of RE within the inspection process, because many teachers want to be affirmed by the inspectorate that they're doing the right thing. So I don't think there's any fear that we need to create around the ethos of our schools being undermined by the inclusion of Clause 2. I think it's something that we can welcome in that respect, and hopefully that has given the member some assurances.
Absolutely, and I feel that was very important to have that on the record and bring that into the debate, because the removal of Clause 2 is something that has largely passed by. And it's something I was seeking that assurance on. Happy to give way.
Could the member clarify what they're referring to about the removal of Clause 2? Is that something that you're arguing for, or do you want to see Clause 2 in the bill? Because I'm not aware anybody suggested they want Clause 2 removed.
It's the removal of the exemption for religious education, so it's essentially putting that in to have that removal out, just for clarity. That's where the concerns have been raised with me on that very issue. And regarding Clause 3, the safeguarding aspect, we've heard quite a bit about it today, and in essence that is what the majority of the debate has centred around. And I've got the emails the same way as everybody else. I've also been contacted by a number of teachers who have said to me that this has been something generated within the last 24, 48 hours. And it very much feels as it's been generated for political purposes. Sinn Féin were the first out of the hatch with their social media clips, with their videos. That then has sparked the reaction from the SDLP. And within 24 hours, 48 hours, this whole situation of what we have experienced today has been allowed to develop. And on that basis, it's social media led and not so much information led. So if safeguarding is paramount, as it is paramount in my eyes and in my head, I do believe the concerns, and there is legitimate concerns that are out there, that them are things that can be worked through when it comes to committee stage. So what we've heard is regarding safeguarding, and I want to make this point. Minister, I contacted you previously about a safeguarding concern at the City of Armagh back in March. We've heard plenty from the DUP about safeguarding today. That issue isn't resolved, and I want to put you to the test that issue, because it isn't resolved, you have said it's an EA issue. I want you to take that on board, where a parent, two parents indeed, have got into a position where they have lost all faith within the school and their safeguarding policies because of what happened and the threats that were given from a newcomer child to their children. And on that basis, Minister, I trust that we can meet in the coming days, and I can bring them parents to you so you can hear firsthand that the threats their children have received, and they are left, so they are the victims, and they are left in a situation where the child that carried out those threats is permitted to come back in September, while the victims have been left out in the cold and their concerns haven't been addressed. So today, my primary purpose was to seek the assurances regarding the religious education element to it, and as well as that, seek a commitment from the Minister. We hear plenty about safeguarding concerns. I want to see that put to the test, and for him to agree to a meeting. Happy to give way.
I appreciate the member giving way, and I'm aware of the case. As I am aware of quite a number of cases that get brought to my attention, they are cases that we know of. They are cases that are being investigated and looked at. What the purposes of this bill is to ensure an effective inspection process is in place to identify safeguarding practices where we don't know, but we need to make sure the framework gives the best possible opportunity to capture information that may show that child guarding isn't being effectively carried out in our schools. That's the purpose of this bill. So I reassure the member I'm aware of the case. That has to follow the normal processes in terms of how that's all being considered. But what the inspection process has been able to identify, and I mentioned this earlier, and that's why I welcome that it has to be information driven. I've received the same emails. I've received them from DUP voters. The easy thing for me, politically, would be not to move on this. That would be the easy thing politically. for me to do. It's not the right thing for me to do, and so I'll have to lead my constituency as to why we're doing this. But the information that the member has referenced, the basis upon which we should take decisions, is that 2 schools in 2024-25 needed urgent child-related action as a result of inspection. 2 schools in 2025-26 similarly required further inspections because of concerns with safeguarding. And on school improvement, 10 schools put into formal intervention in order to support them because they weren't providing the right academic support. 13 schools have required further follow-up. That is the information that should lead us to vote accordingly, not hyperbole politics, not misrepresentation, but considered information should inform how we take forward this. And I welcome the member's view as to how we should do this, despite the emails that he has received from some of his own constituents, because I believe in due time people will see this is the right thing to do for the children.
Thank the member for that intervention, but I didn't hear him say he would agree to meet me with the parents. He maybe forgot to leave that in, but if he wants to come in and commit to that meeting in Hansard, I'd be very much appreciate it. But certainly on the issue and the bill in front of us, there is concerns, absolutely, but I see no reason why at this stage that members don't support it to get into the committee, and then it'll go through the usual process of committee scrutiny, and then let's see what comes out the other end, and members will have the opportunity to amend it at a further stage. So on that basis, I'm happy to see this go to committee with them stipulations and safeguards in place.
Carroll. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think there was quite a lot of scorn poured on the fact that trade unions got in touch with MLAs. Some suggesting it was political. God forbid if trade unionists get involved in political debates. But I want to welcome those trade unionists from NASUWT, INTO, principals and others who emailed me, and I'm sure obviously others over the weekend. That was an important thing. It's important that our legislation is shaped by people who are primarily affected by it. In this case, obviously, education workers and teachers, and declaring interest as 3 siblings involved in the teaching in the sector. This bill, Deputy Speaker, is a Trojan horse. Nobody disputes religious education needing the need for reform and oversight, and the Supreme Court has been clear on that, and schools deserve urgent clarity. Nobody in this chamber should be in any doubt about that. But the Minister has deliberately, not just my view, but the view of many people out there, has used that legal necessity as cover for something far more sinister, and that's a provision designed to punish teachers for taking lawful, so I repeat, punishing teachers for taking lawful, legal, industrial action. And I'm concerned that this could send a chill factor for anyone opposed to ministers being dictated to unions. So I rephrase it again. I am concerned this would send a chill factor for anyone being told that the minister can dictate the unions what action they can or cannot take. And I fear that would send a really bad message and set a really bad precedent out there. So we have to be honest about what's happening here. The 2 issues in this bill are entirely separate and should be treated as such. The religious education provisions arise from a specific court judgment, and the ETI proposals are something else completely entirely. They are highly controversial, they have serious implications for workers' rights, and they remain deeply contested right across the teaching education sector. So I'm opposed to this bill because of how it will punish teachers in this regard, but also the fact that it would and could set a precedent, Deputy Speaker. This executive has underfunded education for years. Schools are in debt, buildings are crumbling, SEN is in crisis, and teachers are dealing with workloads that this Assembly's own independent review described as unmanageable. And rather than breaking that cycle and investing properly in the profession, the Minister wants to muzzle teachers who dare to challenge his agenda, Deputy Speaker. NASUWT is currently in a formal trade dispute with the Minister and the Department because they have failed to implement the recommendations of that workload review. And introducing these proposals against that backdrop is entirely in bad faith, and the Minister knows it. It damages trust between teachers and the Department at exactly the moment when meaningful engagement is needed most. teachers don't want to take industrial action. They don't. They want to do what they do every single day. That's educate the next generation. But they've been doing this in an increasingly unsustainable, and I would say in an unsafe environment. When teachers take industrial action, they're doing it on behalf of their entire school community. Attacking them for this is an attack on the entire trade union movement and people who believe in democracy more broadly. The Minister has said this legislation is just about safeguarding. I'll point out that the short bill, 4 pages, 5 times in this bill it mentions it is unacceptable professional conduct by a teacher. So 5 times in a 4-page bill. It's clear what the Minister is trying to do with this bill being passed. And if it was about safeguarding, if you want to take the Minister at his word, then I would suggest that if he really did care about this issue, he'd be dealing with the following risks head on. Our children being taught in schools with black and mould, unacceptable, still happening. Our classroom assistants and teachers facing physical violence in the course of their work. Our education workforce, including school leaders, have passed the point of burnout and exhaustion. They've been managing societal crises in mental health, poverty, SEN, complexity, with little to no support. And whatever your view on religious education reform, and I think we all agree change is overdue, I urge every single MLA to ask whether threatening teachers with sanctions for taking part in legal, lawful industrial action will fix our broken education system. So I'll be opposing this bill. Everyone in this chamber who says they value our teachers should vote against it too as well. Thank you.
Or something.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Like others, there are aspects of this bill I support, indeed 2/3 of it, and an area that concerns me, and you'll not be surprised given the debate what that area is. I think just starting with the provisions relating to religious education, it seems there is broad recognition across the chamber that this Assembly simply cannot ignore the Supreme Court judgment, and the Court identified a gap in the current arrangements, and it is our responsibility as legislators to respond to that. I've no difficulty anyway with the principle that religious education should be subject to inspection, the same that other areas of the curriculum are. Of course it should be. You know, inspection is ultimately about transparency, accountability and ensuring standards are met. And if we expect that elsewhere in our education system, it's difficult to argue that religious education should sit outside of that framework altogether. Similarly, I understand the rationale for extending inspection arrangements to education providers that currently sit outside of existing structures. Where public money is being invested in educational provision, there is a legitimate public interest in ensuring that provision can be assessed appropriately. The concerns, you'll be not surprised to know, relate almost entirely to the provisions concerning inspections, cooperation and disciplinary actions. Like others, I've received many numbers of emails from teachers, school leaders and union members. And what struck me most actually about those emails was that there was very few asking me to reject this bill outright. In fact, many explicitly supported the religious education provisions within this bill and accepted that legislative change is required in that area. Their concerns, as we've already heard, focused on disciplinary provisions, and I do not believe that teachers are raising those concerns because they're opposed to accountability. And I do not believe that they're arguing that schools should never be inspected. What I'm hearing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is actually something quite different. Teachers talk about increasing workloads, they talk about growing administrative burden, they talk about recruitment difficulties, retention challenges, and the increasing complexity of issues that they're dealing with every day. The school day does not end when the bell rings. Lessons have to be prepared, work has to be marked, reports have to be completed, parents have to be contacted, and pastoral issues need to be managed. Nor does that work begin and end with term time. I think many of us assume that teachers are schools out for the summer, but many of them are actually spending significant parts of their evenings, of their weekends, their school holidays, preparing for the year ahead, because while they're teaching our children during the day, much of that additional workload has to be done outside of the classroom. And increasingly, teachers are helping children navigate challenges that extend far beyond education. They're identifying safeguarding concerns, supporting young people with mental health and special educational needs, and dealing with the consequences of pressures that elsewhere our public services are feeling. So the reality of today's classroom is very different to what it was even a number of years ago. And as support services have come under pressure, more and more responsibility has fallen back on schools and ultimately our teachers. We speak regularly in this chamber about waiting lists for CAMs, pressures within special educational needs, difficulties accessing assessments, and the growing complexity that we're now seeing, yet we do not always acknowledge the impact that those pressures have on teachers and the environment in which they work. And for years, teachers have been telling us that the demands placed upon them are becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. Many teachers do not look at these proposals, sadly, and see support. Many see another layer of pressure being added to an already stretched profession. Many feel that they haven't been listened to for years. What they see in this bill is not support. What they see is another sanction. And that may not be the Minister's intention, but this is how these provisions are being received by many within the profession. And that really should concern all of us. Yeah, please go ahead.
Our nursing workforce, our care workers, face huge pressures as well, working within systems that are not funded enough, they're not paid enough. There are huge issues in those systems as well. But we wouldn't stand here in this place and argue that one of the things that should be allowed, or the solutions to that, is to allow them to not engage with inspections or with regulators or with things of similar principle. I have to say, I'm surprised at the stance that the member has taken, because I think this is something that, looked at rationally, just doesn't make sense. Why would we stop inspections within our schools? Nobody here I have heard argue against the right of teachers to take industrial action, the right to strike, all of those things. Those levers will still be available. We're asking for one element of that, and that is inspections within our schools, so that we have the quality assurance, we have the safeguarding elements of that. I would ask the member to reconsider and to look again at this issue, because I really do not understand, and I can't get my head around how people are landing on voting this down as being an issue worth fighting for.
The member for his contribution, and if he had focused on the start of my contribution, I did mention that this isn't about not having school inspections, it's about the sanction that follows with that. So this is ultimately an enforcement issue, and is this the right mechanism? Yeah, go ahead.
There is no point making that argument if you're not willing to have some kind of deterrent. Now, we can argue what that is. Those on the benches opposite want to make out to teachers that the prison vans are coming to take them away, which is utter nonsense. But some kind of sanction for not engaging with inspections, I don't think is unreasonable. We can talk about the nature of that, and the Chair of the Education Committee has made clear that a committee he will engage with that. But I don't think it's unreasonable. In fact, I think it's entirely reasonable that not engaging with something as important as inspections. And the bizarre thing is, everybody around this table, around this chamber, continues to emphasise how important they believe inspections are. Well, put your money where your mouth is. You know, if they're that vital to the system, then we should be defending them. And defending them includes saying, look, there are a number of options to take industrial action and to express your grievances, but inspections should not be one of those levers.
What you're proposing is using a stick to enforce these inspections rather than a carrot. And I'll go in a second. And I think that's the frustration that we're hearing from the teaching profession, that too often we're approaching this in a very negative way. Now, I'm not unrealistic or naive to assume that there isn't situations where we absolutely have to take action, but I feel that the teaching profession feels that this is being levied at all of them, when everybody in this chamber, including the Minister, knows how incredible our schools and our teaching profession are. But at the other end, it's actually not very good either. But I think, I'm not saying I'm going to vote down this bill, but I have a concern with the mechanism that we're using here to enforce inspections in the way that we are. It's a very, to me, dogmatic way of looking at this. And look, I do take your point in relation to other professions, but those things have nearly existed, and it's part of their framework, and it's part of how we move forward. I think if we're looking at this, we have to put it in place in form of an engagement, and even in terms of those sanctions, I don't know what those are. Certainly, if you let me, progress with my contribution, I will ask the Minister of those questions, because I think that's important. Teachers tonight are not sitting here because they don't want to be held to account. Quite the opposite. They just want to know what it means for them, and is this another burden onto a job that ultimately most of them went into because they love, not because they, want to feel like they're doing something wrong every day of the week and feel that shadow, on top of them. So I'll give away to Mr. Carroll.
And I share her concerns. I believe this is the department very much trying to crack the whip instead of consulting with and working with people. But she also will be aware of the fact that when there is a health strike was referred to by the member to my right, there's derogation put in place by health unions, which is not in legislation as I understand it, but it's done through cooperation and through talking with the unions and working with the trusts and the departments. Would she agree with that's generally a better approach rather than a cracking of the whip approach the department has taken in regard to this bill? Thank you.
I suppose my perspective is that the work we do in this chamber is on behalf of the people we represent, and that includes teachers as well as parents, as well as the kids that go to these schools. So absolutely, we have to bring people along with us. They're important stakeholders in these conversations. And I don't feel that this is necessarily doing that. I think the last minute approach that most of us got from these emails, they do feel like they've been a bit wronged in that. So maybe it's a matter of all of us, on whatever side of this debate on, taking a step back and listening to that. And I do think there's value in doing that through the next stages of the legislative process. Yes, please, Minister.
You may want to seek some information in due course, and I'll try and provide that. Following on from Mr. Carroll's point, and he helpfully highlights how in health, their trade unions remove areas from their strike action. Now, the RQIA thing is a legal requirement, so that's never actually invoked by the health trade unions because they have a legal right to inspect. Would the member call for the trade unions to remove obstruction of inspection as part of their industrial leverage when they go on strike? Because I've asked them to do it. If they were to commit and agree to it, I think that would make a lot of help in this process. Would she agree that inspection should not be used by trade unions as part of the leverage that they have applied in the past, as recently as only last year, when it comes to industrial action, given how many areas that they can use, which I would support their right to do so. I don't want them to do it, but if they could absent themselves from obstructing inspection, all of us would be in a better place, but they haven't gave that commitment. Would you call on them to do it?
I thank the Minister for that, and I think I do get to that. And I think the point generally around that, I would say, is that they're calling on an action because they feel they have no other choice. Now, do I agree with that? Not necessarily, but I think we would be in a better position to understand the why rather than the how, because I think all of us end up in the appropriate place. And so if I was summing up my contribution, I think we need to talk more, we need to communicate more, and we need to understand, because it does feel like a very dogmatic stick approach from the department when actually teachers are saying, just support us, Minister. Support and understand the workloads that we have. Declare an interest. My husband is a college lecturer in FE, and I can fully appreciate and sympathise with the workloads and the strains and the additional difficulties that come with that. And the only support sometimes they get, Minister, is from their trade unions, and even that is limited, in itself. So to an extent, I would sympathise with the trade unions in that they're using every tool in their box because they feel like they have no choice. Not necessarily agree with that, but let's understand why they're doing that rather than just saying no. And inspection, it is an important part of our education system, just before David intervened, because I do think parents rightly expect standards to be monitored. I think everybody in this chamber as taxpayers, we expect that too. And children themselves, they deserve a system that identifies problems and supports improvement. And safeguarding arrangements must also be effective. And none of those objectives should be controversial. Everyone in this chamber should agree with that. But again, and I suppose it's maybe coming back to what the Minister was talking about, it's the mechanism proposed in this bill. Is it the right one? The Minister originally consulted on criminal sanctions for obstructing inspections, and thank goodness that proposal is no longer before us. And what is in this bill, I heard the Minister earlier describe it as a compromise. But what I would say to the Minister, and I think it's worth listening to, is that teachers still feel it's a hammer to crack a nut. And they are concerned that whilst it might not end in a criminal outcome, it does still end in an outcome that makes them feel very vulnerable. And in most cases, if there are issues within our teaching system, it's probably because of the pressures that they're under. So we have a responsibility to recognise not just the crime, if you like, but actually what leads people to do that. And I would say that across every department. Yeah, go ahead.
Recognise your point about the workload issue and how increasingly a lot of very complex issues are falling onto teachers who then have to manage that on top of their already very busy workload. But if the principle of this is about reducing risk, and inspection in theory should reduce risk, particularly safeguarding risk, has the member any suggestions about how we could ensure that inspections aren't used as a bargaining chip? I can understand why it would be from a union. I don't agree with that. I don't think the member does either. She said as much. But we need to ensure that it doesn't happen. And in the other examples in the other jurisdictions where there is the criminal sanction aspect, it is interesting to note that it has never actually resulted in any criminal proceedings. So I'm just interested on from the member's point of view about how we could essentially crack the nut that ensures we absolutely put safeguarding at the heart of this particular piece of legislation.
Support and communication. I think we have to support our teachers more. And look, I understand the pressures that the Minister is under in terms of budget and being able to provide an ideal education system that does support teachers in the way that many of us would advocate for. But right now we're going down a route of, well, if it doesn't happen, let's just sanction people. And I think that's where the difficulty is here. They are desperate for additional support. Like, I genuinely mean it when I say they're crying out for additional help. And in doing so, they're now being faced with potential sanctions because they're not working in an environment that provides that support, and then these mistakes potentially are happening. And that's not to say we shouldn't hold those mistakes to account, because the purpose of that shouldn't be to get someone in trouble, it should be to improve. But equally, we can improve things if we support teachers more. So if you're asking me what would my approach be, it would be to speak to teachers across the ground, speak to the unions, but speak to the teachers on the ground as well, and ask them what it is that would improve these inspections. Because as the Minister said in relation to religious education, teachers welcomed inspections because it helps bring a standard to that. Most teachers do. I'll receive emails from teachers across my constituency who says they had a wonderful ETI, report, and I'll go back and I'll congratulate them on that. So they're really proud of this. If anything, it sets a standard and a bar. But I think the difficulty with this is the sanction that it imposes. And that's not to say in the future that we don't move to that if people don't play ball, but we have to give them the cards to play with, and to an extent, we're not even giving them the full deck. So, yeah, David.
I just think and I know that this is what she means, but I think we have to be very clear about this around the sanctioning of teachers. Any sanction, and to be decided what that is, and it wouldn't be out of line with what is the case in fact, it's probably more moderated than what happens in other professions. But it would be in response to one thing and one thing only, which is refusing to engage with inspections that we all agree are vital for the system. It is not the case that people are active. There's a discussion here almost as if people are actively seeking to sanction teachers. We're looking for that one element, inspections, to be taken out of the toolbox, as has been said, around what is used for action short of strike. It doesn't outlaw action short of strike. It doesn't outlaw strike action. This is one limited element, and it just seems to me a strange thing to go into the trenches for.
Then if that's the case, then there's a significant misunderstanding. But then why is there a significant misunderstanding? In fairness, it's not just the members over there, it's the number of emails that we've received right across Northern Ireland. If it was one or two, we would maybe accept it as an anomaly, but what we received as and I know to an extent that's driven by the unions, but that's why they exist. So it does point a little bit to a systemic issue, and certainly for me, and I think I've said it a number of times now, I would much rather we deal with it upstream, insofar as if there are problems, we don't get to that point, because ultimately who suffers it is our children. Yes, okay.
Yes, and I understand, and we all get emails, and sometimes the reason it's done, no doubt, on many issues, is to try and influence the way in which we would vote. It was hunting last week, it's this week. But there's a job for us to do in understanding the legislation that's in front of us, what it does, raise some of those issues, but to have a job of leading, of explaining to those who get in touch with us what the bill actually does, and not just being led by the fact that we've got X amount of emails, they all say the same thing, so we're just going to adopt that position. I mean, that doesn't make for good legislating, and I'm not saying the member would generally do that, and I know we can all be influenced by that, particularly in the run-up to an election, but I would encourage the member and all members to look at what's actually in front of us and what's actually being proposed, because she doesn't actually seem that opposed to what we're talking about in principle here. But she's right, there is misinformation out there. There are people being whipped up from whatever means and by whoever. I would encourage her to take that stand and actually explain to people what's actually being proposed here, and that nobody's out to get teachers. There is no interest for any of us in going after our teachers. You know, everybody wants a good education system, and that is not possible without the excellent teachers that we have.
I take that point. But equally, I would say that everybody who puts their name and address, whether it may be a copy and paste email, is putting their name and address to that. So they feel strongly enough to want to send that. And I wouldn't undermine that. Indeed, out of every one of those emails I receive, I respond to, because I respect that they've actually taken the time to engage with that. So I appreciate that it's maybe being led by someone who exists to lead that. But I wouldn't undermine, those emails just because they're all saying the same thing, because they feel strongly enough that it represents how they feel. And I can't reiterate that point strongly enough, is that if the Minister disagrees with this, if his party disagrees with that, we need to recognise that's how people feel, that's how people are interpreting this. And I'll quickly make progress, because I suppose it's a few questions, because you've talked to, this is what the bill's saying and what it's not saying, but is it clear, is it enough? What exactly constitutes a failure to cooperate? What protections exist for those participating in lawful industrial action? How will disciplinary powers be exercised in practice? What safeguards will prevent disproportionate sanctions? How do we ensure that legitimate professional disagreement is not conflated with misconduct? There are important necessary elements in this legislation which I do think warrant further progression. However, I do want to be clear that my support at this stage, and believe it or not, David, I am supporting the stage of this bill, but it should not be interpreted as support for every clause as currently drafted, nor should it be interpreted as support for this bill at the final stage. I recognise the value of the legislative process. It is disappointing that some aren't allowing that to progress, and I hope the majority in this House will, because I think that's where it can be heard. Because I suppose for me the concern is if we all support about 2/3 of this bill, what happens to those 2/3 if we vote this bill down tonight? What happens to the obligations around the Supreme Court judgment? Do they just lie on a shelf until the next election, or until we get a further court ruling in relation to that? I do think it's a little bit irresponsible that we are throwing the baby out with the bathwater in relation to that, and it does confuse me, the parties that are taking that position, because everybody seems to support those two other clauses, but they're not supporting this particular one. But we can address that through the various stages. And I agree, if we can't shape it in whatever way, then we just vote the clause down and we take forward the bill that probably was intended from the outset. But again, I want to say that the concerns raised by teachers do deserve to be taken seriously. And I think the Minister needs to demonstrate not only what problem he is seeking to solve, but why this particular approach is necessary, proportionate, and accompanied by the appropriate safeguards. And equally, can the Minister achieve his objective in a way that teachers understand and support? Because ultimately that's why we're here, that's why we're spending so long on this particular stage of this bill, is because it's teachers. I'm not a teacher, I have sympathy because I have a partner who works in that area. But I'm not raising these concerns off my own intentions. I'm raising them because a number of people who I represent have raised them with me. It's one message that I'm hearing consistently, is that teachers need support. They don't need more challenge, and that's what it is. And I think in some ways that's why it is different to other professions, because I get that other professions have this in place. But we're bringing this at a point in time when it just feels like another thing that they have to deal with. And I think that context is really important, particularly if you want to implement this and you want to implement it effectively for the reasons and the intentions that you say you do, because you need to bring people along with you. And I'm not entirely sure we're doing that in this approach that we're taking. So hopefully the legislative steps will allow that. Look, I think at the heart, this debate is about balance. It's a balance between accountability and trust, a balance between effective inspection and professional autonomy, a balance between protecting educational standards and maintaining positive industrial relations with a profession that is already under considerable strain. I am content to support the bill at the second stage, but if the concerns raised by teachers are not addressed through scrutiny and amendment, members should not assume that I will support this at final stage, but we will see if we get that far. Look, I still think the Minister has time to build confidence in these provisions, and I look forward, throughout the stages in how he will do that. And if he does, I think the bill will actually become stronger for it. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing if everybody got what they wanted in this and everybody supported it so that it could actually achieve the aim of what is intended? But if he doesn't, I suspect members in this chamber will reach a different conclusion when it returns, and that's, the wonderful thing. If the Minister doesn't do what needs to be done, I hope this House will. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the Minister to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I thank members from across the chamber for the contributions to the debate. And at times the debate was perhaps somewhat more robust than I might have been expecting for a bill that received unanimous support at the Executive. I'll get on to the substance of some of the points that members have made, and made it very sincerely. But there is a key question that many are asking. Why the U-turn that's been performed by Sinn Féin? I still can't understand it. Why this abrupt departure from previously agreed ground? This is a new approach to governing in this Executive that's been articulated by Sinn Féin in this chamber. Don't trust them on any decision that they put through that Executive as being binding in the Assembly. That's what Sinn Féin has said today, articulated by Mr Sheehan. That is a new way of doing business in this Assembly and through this Executive, which he's now applying and his party is applying to this particular legislation. I think Mr Sheehan wants me to give way.
Well, once again, the Minister is misrepresenting the position. No, there wasn't unanimous support for this legislation at the Executive. There was unanimous support to allow it to proceed to the floor of the Assembly. The ministerial team in the Executive, there may be certain rules applied to them in terms of voting for this. It doesn't apply to parties. And we are absolutely clear, we won't, first of all, allow teachers to be criminalised, and we won't allow them to have sanctions placed on them, especially sanctions that no one knows what those sanctions are. These amorphous, nebulous sanctions that are being spoken about. We're not going to have teachers suffer because you want to ram-stam a piece of legislation through so that you can say, oh, look what I've done. I'm a great guy.
So, again, revealing in terms of the mindset and the attitude of Sinn Féin articulated by Mr Sheehan. I think it confirms what I just said at the start. This is a new way that Sinn Féin intend to operate this Executive. So when Michelle O'Neill, their leader, approves it on the agenda, when their ministers approve it to go through the Executive, it's not worth the paper it's written on. That's what Sinn Féin have said today when it comes to this particular issue and how they're now going to operate the Executive. That causes me huge concern about the effective administration of the Executive going forward, given now the policy that's been outlined by Sinn Féin. And I still haven't got to the bottom as to why they have carried out this U-turn. Is it because of Mr Carroll? That's what people are speculating to me. They're afraid of Mr Carroll. He's quite right to articulate the position that he holds. But is his policy dictating what Sinn Féin are now doing? Is that a concern for West Belfast? I don't know. Let me just elaborate a little bit more, Mr Brooks, and I will. Is it because Sinn Féin haven't been able to withstand pressure from the Leader of the Opposition? That's what people have said, that in the last 48 hours, Mr Carroll came out against this, the SDLP came out against it, and Sinn Féin aren't able to resist the pressure. So what is the reason for the change? Mr Brooks might be able to help me.
Well, thank you, Minister. I don't know if I can help with that, but I was just curious that if the members opposite believe that agreement to proceed is not agreement, why he believes that they are holding up 16 to 18 legislation?
Well, they are holding up 16 to 18, and that was the contradictory position that Mr Sheehan outlined. On the one hand, legislation just gets put through because it's for the Assembly to decide, but on the other, they continue to block a 16 to 18 piece of legislation which is drafted by OLC, sitting ready to be introduced to this Assembly, has been for a long period of time. No minister has objected. But yet, on the one hand, this bill got brought through today on inspection because that's what you do, you just put it into the Assembly. But on the other, oh no, you're not going to get your 16 to 18 legislation. Different approach. I still don't know why Sinn Féin have done this on a matter of inspection legislation. And the process that I outlined commenced when I introduced a policy paper to the Executive in November of 2024. And people say it's not the right time, there's industrial action, and I worked to resolve industrial action. We got pay for our teachers, showing the support that I have for them, in parity with a lot of their counterparts now across the water. So I addressed that. I showed my support, financial support for our teachers that I deeply value. Still wasn't the right time for this legislation. Sinn Féin wanted me to engage on it, and I did. Michelle O'Neill asked me to meet with Keith Archibald, the Economy Minister. And I met with the Minister for the Economy, talked through the issues in the legislation. That meeting took place. I continued to update the Executive. The First Minister asked a series of questions of me. I provided responses, and then we changed the legislation and removed the provisions to do with financial fines and potential court action. A protracted period of engagement that I had directly with Sinn Féin. And when it was approved, not one word of opposition by any Sinn Féin minister in that Executive. Not one word of opposition. Now, my party has approved legislation to go through the Executive, which I have, and my colleagues have said in the Executive, we're not blocking this, we are letting it go through, we are indicating that we are opposed to it for the following reasons. I know Mr Sheehan has never been in the Executive, but I have. And that is the normal way in which ministers articulate and parties articulate if they are opposed to a piece of legislation. If this bill before us, outlined by the Sinn Féin members that spoke, is so obnoxious, so intimidatory towards the teaching profession, why their silence at the Executive? Why did they not continue to block this legislation, which they had blocked from November 2024? If it is such an appalling piece of legislation, I would never let an appalling piece of legislation out of the Executive. If I felt it was so bad, I wouldn't let it out. I would exercise our veto in the Executive. You have a veto. You didn't exercise it on this bill. In fact, you engaged with me to get to the bill that's before us today. So why the U-turn, Mr Buckley?
I thank the Minister for giving way. He sets out a very detailed timeline of legitimate conversation, discussion and compromise with Executive colleagues, the right thing to do. But would the Minister agree with me that it is of significant worry that it appears that the Sinn Féin First Minister and her Executive team seem to have done a 180-degree turn following the pressure what appears to be from their three backbencher members of the Education Committee? What does that say for leadership?
It's one of concern. Now, is it Mr Carroll? Is it Mr O'Toole? Is it the election results in Dublin Central and Galway West? Is it Mr Sheehan personally? I don't know. He's got up in the chamber today and said, I speak for Sinn Féin. Duly noted. On education, he's speaking for Sinn Féin. Now, I know he hasn't been in the Executive. Was that a problem for him? I don't know. Or maybe the ministerial team of Sinn Féin has lost the confidence of their Assembly group. Because as a minister on behalf of the DUP, that I had taken through legislation in the Executive, if I had approved it and my ministerial colleagues had approved it, and then my members behind me dictated a U-turn, that would say to me that I've lost the confidence of the members who are behind me. It would appear to me that the Sinn Féin leadership team has lost the confidence of the rank and file of the Sinn Féin MLAs. Mr Baker.
So in your whine for the last 7 minutes, you're talking about something coming out of the executive. What's really hurting you right now is that you know that we won't support the principle of what you want to do, but it's been clearly set out that the bill that you really want is not going through and later on down the stages. So you've actually lost the day, and that's what's hurting you the most. So get on to your bill and stop worrying about us.
The arrogance. The absolute arrogance. You see, I haven't lost anything today. But do you want to know who will lose if we don't get this bill passed? Children. Yeah. Children will lose. Now, maybe that's not a concern to Mr Baker, that we don't have an effective inspection regime to identify child safeguarding issues. And he uses it as a political game. I think the public will see that for what it is, the frenzy that they've whipped up, claiming to speak on behalf of teachers. And trust me, Sinn Féin do not speak on behalf of teachers. They are using this. Other members have raised what I regard as legitimate issues that I trust that we will be able to address, and I'll seek to do that. But for Sinn Féin, not one change has happened in the bill that they approved, and no amount of spin and distraction, which is what it is, for whatever the reason. When you approve a bill, when you engage in the executive, you produce that legislation, you bring it forward, and then you're against it, you have to create the drama. You have to throw up the smoke screen. I've been in politics long enough to know how the game works. And that's what's went on with Sinn Féin in the last 48 hours. Pat has pulled rank. He's given the order. And now we've had this smoke screen created by Sinn Féin. Because that's distraction politics. That's what you do. Maybe the real reason will come out in due course, but I haven't lost anything today. But I fear that it's the children that we ought to be given protection to that could lose as a result of this. When this passed the executive and introduced to the Assembly, not one iota has changed. Not one clause, not one principle, not one word of substance. The only thing that has changed is the position of Sinn Féin. And there's been much talk of workload, which I am addressing in a meaningful way. And I would go further and faster if there were more resources that were provided by the Department for Finance. The 27 recommendations identified by the independent panel on workload, some of it requires resources. Do you know the pressure I'm getting under from the Sinn Féin Finance Minister? Cuts. Cuts. Find £600 million and cut it in your education department. Sinn Féin. Now, we all can talk in this chamber about workload and supporting our teachers, but when it comes to actually implementing a process that will address workload, I'm having to do that in an environment where the Sinn Féin Finance Minister isn't giving me the resources that I need. The schools that I visit who want increases in their budgets, they're not blaming me. They're expecting me to stand up and fight for them in the executive, which I'm doing. But there can't be a trade-off between workload and the safety of children. The frustration that many members that have articulated on behalf of teachers about the stressful environment that they're in, the workload pressures that they're under, all of which I absolutely understand and I agree with. And that's why we are taking forward the reform of our education system. That will take time. But let us never get to a place, Deputy Speaker, where we trade off the frustrations about workload and pressures in our school environment with the safety of our children. We wouldn't do it for our elderly people in nursing homes. We wouldn't do it for those young children involved in social services or in those early year settings that are regulated by the Department of Health and the RQIA. It wouldn't matter the pressure that those public sector workers are under in the health service or in social services. I don't believe a single member would stand up today and say, no inspections allowed in our nursing homes. They wouldn't do it. And quite rightly, you shouldn't call for it. It would be wrong. But why is it different when it comes to education? Why is it different to trade off workload pressures with an appropriate inspection regime that helps school improvement and that can help ensure that the appropriate child safeguarding measures are in place. And you do it in the face of information. You do it in the face of clear evidence that shows there are real issues that have been identified. I ask one simple question. Why should the protection of a prisoner— Sinn Féin are good at standing up for the rights of prisoners. Some of them were in it. I quoted one earlier, and I hoped I could have found somewhere in the deep recesses of Mr. Sheehan's heart his conscience. And so I evoked Mr. Mandela, because he won't listen to me, and I thought he might listen to his good friend, Miba. And even that won't stir him. Even that won't stir him up. So I ask the question, why should the protection of a prisoner be regarded more highly than that of a child in school? Maintaining an undisrupted programme of school inspection is key to delivering an education that meets the needs of all children. And a number of members have spoken about the importance of trusting the teaching profession and of ensuring that nothing in the bill undermines their dedication, professionalism, integrity. And let me address that point very directly. This bill is not an attack on teachers. Far from it. I should have done it at the start, or forgive me. I have a sibling. My sister's a school teacher. I declare the interest in the appropriate places. I have family members who are teachers. I've benefited myself, as you all have, from teachers. The idea that I would somehow want to undermine and attack our teaching profession is utter nonsense, and only would be done for the very reason Mr. Buckley refers to: distraction. This bill is not undermining teachers. It's a recognition of the critical importance of teaching as a profession and of the standards that rightly accompany that status. At its core, cooperation with inspection is a fundamental element of professional practice. And inspection is not about catching schools out. It's about helping them to improve. We talk about improvement as if it just happens on its own. But it doesn't. Improvement happens whenever we are challenged. It happens when we are seen clearly. And most importantly, it happens when we are willing to confront the truth. That's why inspection matters. It's the moment when we stop and ask ourselves, are we truly giving every child the education they deserve? Because every child only gets one chance at a lesson, one chance at a year, one chance at their future. And without inspection, without that external lens, it's all too easy to believe that we are doing enough when we could be doing so much more. And inspection shines a light. Inspection shows our strengths and where we must do better. It challenges complacency, it can raise expectation, it demands that we do not settle. Inspection ensures that we do not stand still. It ensures that no child is overlooked. It ensures that excellence is not an aspiration, but an expectation. Put simply, what we inspect, we improve, and what we improve challenges lives. That's why I was delighted when principals, as soon as the action short of strike ended, there were principals who proactively reached out and said, please inspect my school. Because they wanted to know, are they doing the right thing? Could they do it better? Can it be improved? It wasn't something that they feared, it was something that they welcomed. And here's the problem with the trade union approach to this. The trade unions and ETI engaged directly with the Department for Education and the Inspectorate and redesigned the inspection process. Changed it. No more is there a publication that says your school is outstanding, or is very good, or is below average, or is unsatisfactory. It's gone. There is no public outward-facing criticism of any school. It was redesigned with the unions. The unions have endorsed this inspection system. They have welcomed it. Overwhelmingly, those who have went through the new inspection process have said it's been a positive experience for them. My problem with the trade unions, though, is that they continue to use it during industrial action. Despite the reformation of it, despite the fact that everyone in this chamber has said it's good for education and you all support inspection. Only last year, when industrial action was re-engaged for a very brief period, what was deployed? Refusal to allow inspection. That can't be right. No. We cannot trade off inspection versus frustration. There are some things that ought to be beyond the reach of industrial action. Here. I contend inspection is one of those things because of the critical importance it plays in school improvement and in identifying where there are child safeguarding measures. Surely that should put it beyond the reach. And the only way you can do that is to have some form of deterrent. Otherwise, it is meaningless. What we are seeking to do is prevent it being used. In the way in England, Scotland, Wales and the Republic of Ireland, not once has there been any prosecution, either financially or taken through the courts, because obstruction of inspection has been taken off the industrial action leverage. They don't use it. In fact, the trade unions are shocked that actually in Northern Ireland their counterparts can deploy it. So it's never happened. I don't want any teacher being referred for professional misconduct, ever. Now, it happens, just as it does in any professional body, and you have a ruling professional body that will look into the conduct of its members. I think we all accept that as normal, that is acceptable. But I don't want any teacher to go through that. I don't want them ever to be referred for non-cooperation on inspection. Never want that to happen. But the only way that we can ensure it doesn't happen is to remove inspection as part of the toolkit of deployment. So, to be clear, yes, Mr. Delargay.
For giving way, and the Minister has made very clear, particularly in the last few minutes, that the objective that he has today is to smash unions, to remove the right for teachers and for education staff to have access to campaign for better conditions and for fairer pay. And when I was teaching, that's the reason why we engaged in industrial action, because ministers consistently in your department failed to stand up for teachers. The biggest issue in the teaching workforce today is retention, and the reason is because teachers feel undervalued. They feel intimidated by this bill today. That's what they've been telling us time and time again. You should listen to the unions, not to your department.
Let me respond. I think I've got one of the most effective and closest relationship with the trade unions of many an education minister. I worked with them very closely to ensure that they got increases in pay, despite the frustrations that I was having from the executive. Despite my efforts, I brought forward a ministerial direction. Despite the pressures to cut education budget, I stood up for teachers. I took it to the executive, and I was challenged in the executive by the member's own party when it came to giving teachers their pay. I stood up for them and supported them. They got their pay rise, deservedly so. So I have worked with the trade unions, and I have worked with them effectively on many areas, including establishing the independent review of their workload, the 27 recommendations. They appointed a trade union representative to be on it. My relationship is a constructive one, but I still anticipate trade unions will go on industrial action, because they do, and that's their right. And they will ballot their members, and I suspect that could happen very soon. What I say to members, we shouldn't allow this form of industrial action to include inspection, but what can teachers do in order to put forward their case? And I'll still argue that they shouldn't do this, but what they can do is they can refuse to carry out administrative or clerical tasks. They can refuse to implement new initiatives. They can refuse to undertake unpaid duties. They can refuse to undertake lunchtime supervision. They can have strict limits on meetings to only one per term. They can refuse to respond to communications or parents outside working hours. They can refuse to supervise extracurricular activities. They can refuse to invigilate exams. They can refuse to engage in performance processes, and they can refuse to engage with key stage assessments and internal tracking data. All legal forms of strike action. But let us not allow child protection to be included in that. So teachers have the right to strike, and I support their right to do so if the circumstances require it. I hope they don't. But they have a very lengthy list. Why should Northern Ireland be the only part of the United Kingdom or on the island of Ireland that inspection is part of it? Why would we sacrifice the protection of our children when no one else is prepared to do it? But Sinn Féin members repeatedly say that that is what should be allowed. Well, I'll not compromise when it comes to the protection of children. Sinn Féin might want to do it. I won't be compromising when it comes to it. So the bill is about inspection and only inspection. That's all it relates to. No other form of industrial action. And yes, industrial relations are fragile. They are. What I would say to members, if industrial action takes place, will their position to say it's allowed give them the confidence now to go out and say, we're going on strike, we're going to ballot our members? That could happen as soon as tomorrow, because I'm aware of the conversations that's taken place. Do members in this House believe it would be right to include inspection in that? Or will you stand up and say to the unions, please don't do it. Please don't use inspection. Feel free to use all these other tools at your disposal, but inspection's so important. But if they do, will they come back to the chamber and say, do you know what? You were right. They did use the inspection process and it's wrong, and we'll enthusiastically support this. We'll wait and see. I hope they haven't given encouragement to unions to actually issue this kind of directive to their members, because I know many teachers and they do not support their trade unions by putting them into this very difficult position of seeking to obstruct an inspection. Many teachers don't want to do that. They may want to take part in other forms, but they don't want to do it in these particular areas. So I would say now is the time that we do get this right. And there is a way I believe that we can do it. Now, Mr. Sheehan referred to not having a notion about what this looks like. He's the Vice Chairman of the Education Committee. The GTC-NI bill is before the committee. This bill references the GTC-NI bill. So the process would be a referral to the professional body. And the GTC-NI, I trust, would, given it's their own regulatory authority, that they would be capable of ensuring a proportionate and appropriate sanction. But if members are concerned that they're not, and I think this is where Mr. Matheson and Michelle Guy sought some assurances from me, if they are concerned, and other members are concerned, that this sanction could lead to a teacher being dismissed, I would never support a teacher being dismissed from their job, being suspended from their job for refusing to engage with an inspection process. So I believe there will be scope to work with the committee to make sure that there's very clear parameters for that professional body in any referral to ensure that it would be appropriate in terms of what level of deterrent that should be set. And I think that is something that I will be able to work constructively with the members on, because I do believe they have raised that out of genuine concern, reflecting the representations that they have had. There is sincerity in what they have said and what Ms Sugden has said, and I trust that as we go through that process, we will find a way to reach common ground on it. I certainly want to do that, and I'm happy to do it. But one of those areas would include a reprimand. No financial sanction. That was taken out of the bill. Sinn Féin wanted it. No potential concern of going to court and facing a prison sentence. All gone. And now a referral to a professional body, of which I'm happy to give that assurance to the chairman of the committee, to those members who have asked for it, that I will work in good faith with them to seek to find a resolution and address any concerns that we have. But we do still need to have some form of measure that will remove industrial action of inspection off the table for the future. And there is a clear distinction between legitimate industrial action and the obstruction of a statutory independent process that's designed to safeguard children. The ambiguity that currently exists in our law has allowed that distinction to become blurred. And that does not serve teachers, it does not serve school leaders, and above all, it does not serve children. By providing clarity, this bill removes inspection from the arena of industrial dispute and places it firmly where it belongs, which is a shared professional responsibility. And members have previously raised concerns about punitive action or threats of sanction. And I want to reassure the House that this approach is deliberately measured and it is proportionate. The bill reflects a belief that the profession is best placed to uphold its own standards Ms Sugden referred to professional autonomy. Here's a professional body that regulates the conduct of its own members. I trust they would be able to be proportionate and reasonable, but if the Assembly wish to put safeguards around that, I'm happy to engage in order for that to be done in a way that allows progress to be made. Non-cooperation with inspection will be referred to the GTCNI, the profession's own regulatory profession. Some of the criticisms of the bill are based on a fundamental misunderstanding of the facts. For example, the suggestion that action short of strike has not impacted on safeguarding is simply wrong. Deputy Speaker, during those periods, documentation was only provided. There was no observation of practice. That's not an issue that is susceptible to an alternative present interpretation. That's just my position. That's not just my position. So let me quote the Education Training Inspectorate themselves. Inspection report after inspection report during action short of strike concluded that inspectors were, and I quote, unable to assure parents and carers, the wider school community and stakeholders of the quality of education being provided for the pupils. And listen, members, unable to evaluate fully the outworking of the arrangements for safeguarding in the school. Not my words, the words of the Education Training Inspectorate. That was also endorsed by the Northern Ireland Audit Office, which Mr Martin referred to in his own contributions as again evidence of the concerns that they had. Every institution that serves the public must answer to the public, and it must be tested, questioned and held to account. We know this not from theory, but sadly, members, we know this when it comes to some institutions in the past, highly respected institutions of various different types. Unfortunately, we know from hard, painful experience. Time and again, historic abuse inquiries have shown us the same truth. When scrutiny is absent, harm takes root. It does not matter the badge, the title, or the profession. No role is so important, no institution so respected that it can stand above independent oversight. And trust is not preserved by shielding institutions from scrutiny. Rather, it is earned through transparency and accountability. The lesson is clear and it's unavoidable. Across every walk of life, from the most powerful offices to the most trusted professions, independent scrutiny is not optional, it is essential. Because without it, silence prevails, and where silence prevails, injustice follows. Every element of this legislation is grounded in the principle of what is in the best interests of children, and their safety should not be a pawn in an industrial relations game. Whether it is ensuring that safeguarding arrangements are rigorously assessed, that provision for children with special educational needs is properly evaluated, or that all aspects of the curriculum are subject to scrutiny, the focus should consistently be on protecting and promoting the interests of children. And ultimately, the only test that matters is this: does this bill make the system better for children? And I believe unequivocally that the bill does that. Yes, I'll give way to Mr Sheehan.
You see, I agree with what you're saying there, insofar as, children should be at the centre of this. But I mentioned it earlier in an intervention with Mr Brooks, I think it was. You have the issue of restrictive practices on children, and you can't come to an agreement with some of the foremost organisations who have expertise in that field. Similarly, with this issue of inspections and trade unions, you can't come to agreement on that, and on other areas as well. And I said earlier, the theme was the minister. No, it's not. It's not the minister that's the theme. It's the conflict that's the theme, and the common denominator is the minister. You can't, for whatever reason, you find it impossible to work with trade unions, with the Children's Law Centre, with the RCN, with other stakeholders in all of these areas of conflict. Why can you not do that for the sake of children, for the sake of child safeguarding, for the sake of protection of children? Why can you not come to an agreement? Instead, what you want to do is withdraw the rights of workers to take industrial action and impose some sort of sanction on them. That's the only thing you want to do. You want to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. When going in, negotiating and coming to agreement is the way to move forward on all of these issues that involve child protection and child safeguarding.
Right, so the member had the chance to make a lengthy speech earlier. He's trying to reframe again. What I would say on the restrictive practices, has he not been following one of the parents involved in this debate? Has he not been following the comments that she has been making around your position? Because she's against it. She doesn't support your position. Somebody who suffered restrictive practices. I suspect the member has heard directly from the individual and is actively saying Sinn Féin have got it wrong. So whose voice are you listening to? I trust you'll listen to that individual who wants you to support this bill. And on restrictive practices, we are working through all of those issues. But what he would say is that, what I would say there is, trade unions are in conflict with the RCN. There is not an agreed position with the teaching profession when it comes to the RCN's position. They're in dispute in terms of what the RCN believes should be happening in schools and actually what many of our teachers and classroom assistants say that they have to deal with in our schools. So whose side is the member now on when it comes to that particular issue? I'll give way to Mr. Buckley.
Thank the Minister for giving way. And would he agree with me that Mr. Sheehan is entitled to his own opinion, but certainly not his own facts on this matter? Minister, do you find it interesting that when you started to get back to the core issue contained within this bill, which is child safeguarding, in which you've outlined very clearly your intent to safeguard children, that Mr. Sheehan immediately objected to try to reframe the debate to almost make you the abuser, rather than put it within this bill to ensure that children have the foremost protection that this place can offer them?
It's the tried and tested tactic, particularly from the three members on the education committee from Sinn Féin. And Mr. O'Toole actually made reference to it in the previous debate. Let's make the minister the bogeyman. Let's make him the problem. Because that avoids the difficult issues, you see, because it's too easy to just pin it on the minister. You're to blame, you're to blame, you're to blame. But listen, that's why, broad shoulders, take the responsibility, be alert. Just we know the tactics that are being deployed. Like Mr. Sheehan referred, I couldn't believe it. He actually referred in his earlier comments to unionist majority rule. It was unbelievable, and that he wouldn't stand for unionist majority rule, and that those days are gone. My goodness, when we're talking about such an important issue, that's where we had to go to from Sinn Féin's perspective about this issue. I'm always happy to be corrected by Mr. Sheehan.
You see, I never mentioned majority. Well, what I said was single-party unionist regime. So, those were the old days. When you could ram stamp through whatever you wanted. And nationalists in 50 years only ever succeeded in having one piece of legislation enacted, and that was about wild birds. So those days are over, they're gone, and they're not coming back. Sorry to tell.
So again, I don't want this to descend to the earlier point of the before we broke, but that is not the place to have this conversation around inspection, child safeguarding issues. What I would say to the member, his party is the biggest party in the executive, as much as it pains me. You are the biggest party. Your party, Deputy Speaker, that party is the First Minister of Northern Ireland. They have a veto. They put this on the agenda. They approved it at the executive. That's what the biggest party in the executive, and now they've U-turned in the Assembly. So a number of comments just were raised by a couple of members on the actual substance of the bill. I think I have addressed, Deputy Speaker, most of them in terms of the concerns that were raised. I think Mr. Matheson outlined The question about RE, and listen, that's an issue around this being in part of this bill. I think it was the most appropriate vehicle, and to do it in as timely a fashion as possible. I appreciate there is a heavy workload in the Education Committee. Mr Sheehan referred to that there are multiple bills, and he's correct. But I trust that the committee will be able to navigate through this bill with the inclusion of the RE aspect associated with it. What I would say again to Mr Matheson, the issue around inspection, he mentioned that things are fragile, but there isn't going to be a perfect time to do this. What I would say is, in my view, this legislation should have been dealt with over a decade ago. We shouldn't have had nearly a decade of action short of strike, which frustrated inspection. That would have been the best time to have this. I suspect there's never a good time in terms of trying to manage something like this through the legislative programme. But ultimately, it's the right thing to do because the intent behind it, I believe, is important, and that's where we need to remain focused in respect of this. And then I would also just indicate to members, and I would appeal to them, use whatever influence you have on the trade unions, because if they removed inspection as part of their collective action and restrained it to all of the areas, which I think most members would agree would be very debilitating for the school system if that's the areas that they engaged in, I would appeal to members, appeal to the trade unions, take inspection off the table as a voluntary action. Then this wouldn't be necessary if they actually made an agreement. I asked them to make an agreement with me. Sinn Féin asked me to engage with them. The Alliance Party asked me to engage with them around the executive table. I did engage with them, and they didn't provide a response. So if the trade unions stepped forward and said and made an announcement, no more will we ever use inspection as part of our industrial action, you wouldn't need clause 3. But they haven't said it. Now maybe they will. And maybe that then could be a justification for some members taking the approach that they've argued for. Encourage them to step forward to do that. I certainly would welcome them in doing so. And just again to say to Mr Matheson and to Michelle Guy, I recognise the sincerity in terms of the issues that they raised. I do. And I have given an assurance that I will work with them to seek to find a way to address those concerns, to ensure that there are the appropriate guardrails when it comes to what a referral to the professional body would look like. And there should be scope to be able to amend the bill in order to reflect that in a way that I believe would be helpful. And so that's the approach that I intend to take, and I'll work with the committee to do that. Ultimately, this is, though, the Assembly legislation, and this is the point where I agree with the Chairman of the Education Committee. I can't stop a single member bringing forward an amendment. I can't stop any member putting down an amendment that says clause 3 does not stand part of the bill. I can't stop any member doing that, and the vote will then go through accordingly. This is now an Assembly bill. It was approved at the Executive by Sinn Féin, the DUP. Well, that is, the member says, the Chief Whip of Sinn Féin says tell the truth. The truth is, it was agreed at the Executive, it was endorsed by Sinn Féin, First Minister put it on the agenda. I don't know how many times I need to say it. The facts speak for themselves. Now, I see no ministers here. So Sinn Féin didn't object. Sinn Féin did not object. Sinn Féin did not object. Well, sorry, if the member wants to stand up and call me a liar, feel free to stand up and say the minister's telling lies, and I'll happily correct her.
Minister, you've continued to misrepresent Sinn Féin's position because it's convenient for you. Because you talked about smokescreens. You want to create a smokescreen to deflect from the fact that this bill has no support from unions and it has no support from teachers. You want to make Sinn Féin the story to deflect from this bill's failings. That's the truth of the matter.
So that's not the truth, and I'm nearly concluded because I know members want to vote, and it's 9 o'clock. This is the start of many a long night as we approach the end of the mandate. I've outlined the truth, and it's an uncomfortable truth for Sinn Féin. They did not support this bill at the start. Sinn Féin engaged with me directly. They authorised Keith Archibald to sit down with me in a room, which I did, and we worked through this bill. The First Minister asked me, can you remove these elements of the bill? And I removed the elements that Sinn Féin didn't want. And I replaced it with an alternative which Sinn Féin supported. Not only then did they support it, after that direct engagement with Sinn Féin, The First Minister approved it on the agenda and it went through the executive unopposed. That's the truth. Maybe an uncomfortable truth for Sinn Féin, but that's exactly what happened. So, Deputy Speaker, to conclude, this is a focused and proportionate piece of legislation. It closes a long-standing gap in our legal framework. It brings us more closely into line with other jurisdictions. It supports improvement, and most importantly, it protects children. And every parent that I have ever met wants to know whether their child is likely to get a good education at their school or not. And the question before us is simple. Are we prepared to ensure that a fundamental safeguard in our education system can operate consistently, effectively, and without obstruction? I believe that we should. And we should never forget that the ETI's primary purpose is to champion the right of every child to a decent education. The Inspectorate is above all else a champion for children. And we want to see high standards for all children and positive outcomes for all children. And this is how we start to tackle disadvantage as a society, by opening new doors, creating new opportunities and better life chances. And we will not do that without regular, consistent external inspection, and we can always do better. And we should never stop striving to do better, especially for the most disadvantaged and the vulnerable. And this is an area where we can and we must do better. And our children deserve nothing less. So, Deputy Speaker, thank you, and I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you, Minister. Members, the question is that the second stage of the Education Inspections Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, the question is that the second stage of the Education Inspections Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Okay. Do we have tellers? Okay, members, order. Order, members. Members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are David Brooks and Julie Middleton. Tellers for the noes are Danny Baker and Cathy Mason. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Through the doors. Members, order members, please resume your seats. Thank you, members. Clerk, please read the result.
73 members voted, 46 members voted aye, 27 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Members, the motion is carried on. Fasten the doors. Members, if we can make progress, please. The next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule on the mandatory use of closed circuit television and slaughterhouses. The Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs wrote to the Speaker today to advise that he has withdrawn the regulations and therefore will not be moving the motion and will relay the regulations in due course. As the regulations have been withdrawn, the motion on the order paper cannot be moved, and I shall not invite the Minister to do so. So let us move on to the next item of business. The next item of business is a motion on banning the use of aversive training tools for domestic animals. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the motion on banning the use of aversive training tools for domestic animals, as detailed on the order paper, be agreed.
Thank you, and I call Dan Armstrong to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I beg to not move.
Thank you. The motion has not been moved. I understand the party will seek to have the motion rescheduled, which is a matter, of course, for the Business Committee. Thank you, Ms Armstrong. Members, takes us to item 6 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is, the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber.